Chapter 1836. When he saw the two women standing next to Duan Ruffing, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble violently from the excitement. Li Ro, his mother, Li Fei, his fiancée. These two women were two of the most important women in his life. However, Duan Lingtian soon discovered that no matter if it was his mother, Li Ro, or his fiancée, Li Fei, their eyes were filled with hesitation when they looked at him. They did not seem to be overjoyed at reuniting with him after such a long time. I almost forgot. I haven't changed back to my original appearance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian finally remembered that he had changed his appearance and was not his original appearance. It was no wonder that his mother and fiancée were hesitating. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian moved. In the next moment, it was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew in front of Duan Ruffing and the others. When Duan Lingtian regained his footing, the muscles on his face began to tremble. It was only when he had completely calmed down that he regained his original appearance. Mother! After regaining his original appearance, Duan Lingtian knelt in front of Li Ro with a thud sound. He had a guilty expression on his face. As a son, not only was he unable to be by his parents' side, but he had also disappeared for many years. He was unfilial. Of course, it was only in front of his mother, Li Ro, that he would feel guilty. This was because Li Ro had sacrificed too much for him. This was something that his cheap father, Duan Ruffing, could not compare to. Mother isn't dreaming, right? When she saw Duan Lingtian revealing his true appearance, the hesitation in Li Ro's eyes disappeared and was replaced with excitement. At the same time, she helped Duan Lingtian up and hugged Duan Lingtian tightly with both hands. She did not let go for a long time. It was as if she was deeply afraid that if she let go, her son would leave her again. Unknowingly, 2 lines of tears fell from Li Ro's face. Those were tears of excitement. Mother, you're not dreaming. It's me. Duan Lingtian's eyes were also wet. He hugged his mother tightly, and his heart was unprecedentedly calm. His mother's embrace was like a harbor, calming his heart in an instant. Scoundrel! A familiar and pleasant voice sounded, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. Unknowingly, a person had appeared beside him. It was his fiancée, Li Fei. Although Li Ro was reluctant to let go of her son, she knew that the rest of the time should be given to the young couple. Therefore, she simply let go of Duan Lingtian and signaled to Duan Ruffing with her eyes, letting Duan Ruffing carry the little boy and walk out of the hall with her. When Elder Rong saw this, he naturally followed them out. The central hall suddenly became Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's two-person world. Outside the hall, the little boy in Duan Ruffing's arms blinked his big eyes as he looked at Li Ro and asked, "Grandmother, is he the amazing father that mother always tells me about?" "That's right. Nina, he's your father. When he comes out later, remember to call him father, okay?" Li Ro said with a smile as she reached out and patted the little boy's little head. The little boy nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you, grandmother." That boy. He didn't even greet me, his father, and he's already in a hurry to date Fei. What an unfilial son. Duan Ruffing scolded with a smile. There was no lack of jealousy in his tone. "Isn't it because you left for so many years? Otherwise, why would Tian treat you like this?" Li Ro said snappily. When Duan Ruffing heard this, he immediately shut his mouth. This was because he knew that if he continued to speak, he would be in the wrong. He also knew that he was in the wrong. After all, he had left for so many years, and there was no news of him at all. In fact, he was just casually saying that earlier. He was not really unhappy because of this. Lord Mansion Master, the young Mansion Master's disguise technique is really brilliant. When Rong Yuan saw that Duan Ruffing and his wife had stopped speaking, his tone was filled with emotion. Even my divine consciousness can't detect that he's in disguise. I wonder where he learned this disguise technique from. It's actually so brilliant. Duan Ruffing deeply agreed with Rong Yuan's words. No matter what, he was also a great evil in the Debussy subterranean. However, he had never seen or heard of Duan Lingtian's disguise technique before. It seems like Tian'e has indeed had a fortuitous encounter all these years. Young Mansion Master is so young, but he already has a cultivation base at the peak of the eminent saint stage. How amazing! Rong Yuan sighed emotionally. The peak of the eminent saint stage? Upon hearing Rong Yuan's words, Duan Ruffing shook his head. His expression turned solemn as though he had a lot on his mind. If he did not remember wrongly, the 5-year agreement he made with the Dragon Clan would be up in 10 months. At that time, his son would have to fight with the dragon's 5-clawed golden dragon. If he won, he would have the opportunity to enter the dragon's dragon cleansing pool. He had made these arrangements according to the Oracle Man's instructions. However, it was only 10 months away from the 5-year pact, and his son was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. It would be impossible for him to defeat Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, in 10 months. Even if Diju did not make any progress in the past 5 years, he was still at the peak of the divine saint stage. Would a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage fight with a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage in 10 months? Moreover, after 5 years, it was very likely that Diju had made a breakthrough to the exemplary saint stage. Is it possible for Tian'e to win? If this was before he reunited with his son, Duan Lingtian, Duan Ruffing would not have such doubts due to his trust in the Oracle Man. However, now that he had reunited with his son and learned that his son was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he could not help but have such doubts in his mind. In the main hall, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were hugging each other. Neither of them spoke as they hugged each other quietly. At this moment, both of them seemed to have merged into one, and there was no longer any distinction between them. As he hugged Li Fei, Duan Lingtian wished this moment would last forever. There were no worries and no worries. Just like that, he quietly hugged the person he loved until the end of time, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. However, he knew this was destined to be an extravagant wish. He still had many things that he had to do. On the other hand, Li Fei hugged Duan Lingtian. Her feelings were similar to Duan Lingtian's. How she wished she could hug her man like this forever. She did not want to think about anything and just hugged him quietly until the end of time. Finally, after about half an hour, Duan Lingtian spoke first. "Little Fei, is the boy father is carrying our child?" Li Fei nodded with a smile. "He's called Nian Tian. He's our son." Nian Tian. Upon hearing his son's name, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. At the same time, he hugged Li Fei even tighter. Naturally, he knew what his son's name meant. If Sister Kerr and her child are safe, her child must be as old as Nian. I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. Li Fei's voice trembled slightly when she mentioned Kerr. She had long regarded that kind-hearted woman as her sister. They'll definitely be safe. They'll definitely be safe. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he said with certainty. He did not want anything to happen to his woman and his child. After coming to the Azure Cloud Mansion and reuniting with his family, he had fulfilled one of his wishes in the lower province. It was time for him to go to the upper province to look for Kerr. After cuddling with Li Fei for a while, Li Fei slowly pushed Duan Lingtian away. "Scoundrel, shouldn't you go and greet father? I know you're still holding a grudge over the fact that father left you and your son for so many years. However, he's still your father after all. Moreover, he's been very good to Nian all these years. He's so good that even I, as his mother, feel ashamed of myself. I know. He must be trying to make it up to you. That's why he gave Nian the love and care that he couldn't give you in time back then." Li Fei said softly. She was a smart woman. She knew that she could only give advice on these matters and not make decisions for her man. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded before he left the main hall with Li Fei. "Father, I've troubled little Fei and Nian during this period of time," Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Duan Ruffing. "Remember that I'm your father. Your matters are nothing to me. Moreover, is my daughter-in-law, and Nian is my grandson. It's only right for me to take care of them," Duan Ruffing said as he shook his head. "However, I really didn't expect father to be the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion." Duan Lingtian still could not accept this. "It's quite a coincidence. If you're willing to listen, I'll tell you about it later. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to become the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ruffing said as he looked at Duan Lingtian deeply. Me? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He did not know what his father meant. There's no need to rush. I'll tell you about it later. Duan Ruffing shook his head before he looked at the little boy in his arms and said with a smile, Nyen, have you forgotten what grandmother told you earlier? Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with his big watery eyes. He was not afraid of strangers at all. Instead, he studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe before he finally said, You're my father? The amazing father that mother mentioned? Amazing father? Upon hearing Duan Yentian's words, everyone including Duan Lingtian laughed. Duan Lingtian carried Duan Yentian and said with a smile, That's right. I'm your amazing father. You're called Nyen, right? My name is Duan Yentian. Nyen is just my nickname. Duan Yentian looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression as he corrected him. His serious expression made Duan Lingtian laugh. He felt warm in his heart. It was a wonderful feeling. I, Duan Lingtian, have a son as well. Chapter 1837. In the next few days, apart from spending some time with his mother, Li Ro, every morning, Duan Lingtian spent the rest of his time with his wife and son. With Duan Lingtian in his arms and Li Fei by his side, sometimes, Duan Lingtian felt he was the happiest person in the world. Naturally, it would be even better if Kerr and their child were here as well. Currently, I've already found father, mother, and little Fei. The only regret I have in the Wuxia subterranean is that I didn't manage to find Tian Wu. Logically speaking, if Tian Wu is still in the lower province and is not in closed-door cultivation, she should have heard about the genius martial cultivator, Ling Tian, appearing in the mystical sky mansion. At the very least, she should have come to the mystical sky mansion to confirm if it's me or not. However, there's still no news from her. Although Duan Lingtian had already decided to go to the upper province to look for Kerr and their child, he still could not let go of Feng Tianwu. He discovered that although he and Tianwu were not husband and wife yet, and there was no love between them, the concern he had for Tianwu was not inferior to the concern he had for Kerr. In the past, he was only touched by Tianwu's sacrifice for him. However, at this moment, it had all turned into love. It's time to look for father and tell him. When Duan Lingtian remembered Tianwu might still be in the lower province, he spent some time with his wife and son before he went to look for his father, Duan Ruffing. Father, I'd like to ask you to help me look for someone. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush when he saw Duan Ruffing. Oh, who is it? Duan Ruffing asked. Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian replied. Tianwu? I've heard Fei mention that girl before. She's a good girl who's loyal and affectionate. Moreover, she didn't hesitate to sacrifice her life for you. However, as far as I know, the two of you were separated in the mortal continent. Could it be that you still haven't found her until now? Duan Ruffing had heard Li Fei mention Feng Tianwu before, so when he heard this name, he immediately reacted. I found her in the sixth-rate Saint Nation, Windfall Nation, in the Wuxia subterranean. However, after the Devil Seal tablet was exposed, I left Windfall Nation. And because she was worried about my safety, she followed me and came looking for me. At this point, Duan Lingtian's expression was heavy. After that, I made a trip back to the Windfall Nation, but she did not return to the Windfall Nation. Even until now, I still don't have any news about her. Duan Lingtian said with a heavy heart. What an infatuated girl, Duan Ruffing sighed. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, There are things you should and shouldn't do in this world. This Feng girl is so devoted to you, so you must not let her down. In this world where the strong are revered and the weak are prey to the strong, it's not easy to meet someone who's willing to sacrifice so much for you. Father, I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since the day he decided to accept Feng Tianwu, he had already decided to have a happy ending with Feng Tianwu. He would never let her down in this life. But draw a portrait of Feng girl. I'll pass down the order and ask all the Azure Cloud Mansion's bases to search for her. Duan Ruffing said again. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately drew a portrait of Feng Tianwu. His understanding of Feng Tianwu was in no way inferior to his understanding of Ke and Li Fei. Due to this reason, not only did the portrait of Feng Tianwu look exactly the same, but even the expression between her brows and the aura she exuded was no different from the real person. Duan Ruffing could not help but shake his head and sigh as he looked at the portrait in his hand. I really don't know where you get your charm from. Such an outstanding woman is actually so devoted to you that she's even willing to give up her life for you. You're much better than your father in this regard. When he heard the first half of Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian did not think much of it. However, when he heard the second half of his father's sentence, he could hear a hint of jealousy in his father's voice. He could not help but feel amused. Father, don't tell me you're looking for another confidant? Do you want me to tell Mother so she can help you look for one? Duan Lingtian chuckled as he asked. Are you looking for a beating? When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Rufeng's expression changed slightly. He then glared at Duan Lingtian. After a while, he coughed lightly. I was just kidding. There's no need to tell your mother about this. What do you mean there's no need to tell me? What's the matter? Just as Duan Rufeng's words left his mouth, Li Ro came in without him noticing. As soon as she entered the room, she heard Duan Rufeng's last sentence. She immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. When Duan Lingtian saw his cheapskate father looking at him nervously, he found it funny. However, he did not expose him. Mother, it's nothing. I just asked father to help me look for Tianwu. He felt that there was no need to tell you about this so you wouldn't worry. Why can't you tell me about this? I also like that girl, Tianwu. It's rare to see such a loyal girl nowadays. Li Ro had heard about Feng Tianwu from Li Fei a long time ago. She had also asked Duan Lingtian about it recently. She also liked Feng Tianwu very much. In this world, the men she cared about the most were her husband, Duan Ruffing, and her son, Duan Lingtian. She was also willing to sacrifice her life for her husband and son. For this reason, she liked the woman who was also willing to sacrifice herself for her son from the bottom of her heart. This is Tianwu? Soon after, Li Ro also saw the portrait in Duan Rufeng's hand. Her eyes were instantly attracted by the woman in the portrait. After a long while, she could not help but praise, "What a devastatingly beautiful woman. She's so beautiful. If she gives birth to a granddaughter for me, I'm sure she'll also be a devastatingly beautiful woman when she grows up." After having a grandson, Li Ro also wanted a granddaughter very much. Although she knew Ke was also pregnant with her son's child, she was not sure if it was a grandson or a granddaughter. Upon hearing Li Ro's words, Duan Lingtian felt a little awkward. They had not even found her yet. However, since the old lady was happy, he did not say anything. You asked your father to help you look for Tianwu? Are you planning to go to the upper province? Li Ro asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, I'll probably stay in the lower province for a while. I'll only go to the upper province after I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation base. Before he went to the upper province, he would have to temper the golden crow's wings to the second form and break through to the early eminent saint stage. At that time, not only would his strength be comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse, but he would also be able to officially cultivate and master all kinds of divine abilities. Apart from the golden crow's wings, he also had 3 other divine abilities with extraordinary power. They were the elementary devouring tactic, the otherworldly celestial, and the 6 harmonies golden body. Offensive divine ability, defensive divine ability, movement divine ability, and assistive divine ability. He had everything. Naturally, the defensive divine ability, the 6 harmonies golden body, was a medium-grade divine ability. I'll just make do with it for now. If I can find a more advanced defensive divine ability in the future, I'll change it. If other people heard the words in Duan Lingtian's heart, they would be so angry that they would throw up 3 liters of blood. Other people would be overjoyed for a long time if they managed to obtain a medium-grade divine ability. However, Duan Lingtian was different. He had to make do with the medium-grade divine ability and was ready to change it at any time. Although Duan Lingtian said so, Li Ro could feel that her son would not be staying in the lower province for long. The reluctance in her eyes intensified. If it was possible, she wished that her son could stay by her side. However, she knew that was destined to be an extravagant wish. Her son, a 7-foot-tall man, had his own responsibilities and things that he had to do. Ro, you can leave first? I have something to say to Tian'er in private. Duan Ruffing said as he looked at Li Ro. Upon hearing her husband's words, Li Ro knew what her husband was going to say to her son was something she did not want to hear. Due to this reason, she turned around and left directly. She knew that her son was going to take a risk again. This was the only reason why her husband would ask her to leave temporarily. It was because he did not want her to worry. Father, what do you have to say that even mother can't listen to? Duan Lingtian frowned. What your mother hates the most is for you to take a risk. What I'm going to say next is something that will make you take a risk. Duan Ruffing sighed. What is it? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Do you still remember the 5-clawed golden dragon that went to the half-moon island that you occupied and massacred and destroyed your Lingtian sect? Duan Ruffing asked. Ju. Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Waves of killing intent could not help but emanate from his body. Although it had been a long time since that incident, he still could not let go of that incident. So many people from his Lingtian sect had died in Ju's hands. He had always remembered this enmity in his heart, and he had never forgotten it. Moreover, many times in the middle of the night, he would dream of many familiar faces from the past asking him to kill Ju to avenge them. That's right. It's that Ju. Duan Ruffing nodded. Then, he told Duan Lingtian about how he had gone to the dragon sect and made the 5-year pact with the dragons. The 5-year pact will be up in 10 months. At that time, you'll have to fight with Ju for the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool. Dragon cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. This was his first time hearing about the dragon cleansing pool. The dragon cleansing pool is the holy land of the dragons in the lower province. It opens once every 5,000 years. It contains the heaven and earth essence that has been nurtured by the dragon cleansing pool for 5,000 years. Any young dragon who enters it will be able to obtain a monstrous improvement. Chapter 1838. The dragons were one of the quasi-third-rate forces in the Wuxia subterranean. Duan Lingtian had learned about this when he was still in the mystical sky mansion. At the same time, he also knew that Ju, the 5-clawed golden dragon who annihilated his Lingtian sect, was the successor of the dragon's clan leader. Currently, there were only 2 5-clawed golden dragons. One of them was the current clan leader of the dragons while the other one was Ju. Ju was also widely acknowledged as the successor of the dragon's clan leader. When Duan Lingtian learned about this, he also knew that if he wanted to avenge the high-ranking officials and disciples of Lingtian sect who had died, he would have to face the entire dragons. This was because Ju was a 5-clawed golden dragon. All the dragons would risk their lives to protect him. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew he would have to wait for some time before he could avenge the high-ranking officials and disciples of Lingtian sect. At the very least, he would have to raise his strength to the point where he could fight the entire dragons. 5-year pact, the dragon cleansing pool, Ju. Currently, Duan Lingtian had learned from his father that his father had made a 5-year pact with the dragons for him. As long as he could defeat Ju 10 months later, he would be able to enter the dragon's dragon cleansing pool. As the saint land of the dragons, the dragon cleansing pool was also an amazing place. At the very least, it was not something the mystical Sky Mansion spirit pool could compare to. After all, the few spirit pools in the mystical Sky Mansion would open once in a while. The dragon cleansing pool, on the other hand, would only open once every 5,000 years. What kind of concept was 5,000 years? 5,000 years was equivalent to an ordinary person's lifespan of 50 lifetimes. Based on the fact that the dragon cleansing pool would be passed down every 30 years, it could even pass down 10,000 generations. The dragon cleansing pool had existed for 5,000 years and gathered the heaven and earth spirit energy to help the young dragon soar. Father, Do you mean if the current clan leader of the dragons had entered the dragon cleansing pool, the status of the dragons in the lower province would be on par with the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market? Is the dragon cleansing pool really that miraculous? Hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised. It's that magical. Duan Rufeng nodded affirmatively. You should know that before this generation of dragons ascended to the position of clan leader, the dragons at that time were in no way inferior to the Mountain Shade Black Market in terms of strength, even though the dragons were in seclusion. At that time, even the Mountain Shade Black Market did not dare to provoke the dragons. As for now, whether it's the Mountain Shade Black Market or our Azure Cloud Mansion, it's not impossible for us to annihilate the dragons, even though it'll take a lot of effort. Naturally, unless there's some irreconcilable enmity between us, we won't really annihilate the dragons. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, not only are there dragons in the lower province, but there are also dragons in the upper province as well. The dragons in the upper province are the truly terrifying existences. If we annihilate the dragons in the lower province, the dragons in the upper province will definitely know about it. At that time, it'll be difficult for us to escape death as well. Duan Rufeng continued. After saying so much, there were only 2 points that he wanted to express. First, the dragon cleansing pool was not simple. It could affect the rise and fall of the dragons in the lower province. Second, the dragons in the lower province had an extraordinary background. The dragons in the upper province were their backers. How powerful are the dragons in the upper province? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I don't know exactly how powerful they are. However, I heard from the watcher in charge of the lower province that if it's not necessary, even the 3 great sects in the upper province wouldn't recklessly offend the dragons in the upper province. Duan Rufeng said in one breath. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. So powerful? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Naturally, he knew what the 3 great sects in the upper province meant. According to the information he currently possessed, the 3 great sects were the 3 greatest forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land before it was divided into the upper province and the lower province. They were the top forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, the powerful forces led by the 3 great sects went to the upper province. In the upper province, not only did the 3 great sects successfully pass down their legacy, but they even continued to write the legends of the past and became the 3 most powerful forces in the upper province. The reason Duan Lingtian knew so much about the 3 great sects was because he wanted to know more about them. His fiancée, Ker, was taken away by one of the 3 great sects, the Zoroastrianism. If Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, obtains the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool, he'll definitely be able to lead the dragons to a new era when he grows stronger in the future. At that time, even our Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market won't be able to suppress him. Duan Rufeng said solemnly. I think, whether it's to avenge the high-ranking officials and disciples of the Ling Tian sect or for the benefits of the dragon cleansing pool, I'm sure you don't want Diju to enter the dragon cleansing pool. Duan Rufeng said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he did not want Diju to enter the dragon cleansing pool from the bottom of his heart. Father, according to what you said earlier, those who entered the dragon cleansing pool in the past were all young dragons. Is there a precedent of humans entering the dragon cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian asked immediately when he suddenly thought of this. As far as I know, there's no precedent of humans entering the dragon cleansing pool. Naturally, what I know is only from a period of time ago. I don't know if humans have entered the dragon cleansing pool before that as well. Duan Rufeng replied. Then, does this mean nobody can be sure if humans will be able to obtain the same benefits as young dragons if they enter the dragon cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian asked again. That's right. This time, Duan Rufeng hesitated for a moment before he nodded in the end. However, regardless of whether humans will be able to obtain any benefits from entering the dragon cleansing pool, if you're able to snatch the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool, it'll be equivalent to cutting off the 5-clawed golden dragon, Diju's path of advancement. All in all, if you're able to defeat Diju in this 5-year pact and obtain the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool, Regardless of whether you'll be able to obtain any benefits from it or not, it'll still be beneficial to you. Duan Ruffing said. Indeed. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled faintly. It seems like there's no way I can avoid this 5-year pact. However, Father, how did you come up with this 5-year pact? Do you have so much confidence in me? Duan Lingtian changed the topic and looked at Duan Ruffing curiously. Of course, don't you know whose son you are? Although Duan Ruffing felt a little guilty, he was still very stubborn. To be honest, let alone the past, even now, he still did not have any confidence in his son. Currently, there were only 10 months left until the 5-year pact, but his son's cultivation base was still at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Although it was rare for his son to have such a cultivation base at his age, he was still lacking compared to Diju. In fact, when he had made the 5-year pact with the dragons, Diju was already at the peak of the divine saint stage. After 5 years, he might have already broken through to the exemplary saint stage. Right now, I can only hope that Senior Prophet isn't speaking without thinking. After all, he's the one who asked me to bring up this 5-year pact to the dragons. However, is Senior Prophet so confident in Tian, or that he's not worried he's not a match for Diju at all? Naturally, these were the words that Duan Ruffing thought to himself. Due to the fact that the Oracle Man had instructed him beforehand, he did not mention the matter about the Oracle Man to Duan Lingtian. What's Diju's cultivation base? Although Duan Lingtian had interacted with Diju before, due to his low cultivation base, he could not tell what Diju's cultivation base was at all. However, he knew Diju's cultivation base was definitely not low. At the very least, it was definitely not below the divine saint stage. When I made the 5-year pact with the dragons, he was at the peak of the divine saint stage. Duan Ruffing replied. Back then? The peak of the divine saint stage? Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. Although he had already guessed Diju's cultivation base was not below the divine saint stage, he did not expect it to be at the peak of the divine saint stage. A powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage would be considered a top powerhouse in any quasi-third-rate force. I can't believe Diju, who I tricked back then, actually has such a terrifying cultivation base. When Duan Lingtian recalled how he had tricked Diju into entering the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and seized the opportunity to escape, he could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. As it turned out, Diju was actually a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage. Since Diju's cultivation base is at the peak of the divine saint stage, then how high is the cultivation base of that Chi Mei who took her away? Someone who could make Diju afraid must be even more powerful than him. Exemplary saint stage? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but gasp inwardly. That Chi Mei claimed to be Ke's older sister, which meant that she was about the same age as Ke. Her cultivation base had already entered the exemplary saint stage at such a young age? Are all the people from the upper provinces Zoroastrianism so terrifying? Duan Lingtian did not know when he discovered his heart was beating so fast. He was completely shocked by Chi Mei's innate talent. Compared to Chi Mei, even the best young geniuses in the lower province were nothing but trash. Chi Mei, a young disciple from the Zoroastrianism, has such a terrifying strength. How terrifying are the higher-ranking officials in the Zoroastrianism? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart sank. The reason he wanted to go to the upper province was to rescue his wife and child so that they could escape from the evil clutches of Zoroastrianism. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful Zoroastrianism was. It had completely exceeded his imagination. At this moment, the pressure Duan Lingtian felt was unprecedentedly great. Tian, if you don't have the confidence, you don't have to fulfill the 5-year promise. When Duan Ruffing saw the grave expression on Duan Lingtian's face, he thought he was shocked after hearing about Diju's cultivation base. Chapter 1839. After all, Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, had lived for many years, but how old was his son? When Duan Ruffing discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage, He had already thought of persuading Duan Lingtian not to fulfill the 5-year promise. This was because the disparity between Duan Lingtian and Diju's cultivation base was too big. When he mentioned the 5-year promise to Duan Lingtian earlier, Duan Ruffing was merely following the oracle man's instructions. If his son did not want to fulfill the 5-year promise, he would not force him at all. Not only that, but deep in his heart he did not want his son to fulfill the 5-year promise. This was because if his son fought with Diju and Diju had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage, he would not be able to guarantee his son's safety even if he was by his side. If something happened to his son, let alone his wife who would blame him, he would not be able to forgive himself. Father, it's not that I don't want to fulfill the 5-year promise. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He knew his father had misunderstood him, so he quickly said, I was just thinking about something else earlier. As for the 5-year promise, I'll fulfill it. Put aside the fact that Diju is at the peak of the divine saint stage, even if he has broken through to the exemplary saint stage, I'll still fulfill it. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone with determination. You're only at the peak of the eminent saint stage now. Duan Ruffing shook his head. With only 10 months, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to raise your cultivation base to the point where you can fight with Diju, let alone defeat him. Father, weren't you very confident in me earlier? Why did you suddenly change? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly bewildered when he saw Duan Rufeng's attitude suddenly take a 180-degree turn. He felt that his father's change was too quick, and it caused him to be slightly unaccustomed to it. When Duan Ruffing heard this, he naturally felt a little awkward. He had confidence in Duan Lingtian because he trusted the oracle man. However, after seeing the ugly expression on Duan Lingtian's face, his trust in the oracle man was shaken again. That was why his attitude changed so quickly. Tian, are you really confident? Duan Ruffing asked with a serious face. This is not a joke. If we are not careful, we may be doomed eternally. Don't worry, father. Duan Lingtian gave Duan Ruffing a reassuring look, exuding a strong sense of confidence. 10 months later, he had already tempered the golden crow's wings to the 2nd form, and his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the early eminent saint stage. Moreover, with the help of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he had a chance to break through to the intermediate eminent saint stage. Once he entered the intermediate eminent saint stage, his strength would be comparable to an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse. At the very least, the Sun true origin in his body would not be any weaker than the energy in an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse's body. Apart from that, he could also comprehend the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, during this period of time. He had witnessed the power of the elementary devouring tactic with his own eyes. He still remembered the last trial in the divine ability relic where he obtained the elementary devouring tactic. The old man's cultivation base was maintained at the early refined saint stage. With the help of the elementary devouring tactic, his strength was comparable to the peak of the refined saint stage. Although it did not last long, it was enough. If I can comprehend the elementary devouring tactic, even if I'm only at the early eminent saint stage and my strength is only comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse after 10 months, I'll be able to display the strength at the peak of the divine saint stage for a short period of time with the help of the elementary devouring tactic. If I can break through to the intermediate eminent saint stage in 10 months, I might be able to fight Diju even if he has broken through to the early exemplary saint stage with the help of the elementary devouring tactic. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was filled with confidence. Apart from that, I still have the divine ability, the golden crow's wings. As long as I break through to the early eminent saint stage, I'll be able to master the golden crow's wings. With the 2nd form of the golden crow's wings and the elementary devouring tactic, I might be able to fight Diju even if I'm only at the early eminent saint stage. Moreover, even without the divine ability, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of Diju at all. The biggest reliance he had was the Celestial Sword's supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. He knew very well how powerful the Jasper Celestial Sword was. Putting aside the distant incidents, just recently, he had used the Jasper Celestial Sword to block the full-force attack of a Mastery Divine Saint stage Devil Cultivator. Although he had nearly exhausted all of the Sun True Origin in his body, he only had about 60% of the Sun True Origin left in his body at the time. Before that, when he used the Demon Sealing Tombstone, it greedily absorbed a portion of the Sun True Origin in his body. The activation of the Devil Seal tablet required the support of the True Origin as well. With my current Sun True Origin that's comparable to the True Origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, I might even be able to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. If I break through to the early Eminent Saint stage, the Sun True Origin will transform as well. At that time, I might even be able to kill a powerhouse at the early Exemplary Saint stage after exhausting all the Sun True Origin in my body. Naturally, the Jasper Celestial Sword was Duan Lingtian's biggest trump card. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. Moreover, if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword right from the beginning, it would hinder his cultivation. If he relied too much on the Jasper Celestial Sword, it would only harm his cultivation in the future. Due to this reason, he would not use the Jasper Celestial Sword unless it was absolutely necessary. Although I don't know where you get your confidence from, I still believe in you. In the next 10 months, if you need anything, just let me know. All the resources in the Azure Cloud Mansion will be available to you unconditionally. Duan Ruffing said to Duan Lingtian. In the end, he was influenced by Duan Lingtian's confidence and chose to believe in Duan Lingtian. Father, I don't need anything else. However, I'd like you to help me look for some materials. When Duan Lingtian found out his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he had thought of asking his father to help him look for the materials he needed to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. With the Azure Cloud Mansion's influence in the lower province, it would be more efficient than the Mystical Sky Mansion to look for the materials. What materials? Duan Ruffing asked. When Duan Ruffing took the blueprint from Duan Lingtian and saw the materials on it, he could not help but be stunned. Aren't these the materials that the Mystical Sky Mansion has been searching for in recent years? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm the one who asked the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion to help me look for these materials. You asked the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion to help you look for these materials? Duan Ruffing had a surprised expression on his face. As far as I know, Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion is very diligent in looking for these materials. Moreover, he even promised many rewards. You actually made him work so hard? Don't tell me he owes you a favor? You can say that. Duan Lingtian nodded. As far as I know, a monstrous genius appeared in the Mystical Sky Mansion a few years ago. His name is Lingtian. Don't tell me you're him? Duan Ruffing asked. If it was before, he would not have linked the Mystical Sky Mansion's genius, Lingtian, to his son. This was because he had asked Elder Ku to go to the Mystical Sky Mansion before. Elder Ku had confirmed that Lingtian did not disguise himself. Moreover, that Lingtian's appearance was different from his son's. However, after witnessing his son's miraculous disguising technique, he had no choice but to link his son to Lingtian again. That's right, it's me. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Speaking of which, before I came to the Azure Cloud Mansion, I've been staying in the Mystical Sky Mansion. All right, Father, if someone reports his identity and says he's the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, Gu Li, please ask someone to invite him to the main mansion. He's my friend in the Mystical Sky Mansion, and he's the only one who knows my true identity. When he mentioned the Mystical Sky Mansion, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Gu Li. Previously, he had told Gu Li that once Gu Li was done dealing with the matters in the Mystical Sky Mansion, he would come to the Azure Cloud Mansion to look for him and they would head to the Upper Province together. When he calculated the time, Gu Li should be here soon. Gu Li? The son of Guardian Gu Ci Yun of Mystical Sky Mansion, the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking? Duan Ruffing raised an eyebrow. It was obvious he had heard of this genius disciple in the Mystical Sky Mansion. That's him. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since you told him your true identity, it means he's a trustworthy person. Since he's your friend, he's naturally a friend of the Azure Cloud Mansion as well. Don't worry, as long as he comes, I'll personally entertain him, Duan Ruffing said. Also, I heard that the genius Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district is the senior brother of the Mystical Sky Mansion's genius disciple, Ling Tian. Duan Ruffing looked at Duan Ling Tian again with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, that Li Feng is also your disguise, right? The surname Li happens to be your mother's surname. Feng happens to be one of the characters in my name. I don't think this is a coincidence, right? That's right. That Li Feng is also me. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There was no need to hide this in front of his father. To think I was wondering when such a young genius appeared in the lower province. I even wanted to recruit him to the Azure Cloud Mansion. It didn't cross my mind that he's actually my son. Duan Ru Feng laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with pride. He, Duan Ruffing, could not help but feel proud of his son for being so capable. Alright, I'll order Elder Rong to arrange for his men to search for these materials. Even if I have to turn the entire lower province upside down, I'll try my best to gather these materials and pass them to you, Duan Ruffing said confidently as he looked at the drawing in his hand again. Father, you told me before that it's all thanks to me that you're able to become the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. What do you mean by that? Duan Ling Tian suddenly recalled the words that Duan Ruffing had said to him a few days ago. If I'm not mistaken, the Devil Seal tablet in your hand should be something you obtained from the Swamp of Death in our hometown, right? Chapter 1840. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned misty. His thoughts returned to the past for a moment. Back then, when he was still in his hometown on the mortal continent's Cloud Continent, he had entered the Swamp of Death and discovered the Devil Seal tablet in an underground palace. Initially, an extremely powerful soul had come out of the Devil Seal tablet with the intention of seizing his body. Unfortunately, at the most critical moment, that soul was annihilated. The situation at that time was similar to when the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had tried to seize his body. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu's soul had been destroyed on the spot. You're not from this world. He still remembered that before the soul of the Rebirth Martial Emperor was annihilated, he had once shouted these words. When the soul that was countless times more powerful than the Rebirth Martial Emperors had rushed out of the demon sealing tombstone and dissipated in a puff of smoke due to its impact on his soul, he knew that his soul from his previous life on Earth seemed to be protected by some kind of law in the purest clash of souls. However, until now, he still did not know what the reason was. Hua Lao. If there was a problem, he would look for Hua Lao. This was basically the best way for Duan Ling Tian to solve problems. Hua Lao, after my soul from my previous life on Earth transmigrated to this world, I possessed this body. At that time, a top powerhouse from this world's mortal continent tried to seize this body and used his powerful soul to attack my soul. In the end, I was fine. On the contrary, he was destroyed. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly. Before Hua Lao could answer, he added, "Oh, right." Before he turned into ashes, he said something about me not being from this world. This is the restriction of the mundane realms law. Hua Lao said, the two mundane realms have different laws. The souls born in this mundane realm are naturally tainted with the aura of the mundane realms law. On the other hand, the souls born in the other mundane realm are also tainted with the aura of the mundane realms law. Based on what you said, I'm almost certain that planet Yen Huang, the Earth you mentioned, is not from the same mundane realm as the mundane planet we're standing on. Hua Lao continued to say, because your soul came from planet Yen Huang, it's tainted with the law of another mundane realm. For this reason, it's almost impossible for a being from this mundane realm to destroy your soul and occupy your body. Of course, this doesn't mean that your soul is indestructible in this mundane realm. If it isn't someone without a body attacking your soul with pure soul, but someone with a body attacking your soul with soul attacks, your soul can still be wiped out. Hua's soul. Although Elder Hua had said so much, Duan Ling Tian did not hear it clearly. However, he had finally sorted out 2 points. First, in this mundane realm, no matter how strong a soul was, it would be impossible for it to destroy his soul and occupy his body. Secondly, if the soul that originally had a body launched a soul attack against him, his soul would no longer have a shield to shield him. What are you thinking about? At the same time, Duan Ruffing woke Duan Lingtian up when he saw his son was distracted again. Father! Duan Lingtian shuddered and regained his senses. He asked again, where were we? If it was someone else, Duan Ruffing would definitely be unhappy if they were distracted while talking to him. However, this person was Duan Lingtian, his son. Naturally, it was different. Duan Ruffing patiently repeated his question. I asked you earlier, did you find the Devil Seal tablet in the Swamp of Death in our hometown? Duan Lingtian nodded. There was nothing to hide. He was not surprised that his father knew he had the Devil Seal tablet. After all, the news of him obtaining the Devil Seal tablet had spread throughout the Wuxia subterranean. Even now, there were still many people looking for him. The reason they were looking for him was naturally because of the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. Did you encounter anything strange when you obtained the Devil Seal tablet? For example, was there a soul that was strong enough to leave the Devil Seal tablet and try to occupy your body? Duan Ruffing asked again. This was what he was most curious about. If he remembered correctly, Black Nether's main soul had always been in the Devil Seal tablet. If he wanted to obtain the Devil Seal tablet, he would have to go through Black Nether first. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At that time, there was a powerful soul that tried to occupy my body. However, for some reason, a powerful energy suddenly surged out of the Devil Seal tablet and destroyed the soul. When that soul tried to occupy your body, did he say anything? Duan Ruffing asked again. I think he said I was unlucky or something. Also, he said that as long as he destroyed my soul, he would be able to occupy my body and look for his main soul. He also seemed to say that once his main soul returns, he will completely annihilate that stubborn guy. Duan Lingtian recalled what the soul had told him before he finally relayed the words of the soul. Other than the truth about the soul being destroyed, he told him everything else. After all, the truth was related to his previous life. He didn't know if this cheap father of his could accept it, and he didn't know if his mother could accept it either. In his opinion, if he did not tell the truth, it would be the most well-intentioned lie in the world. Stubborn? What a stubborn fool! To Duan Lingtian's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ruffing smirked coldly. Then, as though he was talking to himself, he said, Black Nether, I'm afraid you didn't expect that your main soul would be destroyed by my son. Your main soul has been occupying my body for almost 20 years, and I'm the one who won in the end. Father, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me the stubborn fellow that fellow was talking about is you? Duan Lingtian was stunned. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? As Duan Ruffing explained, Duan Lingtian also realized that there was indeed such a coincidence in the world. As it turned out, his father had left the mortal continent and came to the Dao Martial Saint Land because Black Nether's main soul had invaded his body and temporarily occupied his body. As for the improvement in his cultivation base, it was also because of Black Nether. From the beginning, although his father's soul was not destroyed, he was merely a spectator. In the end, due to Black Nether's greed, he accidentally damaged his main soul. This gave Duan Ruffing's main soul an opportunity to seize control of his body for a period of time until Black Nether's main soul regained control of his body again. From then on, Duan Ruffing and Black Nether took turns to occupy the same body. As his strength rose rapidly, Black Nether took control of his body and killed the original mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before taking over his body. In the beginning, there were many complaints in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although they were intimidated by Black Nether's strength, not many people acknowledged him as the mansion master. It was only when Duan Ruffing took over the body that he began to show kindness to the people in the Azure Cloud Mansion that he managed to win over many people's hearts. Coupled with the fact that he and Black Nether took turns to control the body, with his powerful strength, he led the Azure Cloud Mansion to become a top quasi-third-rate force that was on par with the Mountain Shade black market. At that time, everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion finally acknowledged him as the Mansion Master. Finally, one day, Black Nether's main soul was destroyed, and his main soul was destroyed as well. It was only then that Duan Ruffing regained complete control of his body. It was also at that time that Duan Ruffing immediately returned to his hometown, Cloud Continent. Cloud Continent was where his wife and son, whom he missed the most, were. I can't believe the soul that wanted to occupy my body was actually the main soul of the devil cultivator who occupied your body, Father. As it turns out, it's all thanks to me that you were able to return to Cloud Continent to look for Mother and me. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh as he looked at Duan Ruffing. Father, although Black Nether's main soul did not manage to occupy my body, I can still sense that his soul is extremely powerful. Do you know his background? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. All I know is that he was a famous powerhouse in the Upper Province when he was at his peak. As for his background, I've never heard him mention anything about it. However, I've heard him mumbling about the Heaven Divination sect, one of the 3 great sects in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I'm guessing his origin must be related to the Heaven Divination sect. Duan Ruffing told his father everything he knew. The Heaven Divination sect, one of the 3 great sects in the Upper Province? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Since the Heaven Divination sect was one of the 3 great sects in the Upper Province, it was undoubtedly as famous as Zoroastrianism. The powerful soul that wanted to occupy his body but was destroyed by the mundane realm's law was actually a devil cultivator from the Heaven Divination sect, one of the 3 great sects in the Upper Province. Just as Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng were chatting, a voice suddenly rang out. In the faraway mystical Sky Mansion's estate, Gu Li had finally settled all the matters in his hands. After bidding farewell to his father, Gu Ci Yun, he left the mystical Sky Mansion's estate and headed south. He's heading in the same direction as Ling Tian. This isn't the direction to the Upper Province. Not long after Gu Li left the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, a figure appeared at the spot he had just passed. In the eyes of those with a lower cultivation base, it seemed as though the figure had appeared out of thin air. It seems like he's going to look for Ling Tian. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the figure with just a glance. Chapter 1841. Although Gu Li had never been to the Azure Cloud Mansion before, he still knew where the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was. However, he did not notice someone was tailing him all the way to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Gu Li had already entered the Divine Saint stage, he was only at the early Divine Saint stage. Naturally, it was difficult for a Mastery Divine Saint stage martial cultivator like Zhao Deng to notice him. Due to this reason, Gu Li did not notice Zhao Deng at all even though he was tailing Gu Li. I'd like to see where Ling Tian is going. Zhao Deng muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly as he tailed Gu Li from afar. A few days later, Zhao Deng, who was tailing Gu Li, could not help but frown. The Crouching Dragon Lake where the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate is located is right in front of us. Why is Gu Li here? Although the Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force like the Mystical Sky Mansion, its strength and status were far above the Mystical Sky Mansion. Although Zhao Deng was the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he could not help but feel wary in front of such a force. Naturally, from the beginning until the end, it did not cross Zhao Deng's mind that Gu Li's destination was the Azure Cloud Mansion. This was because he had never heard of any relationship between Gu Li and the Azure Cloud Mansion. Similarly, he had never heard of any relationship between Ling Tian and the Azure Cloud Mansion. He thought Gu Li was just passing by the Crouching Dragon Lake and had nothing to do with the Azure Cloud Mansion. As long as he did not enter the Crouching Dragon Lake, the black armored guards of the Azure Cloud Mansion would not be alerted. However, Zhao Deng soon discovered that things were completely different from what he had imagined. Gu Li was not passing by the Crouching Dragon Lake where the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was located. He actually entered the Crouching Dragon Lake. Outside the Crouching Dragon Lake, Zhao Deng watched with his own eyes as Gu Li flew into the Crouching Dragon Lake. And the expected scene also happened. As soon as Gu Li entered the Crouching Dragon Lake, He was surrounded by 10 black armored guards who broke out from the bottom of the Crouching Dragon Lake. What's Gu Li trying to do? What's he doing in the Azure Cloud Mansion? Zhao Deng frowned, unable to understand. He naturally wouldn't think that Gu Li was here to die. Then, there must be something behind this that he didn't know. Why did these black armored guards, who were originally so aggressive, suddenly change their attitude? Although they were far apart, Zhao Deng could clearly see that the 10 black armored guards surrounding Gu Li suddenly opened up a path for Gu Li. There was even a black armored guard leading the way for Gu Li, politely inviting Gu Li into the Crouching Dragon Lake. What's going on? I've never heard of Gu Xiaoyun having such a relationship with any important high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Zhao Deng didn't come back to his senses until Gu Li's figure disappeared from his sight. The first thing that came to his mind was that their mystical Sky Mansion's guardian, Gu Xiaoyun, had a good relationship with some high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Apart from that, the high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion must have a high position in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Otherwise, the black armored guards would not have been so polite to Gu Xiaoyun's son, Gu Li. From the beginning until the end, it did not cross his mind that Gu Li had a good relationship with some high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He subconsciously felt that Gu Li was not a person of that level and was not qualified to be acquainted with some high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. At this moment, Zhao Deng had completely forgotten about Ling Tian. To be more precise, he had completely forgotten about Duan Ling Tian. Not even in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the reason the black armored guards were so polite to Gu Li was because of the order from Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The reason Duan Ruffing gave such an order was all because of Duan Ling Tian. If someone who claims to be a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, Gu Li, comes to visit in the future, don't be negligent. Although Duan Ruffing's words were simple, it was like an imperial edict to the black armored guards. How could they dare to be negligent when Lord Mansion Master personally gave an order to treat him with respect? Should I go and ask around or return first? Zhao Deng thought about leaving just like that. However, when he thought about how Ling Tian might have been hidden in the Azure Cloud Mansion by Gu Li, he felt a little unwilling. That Ling Tian must have been hidden in the Azure Cloud Mansion by Gu Li through his father's connections in the Azure Cloud Mansion. It seems like they're planning to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land soon. Does that Ling Tian think our Zhao clan can't do anything to him just because he's hiding in the Azure Cloud Mansion? When Zhao Deng reached the end of his speculation, his eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. At this moment, what Zhao Deng wanted to do the most was to find Ling Tian. Whether it was him or his father, both of them felt they had to start with Ling Tian if they wanted to find the culprit who killed their son. Forget it, I'll just go and ask around. When I think about it, as long as I announce my identity as the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, these black armored guards from the Azure Cloud Mansion won't dare to be negligent. I'm sure they won't refuse to answer my questions as well. In the end, Zhao Deng could not help but ask around. When he thought about his identity as the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, his confidence was boosted. So, with just a flash, Zhao Deng seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he appeared in the sky above the Crouching Dragon Lake before the other 9 black armored guards could even enter the lake. Who's there? Zhao Deng's appearance had, naturally, alerted the 9 black armored guards. At once, Zhao Deng was surrounded by the 9 black armored guards. I'm Zhao Deng, the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Faced with the 9 black armored guards, Zhao Deng raised his head arrogantly and said. At the same time, waves of terrifying aura emanated from his body, pressuring the 9 black armored guards to the point their expressions turned grave. No matter what, Zhao Deng was a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. Naturally, the aura he emitted was not something a group of eminent saint stage powerhouses could withstand. However, Zhao Deng did not dare to go too far. Soon after, he withdrew the aura he was emitting. No matter what, these black armored guards were still from the Azure Cloud Mansion. As the saying went, before you beat a dog, you have to look at its master. He did not want to offend the Azure Cloud Mansion because of these black armored guards. Even his father and the mystical sky mansion behind them did not dare to offend the azure cloud mansion, let alone him. He had only done that to show the 9 black armored guards his strength so they would not dare to underestimate him. So, it's Vice Mansion Master Zhao from the mystical sky mansion. Soon after, one of the 9 black armored guards stepped forward and cupped his hands at Zhao Deng. Greetings, Vice Mansion Master Zhao. I'm Lu Chuan, the Decurion of the 73rd Platoon of the Azure Cloud Mansion's Black Armored Army. Greetings, Vice Mansion Master Zhao. The remaining 9 black armored guards said in unison as they bowed at Zhao Deng. When Zhao Deng saw how courteous the 9 black armored guards were, he raised his head even higher. He thought that his display of strength just now had worked. You're the Decurion? Zhao Deng looked at Lu Chuan. When he saw the latter nodding, he nodded as well. Very good, I have a question for you. Earlier, Vice Mansion Master Zhao. Before Zhao Deng could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Chuan. When Zhao Deng's expression darkened, Lu Chuan continued to say, Our Lord Mansion Master has instructed that if Vice Mansion Master Zhao comes, we must treat him with respect. Moreover, Lord Mansion Master has instructed us to invite Vice Mansion Master Zhao to the central main hall. Lord Mansion Master has said that he'll personally welcome Vice Mansion Master Zhao. When Zhao Deng heard Lu Chuan's words, the grave expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a surprised and delighted expression. Mansion Master Duan of your Azure Cloud Mansion will personally receive me? At this moment, Zhao Deng thought he had misheard. However, he soon received confirmation from Lu Chuan. He did not mishear. At this moment, Zhao Deng felt a warm current rising from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, causing his head to heat up. This was the feeling of excitement. Zhao Deng did not care about the black armored guards in front of him since the strongest one among them was only a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was different. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was someone whom even the Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion had to look up to. However, he was actually going to personally receive him? At this moment, Zhao Deng felt like he was floating in the air. However, after a while, Zhao Deng calmed down. He felt something was amiss. He did not know the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and he had never heard his father mention that he was friends with the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. If that was the case, why would the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, one of the 2 overlords of the Debussy Subterranean, order his subordinates to personally receive him? Moreover, why did the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion know he would come? There must be something fishy going on. After Zhao Deng calmed down, he did not let his excitement get to his head. After taking a deep breath, he said to the 9 black armored guards in front of him, Please thank your Mansion Master for me. However, I still have something to attend to, so I'll have to return first. Zhao Deng, who realized something was amiss, had completely forgotten about Gu Li and Ling Tian. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to get as far away from the Azure Cloud Mansion as possible. The moment Zhao Deng finished speaking, he did not wait for the 9 black armored guards to reply before he turned around and flew out of the Crouching Dragon Lake. At the same time, a vast amount of energy surged out of Zhao Deng's body. He wanted to leave the area around the Azure Cloud Mansion as soon as possible. For some reason, he felt something was amiss. The reception from the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion sounded more like a trap. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Before Zhao Deng could mobilize his energy to increase his speed, a cold voice that was filled with killing intent resonated in front of him. When he stopped in time, he realized that a person had appeared in front of him without him noticing. This person was also wearing black armor, but the black armor on his body was clearly more exquisite and much lighter. This was a black armored guard who had the appearance of a young man. His face was cold, and there was a hideous scar that ran from top to bottom across his left eye. It added a hint of ruthlessness to his face. You're the centurion of the black armored army, Tong Zhong? When Zhao Deng saw the young man's scarred face, horror dawned on him as though he had recalled something. Tong Zhong was the strongest person in the black armored army under the commander. Chapter 1842. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, some high-ranking officials were famous because of their strength. One of them was Tong Zhong, one of the 10 great centurions of the Black Armored Army. Apart from being the strongest person below the commander in the Black Armored Army, Tong Zhong was also the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the Azure Cloud Mansion and the entire Debussy Subterranean. As for Tong Zhong's titles, they were all publicly acknowledged. Not only that, but he had even said anyone below the exemplary saint stage in the Debussy Subterranean could challenge him to a duel if they were unconvinced. No matter who it was, as long as they could defeat him, they would become the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the Debussy Subterranean. Although there were many powerhouses below the exemplary saint stage who came to the Azure Cloud Mansion to challenge him, none of them could defeat him. In the Debussy Subterranean, Tong Zhong was also known as a legend at the Divine Saint stage. In the world of Divine Saint stage powerhouses, he was like a legend. Based on this, one could see how terrifying his strength was. Lord Centurion. After Tong Zhong appeared, the 9 black armored guards led by Decurion Lu Chuan bowed respectfully. If one took a closer look, they would see that Lu Chuan and the other 9 were looking at Tong Zhong with eyes full of worship and fanaticism. In the Black Armored Army, their captain, who was also the Black Armored Army's commander, was considered a powerhouse from the older generation. Due to this reason, they only had respect in front of the commander. However, in front of this young centurion Tong Zhong, apart from respect, they also worshipped him. They worshipped him like an idol. In the history of the Azure Cloud Mansion, Tong Zhong's innate talent was only second to their Lord Mansion Master. Tong Zhong was only in his early 50s this year. Centurion Tong Zhong, what do you mean by this? Although Zhao Deng felt guilty facing Tong Zhong, he suppressed his emotions and pretended to be angry as he asked in a deep voice. Let alone Tong Zhong, who was almost invincible among Divine Saint stage powerhouses. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage was not someone he could fight against. Currently, his cultivation base was only at the Mastery Divine Saint stage. Tong Zhong's face was incomparably cold to begin with, and he unconsciously exuded an icy aura. What do you mean? Hearing Zhao Deng's words, when he spoke again, the temperature around him seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. It's your good fortune that the Manor Lord is personally entertaining you. I'll give you 2 choices. And I hear. Second, follow me to the Central Great Hall. Tong Zhong's tone became increasingly cold, as if it came from an ice cave, so cold that it made one's hair stand on end. Upon hearing Tong Zhong's words, horror dawned on Zhao Deng's face as he shouted angrily, Tong Zhong, I'm the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. If you dare to touch me, the Mystical Sky Mansion won't let you go. At this moment, Zhao Deng could only use the Mystical Sky Mansion as a shield. Unfortunately, Tong Zhong did not seem to care about the Mystical Sky Mansion at all. His voice was cold as he added, I'll give you 3 breaths to make your decision. If you still haven't made your decision after 3 breaths, it'll mean that you've chosen the former. Now, a breath of time has passed. Horror dawned on Zhao Deng when he saw it was useless to bring up the Mystical Sky Mansion. It was as though he had found a straw to clutch at. My father is the guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Jin. He's at the exemplary saint stage. When Zhao Deng saw it was useless to bring up the Mystical Sky Mansion, he brought up his father instead. You only have 1 breath of time left. However, Tong Zhong continued to say coldly as though he did not hear him at all. In just a blink of an eye, there was only 1 breath of time left. Zhao Deng's face was pale. He looked like a crestfallen rooster as he compromised. I choose to go to the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. In the end, Zhao Deng made his choice. He could not muster up any thoughts of resistance in front of Tong Zhong. He could only compromise if he wanted to live. When the 9 black armored guards led by Lu Chuan saw Zhao Deng obediently leaving with Tong Zhong, a hint of disdain could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Zhao Deng again. This Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng, is really an embarrassment to the Mystical Sky Mansion. In front of Lord Centurion Tong, he actually cowered in less than 3 breaths. I really wonder how Zhao Deng became the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Is there no one else in the Mystical Sky Mansion? I heard that Zhao Deng's father is one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. I think he only became the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion because of his connections. I see. At this moment, Zhao Deng had not gone far with Tong Zhong. He could clearly hear the 9 black armored guards' discussion as though there was no one else around. It made him so angry that he almost threw up blood. Did they not say that the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored guards were well-disciplined and had high standards? Why were they so sarcastic when they spoke? At this moment, Zhao Deng seemed to have completely forgotten how arrogant he was when he was facing the 9 black armored guards just now. In the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. Go in. Tong Zhong glanced at Zhao Deng coldly. After Zhao Deng obediently entered the central main hall, he stood at the entrance of the central main hall like a door god. Who was inside the central main hall that made Tong Zhong, the black armored guard centurion, personally guard the entrance. After Zhao Deng entered, he only saw one person. Moreover, it was someone he was familiar with. Gu Li? In the huge central main hall, apart from Zhao Deng who had just entered, Gu Li was the only one left. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, why are you here? When Gu Li saw Zhao Deng, he could not help but frown. Based on Gu Li's expression, it was obvious he did not know Zhao Deng would appear here. Zhao Deng remained silent. What could he say? Could he tell him that he had followed Zhao Deng here? However, Gu Li was not stupid. Soon after, he figured out the reason Zhao Deng appeared here. Why you followed me? I just want to know where that Ling Tian is. The direction you went after leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion is the same as the direction he left. Do you dare to say you're not here to look for him? The moment Zhao Deng thought about that Ling Tian, he was furious. If it was not for that fellow, his son would not have died. If it was not for that fellow, he would not have followed Gu Li and would not have been trapped in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Apart from that, up until now, he still had no idea what the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was trying to do. How did he know he would come to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Why did he personally receive him? That's right. I'm here to look for junior brother Ling Tian. When Gu Li saw Zhao Deng still dared to act so arrogantly in his junior brother Ling Tian's territory even though he had already arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, Gu Li was inwardly amused. He did not bother to hide his intentions and replied straightforwardly. Since that's the case, why can't I follow you? Zhao Deng smirked. However, I really didn't expect your father, Gu Xiaiyun, would actually know a high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Since he's willing to take in Ling Tian for your father's sake, I'm sure he must have an extraordinary position in the Azure Cloud Mansion, right? Zhao Deng continued to say. His expression seemed to say, I've already guessed it. When Zhao Deng saw Gu Li did not reply for a long time, he thought he had admitted to it. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you speechless now that I've guessed correctly? At this moment, Zhao Deng seemed to have forgotten the reason he was here. Otherwise, he would not have said such a thing. Which high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion would dare to bring his guests to the central main hall? The central main hall was the place where the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion received his guests. The reason Gu Li did not respond was because he was shocked by Zhao Deng's words. However, when he thought about it, he felt relieved. After all, he still did not know the true identity of his junior brother Ling Tian. Yes. You've guessed correctly. I have nothing to say. In the face of Zhao Deng's overbearing words, Gu Li nodded his head numbly. His expression seemed to say, whatever you say is right. However, he was cursing him inwardly. However, when Zhao Deng saw Gu Li was so tactful, he did not feel smug at all. This was because he could see the abnormality in Gu Li's behavior. The current Gu Li was completely different from the Gu Li in his memory. Was Gu Li someone who would compromise so easily? Of course not. At this moment, Zhao Deng calmed down again. After he calmed down, he recalled where he was. The central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion is the place where the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion gathers the higher-ranking officials for a meeting. Gu Li, don't tell me you're here as well? Just as Zhao Deng was about to ask Gu Li if he was invited by the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a voice sounded from outside. Zhao Deng was no stranger to this voice. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, long time no see. As the voice sounded, a figure walked in from outside the central main hall. The person who entered was none other than Duan Lingtian, junior brother Lingtian. When he finally saw Duan Lingtian, a delighted expression appeared on Gu Li's face as he walked up to him. "Senior brother Gu Li, you're here." Duan Lingtian laughed when he saw Gu Li walking up to him. "Lingtian." When Duan Lingtian and Gu Li were standing together, Zhao Deng's gloomy voice sounded in a timely manner. "I can't believe you're still alive. Tell me, who killed my son that day?" Zhao Deng's tone was filled with questions. Duan Lingtian nodded at Gu Li before he looked at Zhao Deng again. He smiled faintly as he said, "Vice Mansion Master Zhao, is there even a need to ask? Naturally, I'm the one who killed your son." "You're not worthy." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only was Zhao Deng not enraged, but he had a disdainful expression on his face. His son was at the early Divine Saint stage. How could Duan Lingtian kill him? "What? Vice Mansion Master Zhao, do you think I'm not capable of killing an early Divine Saint stage devil cultivator like your son?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he narrowed his eyes. Early Divine Saint stage devil cultivator. Before Zhao Deng could reply, Gu Li was shocked. Zhao Ji was an early Divine Saint stage devil cultivator? In his memory, Zhao Ji was only an intermediate refined Saint stage martial cultivator 2 years ago. Chapter 1843. Isn't that so? Zhao Deng glanced at Duan Lingtian disdainfully and smirked. "My son had a great fortuitous encounter and came across an ancient devil beast relic. He obtained the ancient devil beast's inheritance and broke through to the early divine saint stage from the intermediate refined saint stage in less than 2 years. Although your innate talent is great, your cultivation base is only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. You want to kill my son? You must be dreaming." Ancient devil beast relic. Early divine saint stage. Originally, Gu Li was already shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, when he heard Zhao Deng's words, he realized Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. He was shocked as well. Zhao Ji is so lucky? He actually came across an ancient devil beast relic and obtained the ancient devil beast's inheritance. He broke through from the intermediate refined saint stage to the early divine saint stage in less than 2 years? When Gu Li thought about how he had only recently broken through to the early divine saint stage despite all his hard work, he felt a sense of injustice. Ancient devil beast relic? Ancient devil beast's inheritance? When Duan Lingtian heard Zhao Deng's words, he was stunned. However, he could not help but laugh. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, Zhao Ji told you he came across an ancient devil beast relic and obtained the ancient devil beast's inheritance? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Deng with a strange smile on his face. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Deng's expression turned grave. He did not know why Duan Lingtian was laughing. "Vice Mansion Master Zhao, it seems like your son isn't being honest in front of you." "Well, if he didn't think I was going to die that day, he wouldn't have told me the truth about how his cultivation base had improved so quickly." Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Deng deeply. The smile on his face widened when he reached the end of his sentence. "What do you mean by that? What truth?" Zhao Deng's expression turned grave. At this time, Gu Li also looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. He didn't know what Duan Lingtian wanted to say, but he was looking forward to what Lingtian was going to say next. "The truth is, Zhao Ji didn't come across any relic of the ancient devil beast's divine ability, nor did he obtain any ancient devil beast's inheritance. The reason why his cultivation base rose so quickly was because he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, just like Palace Master Zhu from the Heavenly Palace." Duan Lingtian calmly replied to Zhao Deng's question. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Devouring dark devil technique. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li's eyes narrowed. The way he looked at Zhao Deng changed completely. "Zhao Deng, you actually allowed your son to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. You really have some guts. Nonsense. As Zhao Deng glared at Duan Lingtian, a vast energy surged out of his body. Lingtian, my son is already dead. I won't allow anyone to slander him. Slander? Duan Lingtian smiled. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I didn't slander your good son. He admitted everything I know. Moreover, he even told me that he was the one who pulled the strings between Palace Master Zhu and Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Perhaps, if he didn't pull the strings, Palace Master Zhu might not have been able to reach an agreement with Su Jing. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes turned cold immediately. When Zhao Deng heard Duan Lingtian's words, he fell silent for a moment. He still remembered when he was keeping an eye on Su Jing, his son had gone to the secret underground chamber where Su Jing was imprisoned. He had even stood in front of Su Jing's bed for a long time. At that time, he thought his son had contacted Su Jing. However, his son said he had not. At that time, he did not suspect his son at all. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words today, he recalled the scene that day. He found it even stranger. Moreover, his originally determined heart was starting to waver. Don't tell me really contacted Su Jing? He didn't tell me because he was afraid I wouldn't let him cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, his heart sank. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Ji must have found out that Palace Master Zhu was humiliated by Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market. He must have taken advantage of Palace Master Zhu's desire to seek revenge and persuaded Palace Master Zhu to rescue Su Jing. These were all Duan Lingtian's speculations. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Ji shouldn't have been in the mystical sky mansion when the young women in the west were turned into dried corpses, right? Moreover, Zhao Ji must have returned to the mystical sky mansion after the matter there was exposed, right? Duan Lingtian asked word by word as he looked at Zhao Deng. When Zhao Deng heard this, he thought about it carefully and realized it was indeed the case. Stop slandering me if you don't have any evidence. Naturally, even if Zhao Deng had doubts in his heart, he would not admit it. Put aside the fact that his son was dead, even if his son was still alive, he would not admit to it even if he was 100% certain his son had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. In fact, those who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique were like rats on the street in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Everyone wanted to beat them up. Evidence. Duan Lingtian smiled. Do you want me to swear on the lightning penalty oath? I want you to know I'm not lying. There's no need for that. I won't believe you anyway. Zhao Deng immediately rejected Duan Lingtian's words when he heard it. However, in the depths of his heart, he was almost certain his son had indeed cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Otherwise, Lingtian would not have dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Gu Li had the same thought as Zhao Deng. To think Zhao Ji cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? He deserved to die. Gu Li said coldly. He did not care about Zhao Deng's cold gaze at all. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. As for whether Zhao Ji cultivated the devouring dark devil technique or not, I'm sure you're very clear about it, Vice Mansion Master Zhao. Duan Lingtian said as he stared at Zhao Deng. Lingtian, I'll ask you one more time. Who killed my son? Is the person who killed my son related to you? Otherwise, why did he die instead of you? Zhao Deng asked coldly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I've already told you the truth. I killed Zhao Ji. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Zhao Deng's repeated questions. When he reached the end of his sentence, he shrugged helplessly. All right. You said you killed him? Then, can you tell me how a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage like you managed to kill an early divine saint stage devil cultivator? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave immediately. He had almost lost his patience. If it was not for the fact that he wanted an answer from Duan Lingtian, he would have attacked and killed Duan Lingtian. Under normal circumstances, with my cultivation base, it's indeed difficult for me to kill Zhao Ji. Duan Lingtian nodded and confirmed Zhao Deng's words. Under Zhao Deng's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian continued to say, However, no matter how strong Zhao Ji is, he's only an early Divine Saint stage devil cultivator. Let alone an early Divine Saint stage devil cultivator, even a devil cultivator at the peak of the Divine Saint stage won't be able to survive in front of me. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his body emitted a strong sense of confidence. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, both Zhao Deng and Gu Li were stunned. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like he could even kill a devil cultivator at the peak of the Divine Saint stage? That's right. Junior brother Lingtian has the Devil Seal tablet. When Gu Li heard Duan Lingtian's words, he also found it hard to believe. However, when he thought about it, he recalled the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, that Duan Lingtian had obtained in the past. With his junior brother Lingtian's true origin that was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage, once he activated the Devil Seal tablet, he would indeed be able to kill all devil cultivators below the exemplary saint stage. It was not an exaggeration when he said he could kill a devil cultivator at the peak of the saint stage. Naturally, Gu Li felt at ease because he knew Duan Lingtian's true identity and Duan Lingtian possessed the Devil Seal tablet. Zhao Deng, on the other hand, was unaware of all this. What a joke! Zhao Deng regained his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. He said disdainfully, "Lingtian, even if you want to boast, shouldn't you at least prepare a draft first? You're just a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Not only did you boast shamelessly that you can kill an early Divine Saint stage devil cultivator, but you even dare to say you can kill a devil cultivator at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Or perhaps, do you think I'm an idiot?" When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, a smirk appeared on his face. "Ha!" Duan Lingtian laughed out loud. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Deng was slightly angered. "Don't tell me I'm wrong? Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I think you're an idiot." Under Zhao Deng's furious gaze, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "Didn't you hear what I said earlier? I've said that under normal circumstances, it's indeed difficult for me to kill Zhao Ji with my cultivation base. However, what if I have something else to rely on? I wonder if you've heard of a Super Saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land that specializes in restraining devil cultivators." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he intentionally reminded Zhao Deng. 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking? Super Saint weapon? Or was it a Super Saint weapon that specialized in restraining devil cultivators? Devil Seal tablet. A thought popped up in Zhao Deng's mind at the first moment. As far as he knew, the only Super Saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking that could restrain a devil cultivator was the Devil Seal tablet. If he used the Devil Seal tablet, he could even kill a devil cultivator whose cultivation base was one stage higher than his. The Devil Seal tablet. Wasn't it rumored that a young man had obtained it a few years ago? That young man seems to be called Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost as he cried out, "Why are Duan Lingtian?" Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Zhao Deng shook his head and denied his speculation. Chapter 1844. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not look like his original appearance. In order to meet Zhao Deng, he had disguised himself as Lingtian. Something's not right? Upon hearing Zhao Deng's words, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, "Do you think I'm not Duan Lingtian because there are no traces of disguise on my face?" Before Zhao Deng could reply, he saw the muscles on Lingtian's face twitching. Soon after, a brand new face appeared before his eyes. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed such a miraculous disguise technique existed in this world. It was clearly a disguise, but his divine consciousness could not detect any traces of disguise at all. "You're Duan Lingtian." After recovering from his shock, Zhao Deng studied Duan Lingtian for a while before he discovered Duan Lingtian's appearance was exactly the same as the person in the portrait he had seen a few years ago. The person in the portrait at that time was none other than Duan Lingtian who had obtained the Devil Seal tablet. "That's right. I'm Duan Lingtian." Vice Mansion Master Zhao, do you believe that I was the one who killed your son? Duan Lingtian asked mockingly. Zhao Deng's expression turned grave. When he saw Duan Lingtian's true appearance, he knew everything Duan Lingtian had said was true. His son was indeed killed by Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, Duan Lingtian had killed his son by activating the Devil Seal tablet. He still remembered his son's death was caused by his soul being destroyed. There were no traces of external injuries on his body at all. The Devil Seal tablet had directly destroyed the Devil Cultivator's soul when it killed him. All of his doubts were cleared up. He had finally found his son's murderer. Lingtian. No, I should call you Duan Lingtian. Apart from hatred, Zhao Deng's eyes were filled with greed for the Devil Seal tablet when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Thank you for telling me that you're the one who killed my son. If that's the case, I'll give you a quick death. Just as Zhao Deng finished his sentence, the power that he had been accumulating suddenly surged. He moved and was about to charge at Duan Lingtian. There was only one thought left in Zhao Deng's mind. Kill Duan Lingtian, avenge his son, and seize the Devil Seal tombstone. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 Super Saint artifacts on the 10 Great Saint artifact ranking. It was something that everyone dreamed of obtaining. Naturally, Zhao Deng was tempted by it. At this moment, Zhao Deng had completely forgotten that he was in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He had never wondered why Duan Lingtian dared to reveal his true face in front of him and admit to killing his son. At this moment, Zhao Deng had completely lost himself due to his desire for revenge and greed. How dare you! Just as Zhao Deng's body was leaning forward slightly, a thunderous voice reverberated in the main hall. It was deafening. One could vaguely hear the voice belonged to an old man. At the same time, a ghostly figure blocked Zhao Deng's path. Bang! He did not seem to have made any movements, but Zhao Deng, who was charging out with the force of wind and thunder, was casually sent flying away. He fell on the ground in a wretched state. Barf! Zhao Deng was in a daze from the fall. He opened his mouth and threw up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up, but due to his severe injuries, he could not stand up. When he opened his eyes and looked ahead, he saw an old figure standing in front of Duan Lingtian to protect him. Rong Yuan. Horror dawned on Zhao Deng when he saw the old man standing in front of Duan Lingtian. Rong Yuan was one of the right-hand men of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He was as famous as Kumi. In the entire Mystical Sky Mansion, his strength was only inferior to the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was even more powerful than the 2 great guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion. Young Mansion Master. However, when Zhao Deng saw Rong Yuan turning around and bowing respectfully at Duan Lingtian, his eyes widened in shock. Young Mansion Master? Only the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion could be addressed as Young Mansion Master by Rong Yuan, right? However, he had never heard that the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion had a son. Moreover, this person was the murderer of his son. Duan Lingtian. Both of them have the surname Duan. When Zhao Deng regained his senses, he muttered the names of Duan Lingtian and Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Soon after, he realized they had the same surname. His heart sank again. Don't tell me this Duan Lingtian is really the son of Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? That's not right. If he's the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he disguise himself as Lingtian and come to our Mystical Sky Mansion? Don't tell me it's because of the Saint Martial secret zone? Zhao Deng could not figure it out. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect the lad whom his Zhao clan wanted to kill so badly was actually the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Elder Rong. Duan Lingtian smiled in response to Rong Yuan's greeting. He did not dare to slight this old man who had been by his cheapskate father's side for many years. As for the misunderstanding previously, after his father explained it to him, he knew he had misunderstood the old man. Rong Yuan had indeed passed the exquisite jade box to his father, and it was his father who asked Rong Yuan to tell the black armored guard that he was a swindler. The reason his father did that was mainly for the sake of probing his cultivation. Since they had buried the hatchet, there was no longer any misunderstanding between him and Rong Yuan. Young Mansion Master, How should we deal with this person? Faced with Duan Lingtian, Rong Yuan was extremely humble. It was as though he treated Duan Lingtian as his most respected mansion master, Duan Ruffing. Love me, love my dog. Restrain him first. Leave the rest to me, Duan Lingtian said. Rong Yuan nodded respectfully before he turned around. With a raise of his hand, he restrained Zhao Deng, who was trying to escape. The energy that belonged to an exemplary saint stage powerhouse transformed into an invisible energy and entered Zhao Deng's body, completely suppressing his strength. Zhao Deng instantly fell to the ground with a pale face. He had turned into an ordinary person in just a short time. Duan Lingtian strode forward and stood in front of Zhao Deng. He looked down at Zhao Deng, who was lying on the ground, and clicked his tongue as he asked, "Vice Mansion Master Zhao, are you all right?" Various expressions appeared on Zhao Deng's face as he lay on the ground. The hatred and greed in his eyes had disappeared at this moment and were replaced by panic and despair. His son's death and the Devil Seal tablet had all been tossed to the back of his mind at this moment. Currently, the most precious thing to him was undoubtedly his life. Only when he was alive would he be able to think about other things. If he was dead, he would lose everything. Young Mansion Master. At this moment, along with a respectful cry, a scene that exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations appeared. Zhao Deng, who was temporarily reduced to an ordinary person after his strength was restrained by Rong Yuan, fell to his knees in front of Duan Lingtian after rolling on the ground. Young Mansion Master, Zhao Deng didn't know your identity beforehand. Please forgive me for offending you. Please spare my worthless life, Young Mansion Master. I promise I won't offend you again in the future. If you don't believe me, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath. At this moment, Zhao Deng had abandoned his dignity as the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. There was only one thought left in his mind. Survive. I must find a way to survive. This was because he had not lived long enough. He did not want to die yet. As expected of father and son. You're indeed jackals of the same tribe. Zhao Deng, the way you're wagging your tail and begging for mercy is very similar to how your son looked before he died. He had also begged for mercy before. If Zhao Deng had a little backbone, perhaps, Duan Lingtian would have respected him a little. However, the way Zhao Deng was wagging his tail and begging for mercy made him feel disgusted. Zhao Deng had heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he was infuriated, he did not dare to show it on his face. He was as humble as he could be. Young Mansion Master, if you're willing to spare me, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to be your dog. From today onward, I'll bite wherever you point it without any hesitation. Zhao Deng's humility made Duan Lingtian frown. Was this really the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion? Gu Li, who had been standing quietly at the side all this while, also looked at Zhao Deng. He could not help but scold, "Zhao Deng, you're not worthy to be the Vice Mansion Master of our Mystical Sky Mansion. You've already embarrassed our Mystical Sky Mansion." However, Zhao Deng acted as though he did not hear Gu Li's scolding. He looked at Duan Lingtian pleadingly. At this moment, the only thing left in his mind was the desire to live. He did not care about anything else. At this moment, even Rong Yuan was frowning. It was obvious he was disgusted by Zhao Deng's cowardice. "Young Mansion Master, I beg of you, please spare me this time." Zhao Deng continued to beg for mercy. "Elder Rong, I don't want to see him again." A hint of disgust flashed in the depth of Duan Lingtian's eyes. He did not want to see Zhao Deng acting like this. No matter what, he's the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. I really have to hand it to him for being so cowardly in the face of death. No! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhao Deng's eyes widened. Horror dawned on his face as he rolled and struggled on the ground. With his strength sealed, he was destined to be a fish waiting to be slaughtered. After killing Zhao Deng, Rong Yuan also retreated from the central main hall. Senior Uncle Tong Zhong, the centurion of the Black Armored Army, had been standing outside the central main hall since a long time ago. When he saw Rong Yuan retreating, he immediately bowed at him respectfully. Tong Zhong's master was Ku Mi, who was as famous as Rong Yuan in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Rong Yuan and Ku Mi were not senior brothers, they had long regarded each other as brothers since they had been good friends for many years. For this reason, Rong Yuan's disciples would usually address Ku Mi as junior uncle. Ku Mi's disciples, on the other hand, would address Rong Yuan as senior uncle. In terms of age, Rong Yuan was slightly older than Ku Mi. After Rong Yuan retreated, only Duan Lingtian and Gu Li were left in the central main hall. Both of them looked at each other and smiled wryly. Senior brother Gu Li. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence. I'm afraid I won't be able to go to the upper province in the near future. I think I'll have to wait for another year or so before I can go to the upper province. Chapter 1845. It doesn't matter. It's just a year. I'll wait for you. I can also use this time to consolidate my cultivation base. However, since you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and I'm in your territory, you'll have to find me a good place to cultivate. Gu Li nodded. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of a joke could be heard in his voice. As soon as Gu Li finished speaking, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. An object suddenly appeared in the air and shot toward Gu Li at high speed. However, this bit of speed was nothing in front of Gu Li. As Gu Li raised his hand, he grabbed the thing that broke through the air. When he looked at it, it was a light token that looked like it was made of wood. The word 9 was engraved on the front. When he flipped the token around, he saw a few floating stone platforms carved on the back. Each of the stone platforms had its own independent stone chamber. At the bottom right of the diagram, there were 3 small words carved on it. Azure Cloud Platform. This is the key to Azure Cloud Platform number 9? As though he had recalled something, Gu Li could not help but take a deep breath. The Azure Cloud Platform was an extremely good place to cultivate in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The spirit gathering formation inside was directly connected to the quasi-third grade Saint Stone Reserve in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Generally speaking, only some outstanding disciples in the Azure Cloud Mansion were allowed to enter the Azure Cloud Platform to cultivate. This was because one had to be strong enough to enter the Azure Cloud Platform to cultivate. There were a total of 81 Azure Cloud platforms. It was said that all of them were suspended above the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion and were divided into different grades. At the highest point, there were a total of 9 Azure Cloud platforms. They formed a circle and were respectively Azure Cloud Platform number 1, Azure Cloud Platform number 2, Azure Cloud Platform number 3, and Azure Cloud Platform number 9. It was said that in terms of cultivation environment, these 9 Azure Cloud platforms were not inferior to the cultivation place of the Azure Cloud Mansion's high-ranking officials. At this moment, the key to Azure Cloud Platform number 9 in Gu Li's hand was the key to open the Azure Cloud Platform number 9. Only those who had the key could enter the Azure Cloud Platform number 9 to cultivate. Below the 9 Azure Cloud platforms that formed a circle, there were a total of 18 Azure Cloud platforms that formed a circle. The cultivation environment of these 18 Azure Cloud platforms was slightly worse than the previous 9 platforms. Further down were the Azure Cloud platforms that formed a circle. There were a total of 54 of them. Although the cultivation environment here was slightly inferior to the Azure Cloud platforms on the upper 2 floors, it was not too bad. It was much better than the place where the disciples of the Azure Cloud Mansion usually cultivated. The cultivation environment of the 81 Azure Cloud platforms was extremely good. It was only natural that many Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples would want to cultivate there. However, in order to enter the Azure Cloud platform to cultivate, one also needed to have extraordinary strength. If one's strength was weak, even if one temporarily occupied an Azure Cloud platform, it would be taken away by another person in the blink of an eye. As expected of the son of the mystical Sky Mansion's guardian Gu. You actually know about our Azure Cloud Mansion's Azure Cloud platform. This is indeed the key to the Azure Cloud Platform number 9. I've already spoken to the elder in charge of the Azure Cloud platform. Once you enter the Azure Cloud Platform number 9 to cultivate, the disciples of our Azure Cloud Mansion won't fight with you for the Azure Cloud Platform number 9. Along with a voice, a ghost-like figure appeared in the central hall. This person was none other than the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing. As for the key to the Azure Cloud Platform number 9, he was also the one who gave it to Gu Li. Father. When Duan Lingtian saw how Duan Ruffing had arranged everything, his heart was filled with warmth. Greetings, Mansion Master Duan. At the same time, Gu Li had also regained his senses and bowed at Duan Ruffing. I heard that when Tian-O was in the mystical sky mansion, you and your father took good care of him. Duan Ruffing will remember this favor. Duan Ruffing nodded at Gu Li and said with a smile, however, since you're Tian-Er's friend and he addressed your father as Uncle Gu, you can just call me Uncle Duan in the future. There's no need to call me Mansion Master Duan. Yes, Uncle Duan. Gu Li was not an inflexible person. He immediately changed the way he addressed Duan Ruffing. In the next instant, Gu Li returned the key to the Azure Cloud Platform number 9 to Duan Ruffing. Under Duan Ruffing's puzzled gaze, Gu Li said, Uncle Duan, I've long heard that the Azure Cloud Platform in your Azure Cloud Mansion is the best touchstone. For this reason, I'd like to compete for the Azure Cloud Platform as an Azure Cloud Mansion's disciple instead of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Gu Li was not a law-abiding person by nature. If he was given special privileges directly, he would feel uncomfortable. It would be better for him to rely on his own strength to make a name for himself. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Ruffing looked at him with admiration before taking back the key to the Azure Cloud Platform number 9 without saying anything. Since you've said so, I'll agree to your request. However, I have to remind you that without the key to the Azure Cloud Mansion number 9, it'll be difficult for you to enter the 9 best Azure Cloud platforms to cultivate with your strength. In our Azure Cloud Mansion, due to the existence of the Black Armored Army, many disciples at the Divine Saint stage and above are unwilling to become ordinary elders in order to compete for the position of a centurion in the Black Armored Army. This is because once they become ordinary elders, they won't be able to enter the Black Armored Army anymore. Do you understand what I mean? Duan Ruffing asked when he reached the end of his sentence. I understand, Uncle Duan. Gu Li nodded. As for Duan Lingtian, who had returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion for a period of time, he, naturally, knew what his father meant. Due to the rule of the Azure Cloud Mansion's elders not being able to enter the Black Armored Army, many Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples at the Divine Saint stage and above were unwilling to become elders in the Azure Cloud Mansion. For this reason, they would rather give up the high-class cultivation environment where they could sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor and choose the Azure Cloud platform that was filled with unstable factors. All the elders in the Azure Cloud Mansion had their own cultivation place. The cultivation environment there was comparable to the best 9 Azure Cloud platforms. For this reason, among the Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples who competed for the Azure Cloud platform, apart from the group of eminent Saint stage powerhouses, there were also many powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above. At the very least, the best 9 Azure Cloud platforms were usually occupied by Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples at the Divine Saint stage. Based on Gu Li's current intention, it was clear that he wanted to challenge the Azure Cloud platform and compete for the best cultivation place. Perhaps he would be able to gain something during this process. It was something that he could not obtain by sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Since Duan Ruffing respected Gu Li's opinion, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian would respect it as well. Senior brother Gu Li, you'll have to work hard then. As long as I'm free, I'll definitely visit you. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at Gu Li. Why? Junior brother Lingtian, don't you want to challenge the Azure Cloud platform? Gu Li asked with a smile. With my current cultivation base, it's impossible for me to obtain the best 9 Azure Cloud platforms under normal circumstances. Moreover, I'll be pressed for time in the coming days. Duan Lingtian shook his head. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, it would be difficult for him to defeat Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples at the Divine Saint stage or above. However, it was impossible for him to use the Jasper Celestial Sword in the Azure Cloud platform. The Jasper Celestial Sword was his killing weapon. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, it would definitely draw blood. Those who cultivated in the Azure Cloud platform were all Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples. They were all on his side. Naturally, he would not use the Jasper Celestial Sword on them. In the next 10 months, Duan Lingtian would be pressed for time. He needed the best cultivation environment, so he would not have the time to challenge the Azure Cloud platform at all. Moreover, since he wanted to enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate, he needed an absolutely quiet and undisturbed cultivation environment. His father, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, could easily provide such a cultivation environment for him. All in all, he did not plan to cultivate in the Azure Cloud platform at all. Perhaps he would go there in the future. However, that would be after he fulfilled the 5-year pact. Junior brother Lingtian, did something happen to you? Naturally, Gu Li knew Duan Lingtian was not someone who was afraid of trouble. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could faintly sense a dangerous aura. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he looked at Duan Rufeng as if asking for Duan Rufeng's opinion. Duan Rufeng nodded. Senior brother Gu Li. Then, Duan Lingtian told him about the 5-year pact between him and Diju of the Dragons. Diju? The 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragons. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on Gu Li's face as his eyes widened. He hastily said, Junior brother Ling De no. You can't fulfill the 5-year pact. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. At this moment, Gu Li seemed to have lost his composure. It was as though he was the one who was in danger and not Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, senior brother Gu Li. There's still 10 months left. I'm confident. Duan Lingtian smiled. How confident are you? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li was non-committal. Diju is a 5-clawed golden dragon from the Imperial Dragons. Although he hasn't fully matured, his strength is already comparable to some of the weaker 5-clawed golden dragon elders. Moreover, you've also said that he was already at the peak of the Divine Saint stage 5 years ago. Now that 5 years have passed, it's very likely that he has already entered the Exemplary Saint stage. Even if he hasn't entered the Exemplary Saint stage and is still at the peak of the Divine Saint stage, he's still not someone you can deal with. Although you have the Devil Seal tablet, it can only deal with devil cultivators. Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, isn't a devil cultivator, Gu Li said with a hint of dread on his face. For this reason, junior brother Lingtian, it doesn't matter if you don't fulfill the 5-year promise. Even if news of this spreads out, nobody will say that you're a coward. After all, you weren't even born when Diju became famous. Gu Li advised. Senior brother Gu Li, there's no need for you to advise me anymore. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've already decided on this matter. Don't worry, I won't joke about my life. Moreover, you've known me for quite some time now. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would ask for trouble? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile when he reached the end of his sentence. Gu Li was stunned. Now that he thought about it, ever since they had known each other, this junior brother Lingtian before him was indeed not the kind of person who would ask for trouble. During the death duel outside the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, this junior brother Lingtian had overpowered Zhao Kun, a disciple from the Zhao clan, and killed him even though most people did not think he would win. Junior brother Lingtian, it's different this time. Chapter 1846. In the end, Gu Li did not manage to persuade Duan Lingtian. In fact, nobody could persuade Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat Diju and obtain the opportunity to enter the Saint Land of the Dragons, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. After Gu Li went to the Azure Cloud platform, Duan Lingtian returned to his father's mansion and went to the room his mother had prepared for him. In the entire Azure Cloud mansion, apart from those special spirit pools, Duan Rufeng's mansion was undoubtedly the best place to cultivate since it was directly connected to the quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone Reserve. This place was surrounded by the heaven and earth spirit energy all year round. However, with Duan Lingtian's current appetite, although the spirit pool was good, it did not suit him at all. This was because he could completely absorb the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in a short period of time. At that time, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area would become thin and affect his cultivation. Moreover, even if all the spirit pools in the Azure Cloud Mansion were given to him, the supply would not be able to meet the demand. For this reason, it was better for him to stay in his father's mansion and cultivate obediently. However, although Duan Lingtian had been in the Azure Cloud Mansion for many days, news about him did not spread out at all. Even in the Azure Cloud Mansion, there were only a handful of people who knew he was the young mansion master. Up until now, only the few exemplary saint stage powerhouses under his father's command and those whom they could trust knew he was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. There were even fewer people who knew he was in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The reason he kept such a low profile was none other than the Devil Seal Tablet in his possession. The Devil Seal Tablet was one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even the powerhouses in the upper province would covet it. For this reason, for the sake of Duan Lingtian's safety and the Azure Cloud Mansion's safety, Duan Ruffing did not spread the news that his son was Duan Lingtian. This was because the name Duan Lingtian was a very sensitive topic in the WCI subterranean. As long as this name was mentioned, everyone would immediately think of the Devil Seal Tablet. The most important thing right now is to transform the Golden Crow's wings to the second form. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the Eminent Saint stage. After I've broken through to the Eminent Saint stage, if I can raise my cultivation base to the intermediate stage before the 5-year promise, there shouldn't be any problem. Although to encourage himself to break through to the heavens, he was to encourage himself. Was the elementary devouring technique something he could master just because he said so? How could he break through to the intermediate Eminent Saint stage just because he wanted to? If he could not master the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and break through to the intermediate Eminent Saint stage, other than using the Jasper Celestial Sword, what else could he use to fight Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon? If he did not have the elementary devouring tactic and his cultivation base had not broken through to the intermediate Eminent Saint stage, even if he had comprehended the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword and relied on the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, he was not confident he could defeat Diju without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. As for his physical body, he had no advantage at all. Although his body was stronger than a 6-clawed divine dragon with the same cultivation base, a 5-clawed divine dragon could not be compared to him at all. However, even if he had broken through to the intermediate Eminent Saint stage, his body was only equivalent to a 6-clawed divine dragon at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage at most. Although a 6-clawed divine dragon was stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon, how could a 6-clawed divine dragon at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage compare to a 5-clawed golden dragon at the peak of the Divine Saint stage in terms of body strength? In fact, a 5-clawed golden dragon was one of the best among the 5-clawed divine dragons. No matter which aspect it was almost on par with a 6-clawed divine dragon. I almost forgot. Diju's strength can't be compared to an ordinary human martial cultivator. When Duan Lingtian thought about the powerful body of the dragons, his expression turned grave immediately. Previously, he was confident because he was facing an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the saint stage or early exemplary saint stage. Now, he finally remembered Diju was a 5-clawed golden dragon. A 5-clawed golden dragon at the peak of the divine saint stage had a monstrous body. Then, what about a 5-clawed golden dragon at the early exemplary saint stage? Just the thought of it made Duan Lingtian's scalp go numb. For a time, Duan Lingtian only felt an invisible pressure pressing down on him. It pressed down on him to the point he felt a little breathless and almost suffocated. In the face of this pressure, Duan Lingtian immediately entered the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He greedily absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy and began to refine the Golden Crow's wings. The Golden Crow's wings were constantly changing. It would not take long before it would successfully transform into the 2nd form. At that time, he would no longer have to suppress his cultivation base, and he would be able to break through to the early Eminent Saint stage in one go. While Duan Lingtian was working hard to refine the Golden Crow's wings, the faraway mystical sky mansion was not peaceful as well. Zhao Jin, the guardian of mystical sky mansion, stared at the shattered soul pearl in front of him with wide eyes. A bloody luster spread from his eyes before it completely covered his eyes. It was as though they had transformed into a pair of blood-red eyes. Bang, 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 bang. As Zhao Jin's robe fluttered, the hairband on his head of grayish-white hair fluttered even though there was no wind. The tables and chairs in the huge side palace shook as well, emitting a series of crisp sounds. No matter who it is, I'll make you pay with your life for daring to kill my son. Zhao Jin's atoms apple-bobbed a few times as he spoke. Although his voice was not loud, it contained a ruthless killing intent. The shattered soul pearl belonged to Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, who had died in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, Zhao Jin did not know Zhao Deng had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion, let alone the fact that he had died in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Faced with Rong Yuan, who was so powerful, Zhao Deng could not send any message before he died. In less than a month, his grandson and son had died. This was a huge blow to Zhao Jin. While Zhao Jin was in a frenzy, the entire Mystical Sky Mansion was in an uproar. As the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng did not only leave behind a soul pearl in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Apart from the soul pearl in his residence, there was another soul pearl in the inner mansion of the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion as well. Today, when a Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple went to check his soul pearl, he discovered Zhao Deng's soul pearl had shattered. The Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple's expression turned grave immediately. He immediately reported this matter. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. When this matter was reported, the news quickly spread like a hurricane in the entire Mystical Sky Mansion. Hey, did you hear? Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng is dead. It can't be, right? Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng is very powerful. Moreover, his father is Guardian Zhao Jin. Who's capable of killing him? Who would dare to kill him? Did you receive fake news? It must be true. It said that Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng's soul pearl has shattered. Who's so bold as to kill Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng? When the entire Mystical Sky Mansion was in an uproar, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, was, naturally, alerted as well. He immediately gathered the group of high-ranking officials in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Among these high-ranking officials, there were elders from the Four Peaks with low positions, while those with high positions were Vice Mansion Masters and Guardians. When Guardian Wuxia Yun arrived, almost everyone was present except for Zhao Jin. However, after waiting for a while, Zhao Jin finally arrived. My condolences, Guardian Zhao. When Meng Qing saw Zhao Jin, he sighed and took the initiative to console him. My condolences, Guardian Zhao. After Meng Qing, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Gu Yun, began to console Zhao Jin as well. Naturally, some of them only consoled him verbally, but there was a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. It was obvious they did not mean what they said. Thank you, Mansion Master. Thank you, everyone. Zhao Jin's voice was slightly hoarse. His body faintly emitted a cold aura that kept others at a distance. Guardian Zhao, the reason I've gathered everyone here is to discuss Vice Mansion Master Zhao's death. No matter who it is, the Mystical Sky Mansion won't let them off for killing our Vice Mansion Master. Meng Qing said. Naturally, the most important thing right now is to find Vice Mansion Master Zhao's murderer. Does anyone here have any clues about Vice Mansion Master Zhao? Meng Qing swept his gaze across everyone present. Lord Mansion Master. As soon as Meng Qing finished speaking, one of the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders spoke up. A few days ago, I was patrolling the Earth Palace's perimeter when I saw Vice Mansion Master Zhao rushing south. Oh right, before him, Gu Li, the son of Guardian Gu, also went south. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces were located in the north, south, west, and east respectively. If one left the main mansion and headed south, they would have to pass by the Earth Palace's perimeter. South? Meng Qing frowned. Upon hearing this Mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, Horror dawned on Gu Xiaoyun's face as his heart jolted. Zhao Deng also went south as soon as my son left. It seems like he's planning to follow my son to find little Tian. As one of the mystical Sky Mansion's guardians, Gu Xiaoyun was an experienced person. It was not difficult for him to figure this out. The moment he thought of this, he broke out in cold sweat for his son. However, when he thought about how Zhao Deng was dead and his son's soul pearl was still in his hands, he sighed in relief. At the same time, he could vaguely guess what was going on. That Zhao Deng actually dared to target little Tian. I think he must have died in the hands of a powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Gu Xiaoyun had guessed the cause of Zhao Deng's death, he did not say it out loud. Although he and Zhao Jin were both guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion, they did not have much of a relationship. Moreover, his son had been assassinated a few times in the past. He suspected Zhao Jin was the culprit, but he could not find any evidence. It was only when his son announced he was no longer interested in staying in the mystical Sky Mansion and wanted to roam the upper province that he no longer encountered any assassinations. At that time, he had already confirmed that the person behind the assassination attempts was Zhao Jin. Chapter 1847. South? Guli? Upon hearing the mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, Mansion Master Meng Qing frowned and looked at Gu Xiaoyun. Guardian Gu, do you know why Gu Li went to the south? My son went to look for a friend before heading to the upper province, Gu Xiaoyun replied. Meng Qing did not say anything. He didn't say that Gu Li was looking for Ling Tian, only that he was looking for a friend. Is Gu Li all right? Meng Qing asked. Thank you for your concern, Mansion Master. Gu Li is fine. Gu Xiaoyun shook his head. If something had happened to his son, he would not be so calm. Guardian Gu, can you tell everyone who your son went to look for? Zhao Jin asked in a deep voice as he looked at Gu Xiaoyun coldly. Guardian Zhao, the friend my son went to look for has nothing to do with you, right? Moreover, my son left before your son, Zhao Deng. Don't tell me you think my son hired someone to kill Zhao Deng? Gu Xiaoyun sneered. You? Zhao Jin's expression turned grave. He was rendered speechless. What could he say? Could he say his son had gone to follow Gu Li and that was why something had happened to him? However, as the expression on Zhao Jin's face changed, he gritted his teeth as though he had made up his mind. Zhao Jin looked at Meng Qing and said, Sect leader, a few days ago, my son left the mystical Sky Mansion to follow Guardian Gu's son, Gu Li. Nobody expected Zhao Jin to say such words. The entire place burst into an uproar. Zhao Deng had followed Gu Li? What was he trying to do? Most of the people present on the scene looked at Zhao Jin with a strange expression. As expected, Meng Qing's expression turned grave when he heard Zhao Jin's words. Guardian Zhao, do you mean something happened to Zhao Deng because he was following Gu Li? Yes. Zhao Jin nodded affirmatively. At the same time, he glanced at Gu Xiaoyun. What a joke. Gu Xiaoyun sneered. Zhao Jin, putting aside the fact that my son is not as strong as your son, Zhao Deng, it's impossible for him to kill Zhao Deng. Even if my son kills Zhao Deng, it's his own fault. I really don't know where you got the courage to admit that your son, Zhao Deng, was stalking my son. Don't tell me that Zhao Deng followed my son just to see his back from afar. My son's sexual orientation is very normal. He doesn't have that kind of hobby. The first half of Gu Xiaoyun's sentence was normal, but the second half of his sentence caused everyone to look at him strangely. They didn't expect that this Protector Gu's mouth would be so poisonous. What did he mean by his son's sexual orientation was normal and he didn't have that kind of hobby? According to him, didn't he mean that Zhao Deng's orientation was abnormal and he had that kind of hobby? At the thought of this, they felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Gu Xiaoyun. Facing the strange gazes of the crowd, Zhao Jin was enraged. He roared, the dead should be respected. Don't you think it's too much to humiliate my son like this? Too much? Gu Xiaoyun sneered. Zhao Jin, are you kidding me? It seems like you're the one who's trying to smear my son's reputation. I've gone overboard, but aren't you going overboard? Enough. In the end, It was Meng Qing who spoke in a deep voice and calmed the situation down. Protector Zhao, why is Xiao Deng following Gu Li? Meng Qing's sharp gaze landed on Zhao Jin. Mansion Master, I'm sure you've heard about my grandson, Zhao Ji, being killed. Up until now, the clues that my son, Zhao Deng, and I have are all related to Ling Tian. We've tried to find him, but we haven't found any clues. For this reason, we can only target Gu Li. At this time, Zhao Jin didn't hide some things anymore. After all, he did not have the intention to kill Gu Li. Perhaps, he did have the intention to kill Ling Tian, but he did not show it. We only want to find Ling Tian through Gu Li and ask Ling Tian if he knows who killed my son. Is that wrong? When Zhao Jin reached the end of his sentence, a hint of desolation could be heard from him. At this moment, even Gu Xiaiyun did not say anything. He did not add insult to injury. Although he felt that Zhao Jin's son and grandson deserved to die, at this time and place, it was obviously not the right time to say these words. Protector Gu, did Gu Li go to look for Ling Tian? Meng Qing looked at Gu Xiaiyun. Gu Xiaiyun nodded. When he saw Meng Qing was about to ask something, he beat him to it and said, however, I don't know where he went to look for Ling Tian. I only heard from him that he went to look for Ling Tian so that they could head to the upper province together. Perhaps, they have already left the lower province and arrived at the upper province. Meng Qing nodded before he continued to say, with Gu Li and Ling Tian's strength, even if they joined forces, it's impossible for them to be a match for Vice Mansion Master Zhao. In that case, the person who killed Vice Mansion Master Zhao must be someone else. Protector Zhao, you'll be in charge of investigating Vice Mansion Master Zhao's death. Search in the south. If there's anything you need, the entire Mystical Sky Mansion and I will do our best to help you. Meng Qing promised as he looked at Zhao Jin. What Meng Qing meant was that he wanted Zhao Jin to investigate without any worries since the Mystical Sky Mansion would back him up. The reason Zhao Jin appeared here today was, naturally, because of Meng Qing's words. Otherwise, he would have gone to investigate on his own. He was very clear about this. Let alone him, even if the entire Zhao clan were to investigate the cause of his son's death, it would not be as efficient as the entire Mystical Sky Mansion. After obtaining the promise from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Jin immediately went to investigate in the south. Days passed by, and he soon arrived at the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. Mystical Sky Mansion's protector Zhao Jin seeks an audience with Mansion Master Duan of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Zhao Jin appeared in the sky above the Crouching Dragon Lake alone. He cupped his hands together and bowed in the air. If one looked closely, one could see beads of sweat could be seen on Zhao Jin's forehead. It was apparent even Zhao Jin, the Mystical Sky Mansion's protector, was wary of a colossus like the Azure Cloud Mansion. In fact, Zhao Jin did not plan to come to the Azure Cloud Mansion at all. However, he did not manage to find any clues even after searching the surroundings of the Azure Cloud Mansion. When he recalled the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored army was usually stationed at the Crouching Dragon Lake, he thought there might be some clues about his son, Zhao Deng. For this reason, he braced himself and entered the Crouching Dragon Lake to seek an audience with the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He wanted the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion to ask the black armored guards stationed at the Crouching Dragon Lake if they had seen his son, Zhao Deng. Mystical Sky Mansion's protector Zhao Jin seeks an audience with Mansion Master Duan on behalf of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. When Zhao Jin recalled the promise his Mansion Master had made, he straightened his back and added, boom, 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 boom. Soon after, 10 black armored guards appeared. The Decurion in the lead immediately looked at Zhao Jin and asked, "Your protector Zhao Jin from the Mystical Sky Mansion?" "That's right." Zhao Jin nodded. "You must be the Decurion, right? I'm here to seek an audience with Mansion Master Duan on behalf of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Please help me pass on the message." The Decurion nodded. "Please wait here for a moment," Zhao Jin replied. He did not dare to put on airs in front of the Decurion just because the other party was only an eminent saint stage martial cultivator. As the saying went, When you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to lower your head. Now that he had a favor to ask of the Azure Cloud Mansion, it would not be worth it if he infuriated the Azure Cloud Mansion over some trivial matter. Protector Zhao Jin of Mystical Sky Mansion? He's here to seek an audience with Lord Mansion Master on behalf of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion? Even the Decurion of the Black Armored Army was not qualified to meet the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to this reason, the first person to learn about this was Rong Yuan. Isn't Zhao Jin Zhao Deng's father? His heart skipped a beat. Unknowingly, the corners of Rong Yuan's mouth had already curled up into a cold smile. Bring him to the central main hall and wait there. Rong Yuan left after he spoke to the Decurion of the Black Armored Army who came to report to him. When the Decurion turned around and left, Rong Yuan's voice resonated again. This time, it was a voice transmission. Tell your subordinates to keep their mouths shut about Zhao Jin coming to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yes. The Decurion came to a halt in the air and replied respectfully before he left. Although Rong Yuan did not hold a position in the Black Armored Army, everyone in the Black Armored Army, from the commander to the ordinary soldiers, was respectful to him. Protector Zhao, this way please. After returning, the Decurion looked at Zhao Jin and gestured for him to enter. Thank you. Zhao Jin nodded and followed the Decurion to the main mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion. Under the Decurion's signal, he entered the central main hall. At this moment, the huge central main hall was empty. Zhao Jin stood there without moving as he waited quietly. It was not that he did not want to move, but this was the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion. If he accidentally angered the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, his trip here would be in vain. 15 minutes went by. Half an hour went by. An hour went by. Zhao Jin still did not see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, he did not dare to complain and continued to stand there obediently. Rumble. Approximately 2 hours went by before the door of the central main hall began to move. After a while it closed. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, all the doors and windows in the central main hall closed one after another. At this moment, the entire central main hall was plunged into darkness. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Is this how the Azure Cloud Mansion treats their guests? Zhao Jin's gloomy voice resonated from the darkness. His voice was slightly trembling, and it seemed like he was lacking in energy. Stop flattering yourself. Do you think someone like you is worthy of being a guest of the Azure Cloud Mansion? A second voice suddenly resonated from the darkness. This voice was slightly feminine. It was hard to tell if it was a man's voice or a woman's voice. Who are you? Zhao Jin's voice was slightly flustered. Following that, a dazzling light could be vaguely heard appearing in the dark central main hall. Zhao Jin's figure could be seen gradually appearing as well. You. Thing. Chapter 1848. As soon as the feminine voice left his mouth, the dazzling true origin that surged out of Zhao Jin's body disappeared before it could even appear on the surface of his body. Before the true origin on his body disappeared, one could vaguely see a bright moon appearing at his throat. As soon as the bright moon moved, the true origin on Zhao Jin's body disappeared completely. A mystical sky mansion's guardian is nothing much. The feminine voice sounded again before it disappeared. At the same time, the door of the central main hall opened. The windows and doors in the surroundings opened as well, and the entire main hall was lit up again. In the main hall that was lit up again, only a corpse was left lying on the ground. The owner of the corpse was none other than Guardian Zhao Jin of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was a powerhouse at the early exemplary saint stage. Currently, he was lying in a pool of blood. Blood was still gushing out of his slit throat. Apart from the fatal wound on his throat, one could vaguely see a small red between his brows. It was a drop of blood. If one used their divine consciousness to examine the spot between Zhao Jin's brows, one would definitely be able to see a bloody hole the size of a needle that went through his forehead to the back of his head. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the central main hall was lit up again, 3 black armored guards entered the main hall at lightning speed. One of them brought Zhao Jin's corpse away while the other took away the blood-stained carpet. The last one replaced the carpet in the central main hall with a new one. After the smell of blood dissipated, the central main hall regained its peace. It was as though nothing had happened earlier. This person seems to be a guardian of mystical sky mansion. The black armored guard who was handling Zhao Jin's corpse told the black armored guard who was handling the blood-stained carpet. His name seems to be Zhao Jin. The latter nodded. It said that the 2 guardians of mystical sky mansion are both at the early exemplary saint stage. Earlier, from the moment the central main hall was closed to the moment it reopened, it only took a few breaths for Zhao Jin to die. Based on the marks on his corpse, it must be Lord Yu Wu-ing. The former said. When the name Yu was mentioned, his pupils shrunk. It said that in our Azure Cloud Mansion, apart from Lord Mansion Master, even Elder Rong, Elder Ku, and the Lord Commander have never seen Lord Yu Wu-ying's face. Lord Yu Wu-ing is indeed worthy of being Lord Mansion Master's shadow. He's really elusive. The latter said. On the same day, another piece of news came from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Guardian Zhao Jin of Mystical Sky Mansion was executed for infuriating the Azure Cloud Mansion. Once this news spread, it caused an enormous commotion. After all, he was a guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion, a powerhouse at the early exemplary saint stage. The news quickly spread to the Mystical Sky Mansion. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, led by Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, gathered again. Coincidentally, the last time they had gathered was because of the death of Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng. Today, they had gathered again because of the death of Guardian Zhao Jin. The death of the Zhao clan's father and son caused a commotion in the Mystical Sky Mansion. I'm sure all of you already know about this matter. Guardian Zhao was executed by the Azure Cloud Mansion because he offended them. As Meng Qing spoke in a deep voice, his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. How could it be good-looking? Zhao Jin was one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. He was at the early exemplary saint stage and was one of the pillars of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Currently, Zhao Jin's death was no different from breaking one of the pillars of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Yes. Everyone nodded. What do all of you think about this matter? Meng Qing asked again. I don't think Guardian Zhao would be so rash. There must be some misunderstanding. One of the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion was the first to speak. I think so too. Many people agreed. Guardian Gu, what do you think? Meng Qing asked as he looked at Gu Xiaiyun, who remained silent. I agree with them as well. Moreover, I don't think the Azure Cloud Mansion would kill Guardian Zhao for no reason, Gu Xiaiyun said. I think so too. I can't help but feel that something is amiss. I plan to make a trip to the Azure Cloud Mansion to find out what's going on. Meng Qing said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed. Lord Mansion Master, you mustn't. Mansion Master, you mustn't. Upon hearing Meng Qing's words, many people present on the scene began to panic. What a joke. It was fine if Guardian Zhao died when he barged into the Azure Cloud Mansion. If their Mansion Master went to the Azure Cloud Mansion and followed in Guardian Zhao's footsteps, what would happen to the Mystical Sky Mansion in the future? What would happen to them? Without Meng Qing, the Mystical Sky Mansion would be like a toothless tiger. If the Mystical Sky Mansion declined, these people who relied on the Mystical Sky Mansion would be affected as well. For this reason, they would rather let this matter go than let Meng Qing take the risk. Meng Qing was not only the Mansion Master of the Mystical Sky Mansion, but he was also the pillar of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Don't tell me we're just going to let this matter go? If outsiders find out that the Mystical Sky Mansion is doing nothing about this matter, I wonder what they'll say about us. Meng Qing said in a deep voice. Many people fell silent immediately. Mansion Master. In the end, it was Gu Xiaiyun who broke the silence first. Let me go. If I can return safely from the Azure Cloud Mansion, it means the Azure Cloud Mansion has no intention of targeting the Mystical Sky Mansion or anyone in the Mystical Sky Mansion. If I can't return safely, it means the Azure Cloud Mansion has the intention of falling out with the Mystical Sky Mansion. Gu Xiaoyun stepped forward at the critical moment. In the end, under the persuasion of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, Meng Qing could only dismiss the idea of personally going to the Azure Cloud Mansion. He would let Guardian Gu Xiaoyun go. It only took Gu Xiaoyun 10 days to go to the Azure Cloud Mansion before he returned. After his return, the group of high-ranking officials, including the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, gathered together again. Mansion Master, after I arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, I've been well behaved. The people in the Azure Cloud Mansion are very polite as well. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing, even told me he'd visit the Mystical Sky Mansion if he's free. Mansion Master Duan even said he'd personally welcome you if you visit the Azure Cloud Mansion. Gu Xiaoyun said to Meng Qing in front of everyone. Meng Qing's expression softened immediately. I've long heard that although the Azure Cloud Mansion has risen rapidly, the people in the Azure Cloud Mansion are not as bossy and domineering as the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market. It seems like it has something to do with the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion's humble character. Based on Guardian Gu's words, Mansion Master Duan isn't an unreasonable person. Even if Guardian Zhao had offended the Azure Cloud Mansion, he didn't vent his anger on Guardian Gu and the Mystical Sky Mansion because of Guardian Zhao. In my opinion, Guardian Zhao must have been unkind and offended the Azure Cloud Mansion previously. Moreover, I think it's not an ordinary offense. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials discussed among themselves. Based on their words, everyone was on the Azure Cloud Mansion's side and no one was on Zhao Jin's side. Protector Gu, have you asked about Protector Zhao? Meng Qing asked as he looked at Gu Xiaoyun. Gu Xiaoyun nodded. I've asked Mansion Master Duan. According to Mansion Master Duan, it was Guardian Zhao who entered the Crouching Dragon Lake and asked the black armored guards guarding the Crouching Dragon Lake if they had seen his son, Zhao Deng. The black armored guards said they had just taken over their shift, so they suggested Guardian Zhao to ask the black armored guards from the previous shift. After that, Protector Zhao asked the black armored guard to help look for the black armored guard from the previous shift. The black armored guard said that he couldn't leave his post and had to wait until the next shift to help Protector Zhao. However, Protector Zhao didn't listen. He felt that the black armored guard wasn't giving him face, so he attacked and killed him. Apart from the Decurion who managed to escape, the other 9 black armored guards were killed by Guardian Zhao. Due to this reason, the powerhouses from the Azure Cloud Mansion decided to kill Guardian Zhao. Gu Xiaoyun did not even bat an eyelid when he told the lie. However, he did not feel embarrassed at all even though he was lying. That's too much. Guardian Zhao is too much. That's right. If Guardian Zhao did not kill him, who would the Azure Cloud Mansion kill? Zhao Jin's actions had also aroused the wrath of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Even Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, frowned even though he did not say anything. He felt Zhao Jin had embarrassed the Mystical Sky Mansion. From the beginning until the end, nobody doubted Gu Xiaoyun's words. Not even in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Gu Xiaoyun had made up the rest of his story. Naturally, the first half of his story was true. He had indeed gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion and was warmly received. Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had even personally accompanied him. However, the reason he was treated so well was not because he was the guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion. It was because he was Gu Li's father and had taken care of Duan Lingtian in the past. Just like that, Zhao Jin's death came to an end. The Mystical Sky Mansion did not pursue the matter any further. It was worth mentioning that due to Zhao Deng and Zhao Jin's deaths, the Zhao clan that had lost its 2 pillars began to decline. In the end, it was even reorganized and returned to the Mystical Sky Mansion. In the residence of Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. At this moment, there was no one in the spacious and quiet room. In a small corner behind the bed, a tiny pagoda the size of a speck of dust stood there. Nobody could see it, let alone know that there was something else inside. The second form is a success. Laughter reverberated in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. After many days of hard work, Duan Lingtian had finally tempered the golden crow's wings to the second form. I can finally break through my current cultivation base. After the golden crow's wings was tempered to the second form, this meant that Duan Lingtian no longer had to suppress his cultivation base. He could directly break through to the eminent saint stage. Subsequently, after spending 3 days and 3 nights, Duan Lingtian finally took the first step that he could have taken a long time ago. Early eminent saint stage. When Duan Lingtian sensed the qualitative change in the sun true origin in his body, he was filled with excitement. Chapter 1849. Due to the uniqueness of the sun true origin, although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early eminent saint stage, his strength was comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse. Due to the fact that the sun true origin in his body was comparable to the energy in a divine saint stage powerhouse's body, he could cast his divine ability even though he was only at the eminent saint stage. Golden Crow's wings. As Duan Lingtian called out in his heart, a pair of gigantic golden wings appeared on his back. This pair of wings was completely consolidated by the sun true origin. It shone with a dazzling golden light. From afar, it looked like 2 blazing suns hanging behind Duan Lingtian. According to Hua Lao, as long as I break through to the early eminent saint stage with the help of the second form of the golden crow's wings, my speed is comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. Let's give it a try. As soon as the thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian began to activate the golden crow's wings on his back. The golden crow's wings suddenly flapped before it transformed into 2 rays of golden light that shot out. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian had already shot out far away. He only came to a stop when he reached the edge of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. How fast! At that moment, Duan Lingtian did not even have time to react before he discovered he had already reached the edge of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In fact, his speed earlier was only comparable to an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, with the help of the second form of the golden crow's wings, his speed was comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. Naturally, he could not react in time since the difference between before and after was too great. It was like a newborn child who had suddenly become an adult. It would be difficult for him to adapt in such a short time. So this is the speed that's comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse? Duan Lingtian continued to flap his golden crow's wings as he flew around the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In just a blink of an eye, he had already circled the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda a few times. Wherever he passed, a tornado seemed to have formed in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian's figure was also hidden in the tornado. How fast? Too fast. This speed? Isn't it too exaggerated? Feeling the speed granted by the golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian was excited for a long time before he gradually calmed down. Duan Lingtian retracted his golden crow's wings after he came to a stop. At this moment, the tornado was still raging. The current tornado was formed by the airflow created by Duan Lingtian when he swept past earlier. Without the power to continue, it gradually dissipated until it finally disappeared without a trace. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the void as vast and complex information appeared in his mind. This information was related to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. However, he was actually comprehending the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. After Duan Lingtian immersed his mind, it was as though he had transformed into a statue that sat cross-legged. He did not move at all and did not make a sound. Time passed quietly. A day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. After about 5 months, Duan Lingtian, who was originally in a calm state, finally showed signs of movement. If someone were to observe Duan Lingtian carefully, they would discover that the heaven and earth spirit energy within a 1-meter radius of Duan Lingtian's body was moving toward him at an exaggerated speed before it entered his body. In just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy within a 1-meter radius was almost completely devoured. For a short period of time, the heaven and earth spirit energy within a 1-meter radius became empty. It was only when the heaven and earth spirit energy outside replenished it that it returned to its original state. What a refreshing feeling! Is this the elementary devouring tactic? At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had not blinked for half a month, opened his eyes. An excited expression could be seen on his face as his eyes shone faintly. After 5 months, I can be considered to have reached the entry level of the elementary devouring tactic. This is enough to show that the elementary devouring tactic is very suitable for me. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as though he was praising himself. He had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic in 5 months. If someone had comprehended a high-grade divine ability in 5 months, it would definitely shock many people. However, the elementary devouring tactic that Duan Lingtian had comprehended was not an ordinary high-grade divine ability. If news of this spread out, Duan Lingtian would definitely become famous again. 5 months in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was only 1 month in the outside world, including the time I spent tempering the golden crow's wings and cultivating. After 8 months in the outside world, I'll have to go to the dragons to fulfill the 5-year pact. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a great deal of pressure. Although he had comprehended the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, the current elementary devouring tactic could only devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in a 1-meter radius. It was not very helpful to him. The principle of the elementary devouring tactic was to devour all the energy in the surroundings and fuse it with one's body, allowing one's strength to rise to its peak in a short period of time. The amount of energy one devoured would directly affect one's strength in the future. It was just like the old man he met at the last checkpoint of the Divine Ability Relic where he obtained the elementary devouring technique. The elementary devouring technique that the old man used could devour all energy within a large area, directly reaching the limit of what his body could bear. When he cast the elementary devouring tactic with his early refined saint stage cultivation base, his strength was at the peak of the refined saint stage for a short period of time. This was the true power of the elementary devouring tactic. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still very far away from that level. The elementary devouring tactic's ability to devour energy in the surroundings will put a burden on one's body. My body is already stronger than a 6-clawed divine dragon of the same level. Coupled with the 99 saint veins in my body, the burden I can bear will definitely be stronger than that old man with the same cultivation base. Currently, Duan Lingtian already had a deep understanding of the basic information of the elementary devouring tactic. All that was left was for him to cultivate and comprehend it. If that old man's body is similar to mine, when he cast the elementary devouring tactic when he was at the early refined saint stage, he must have devoured more energy than that. Not only that, but he's also able to cast the elementary devouring tactic with a cultivation base at the early refined saint stage and possess the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse for a short period of time. Duan Lingtian, who had a deep understanding of the elementary devouring tactic, did not doubt this at all. It was precisely because of this that he had an advantage when he cast the elementary devouring tactic, since his foundation was much stronger than ordinary people. Not everyone's body was as monstrous as his. I'll definitely have to leave a few days earlier in the 8 months. In other words, I still have about 3 years left in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Would he be able to break through to the intermediate eminent saint stage in 3 years? Duan Lingtian was not certain. However, he knew he had to fight for it. Apart from that, although he had comprehended the elementary devouring tactic, it was only at the rudimentary stage. He still had a long way to go if he wanted to use it in a real battle. No matter how difficult it would be in the next 3 years, he would do his best to go as far as he could. Moreover, he could not neglect the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. If he could successfully comprehend the profundity of the 3rd stage in 3 years, his strength would rise to another level. If I still have time, I'll try to comprehend the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. The otherworldly celestial is a high-grade sword technique divine ability. Coupled with the profundity of the sovereign heart sword, its power would definitely be extraordinary. After all, it's all about the sword, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. For this reason, Duan Lingtian would be very busy in the next 3 years. He would be so busy that he would not even have time to leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 3 years in the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to more than 7 months in the outside world. For this reason, even if 3 years had passed in there, to the people outside, Duan Lingtian had only been in closed-door cultivation for less than a year. Due to the short time, many people who cared about Duan Lingtian felt a little anxious. Duan Ruffing was still fine. After all, the Oracle Man was the one who asked him to go to the dragons to make the 5-year pact. With his trust in the Oracle Man and the confidence his son had shown in front of him, although he was still a little worried, he believed his son would be able to defeat Di-Ju of the dragons. Gu Li, who was wandering in the Azure Cloud platform, could not help but think about Duan Lingtian when he was free. He would break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. He did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Di-Ju after 8 months. Due to the fact that he was worried about Duan Lingtian and wanted to help Duan Lingtian, he felt that he was too weak. Under the pressure, his cultivation base improved very quickly in the next period of time. This was something that he did not expect before this. There was only motivation when there was pressure. This saying was very suitable for Gu Li in the following period of time. Apart from Gu Li, there were many people who were worried about Duan Lingtian as well. For example, Li Ro and Li Fei. However, no matter if it was Duan Ruffing or Duan Lingtian, they did not mention this matter to them. However, as the 5-year pact that Duan Ruffing had made for his son, Duan Lingtian, and the dragons spread from the dragons as the 5-year pact approached. Naturally, it was not widely spread. However, as the wife of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Li Ro still received the news. Tian is going to fight with a 5-clawed golden dragon, Di-Ju, in 8 months to fight for the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool in the Saint Land of the Dragons? A 5-year pact? Brother Feng personally made a pact with the dragons? After learning about the strength of the 5-clawed golden dragon, Di-Ju, Li Ro immediately went to look for Duan Ruffing. Li Fei was with her as well. Brother Feng, why did you make a 5-year pact with Tian? Di-Ju was already at the peak of the Divine Saint stage 4 years ago. Currently, it's very likely that he has already broken through to the exemplary saint stage. Isn't asking Tian to fight for the dragon cleansing pool with him equivalent to sending Tian to his death? Li Ro said anxiously with a dissatisfied expression on her face when she saw Duan Ruffing. Chapter 1850. Although Li Fei did not say anything, she stared at Duan Ruffing intently. It was obvious she wanted to know how Duan Ruffing would reply to Li Ro. She had witnessed Di-Ju's strength before. Back then, Di-Ju had annihilated Ling Tian sect with just the strength of 1 dragon. On Half Moon Island, countless people had died in his hands. She still could not help but feel a lingering fear when she thought about it. Ro, senior prophet, was the one who arranged the 5-year pact. Don't worry, Tinga will be fine. Duan Ruffing told Li Ro. Moreover, when the 5-year pact arrives and Tian and Di-Ju have their duel, I'll be by the side. I guarantee that if Tian is in danger, I'll save him immediately. Duan Ruffing, who was already prepared, was able to deal with Li Ro easily. Senior prophet? Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, Li Ro was shocked. Naturally, she knew the senior prophet her husband mentioned was the Oracle Man who was famous in both the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When she thought about the Oracle Man and her husband's promise, she finally calmed down a little. Will he really be fine? Although she had calmed down a little, Li Ro was still worried. Don't worry. Duan Ruffing nodded and gave Li Ro a firm answer. At the same time, he looked at Li Fei. Fei, don't worry. He is my son, and I won't let anyone hurt him. The opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool in the Saint Land of Dragons is very important to Tian. He wants to fight for it as well. Li Fei had come to the Azure Cloud Mansion a long time ago and had heard about the Oracle Man from Li Ro. When Duan Ruffing mentioned the Oracle Man, her heart, like Li Ro's, calmed down a little. Hearing Duan Rufeng's words, she nodded. Since it was her man's choice, she would support him unconditionally. It was fine if he was safe, but if something happened to him, she wouldn't live alone. If the ruler lives, the people live. If the ruler dies, the people die. This was Li Fei's love for Duan Lingtian. It was like a moth darting into a flame. Although it was small, it was heroic. Of course, Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. Yen, less than equal to. Right now, he was working hard in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. At the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, Leader Dugu had also received news about the 5-year pact between Duan Ruffing and the dragons. At the same time, he also found out that the 5-year pact would come in a few months. Didn't Duan Rufeng's son go missing? Will he be able to show up on time for the 5-year pact? Dugu was deeply skeptical about this. Back then, before the news of Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, possessing the Devil Seal tablet spread out, he had already ordered his subordinates to search for Duan Lingtian. Although they managed to find some clues later on, Duan Lingtian still managed to escape. Since then, although their Mountain Shade Black Market had never stopped searching for Duan Lingtian, they still did not find anything after so many years. Not only that, but there were also many capable subordinates that Dugu had specially sent out stationed around the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. These people were there to prevent Duan Lingtian from returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Unfortunately, several years had passed, and Duan Lingtian seemed to have vanished without a trace. He did not return to the Azure Cloud Mansion at all. At the very least, in the eyes of the powerhouses from the Mountain Shade Black Market, Duan Lingtian did not return to the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, they did not know that not only had Duan Lingtian returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion, but he was also desperately raising his strength in the Azure Cloud Mansion in preparation for the 5-year pact that would take place in a few months' time at the Dragon's Mansion. Let alone them, even Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market would not expect Duan Lingtian to know the disguising secret tactic that even his divine consciousness could not see through. It was precisely because of this disguising secret tactic that Duan Lingtian was able to successfully return to the Azure Cloud Mansion under the watchful eyes of the powerhouses from the Mountain Shade Black Market. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would have been captured and brought to the Mountain Shade Black Market. Lord Leader, won't we know if Duan Lingtian will show up in a few months' time at the Dragon's Mansion? Feng Bu Yi, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, who was standing below Dugu, said respectfully to Dugu. He did not think highly of the leader in front of him just because he was much younger than him. He did not think highly of him at all. Although this leader was much older than him, in terms of strength, he would never be able to catch up to him. In his opinion, among the people of the same generation in the Debussy Subterranean, only the Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion was comparable to the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market in terms of innate talent. As for those rising stars, only Ling Tian from the Mystical Sky Mansion could be compared to their Mansion Master. You're right. We'll go to the Dragon's Mansion to have a look. Dutu narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself, Duan Rufeng, I hope your son will be here. I really want to see if the son of someone as monstrous as you will be able to surprise me or not. According to Di Ju of the Dragon's Mansion, your son hadn't even entered the Saint stage 4 years ago. In the Debussy Subterranean, as the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market and a rare monstrous genius in the lower province, Dugu had always been lonely and lonely. It was only until the rise of the Azure Cloud Mansion and the appearance of Duan Ruffing that his life became colorful. Although Duan Ruffing was his opponent, he and Duan Ruffing appreciated each other. At the very least, that was the case for him. Due to this reason, he did not spread the news even though he knew Duan Rufeng's son was Duan Lingtian who possessed the Devil Seal tablet in the lower province. Even though he knew Duan Ruffing and the Azure Cloud Mansion would be in trouble if this news spread out, he still did not spread the news. The Devil Seal tablet was enough to attract many powerhouses from the upper province to the lower province. In Dugu's opinion, whether it was defeating Duan Ruffing or destroying the Azure Cloud Mansion, He would have to rely on his own strength and the mountain shade black market strength. He, Dugu, did not want to rely on external forces. Dugu in the north, Ru Feng in the south, the lower province. Duan Ruffing will have to fight it out eventually. I hope that day will come sooner, but at the same time, I don't want that day to come. If I defeat you and destroy the Azure Cloud Mansion, won't I be lonely again? Dugu thought to himself, Duan Ruffing, I hope you won't let me surpass you so quickly. At the very least, don't let me surpass you before I leave the lower province for the upper province. Otherwise, I won't be able to get used to the days without you. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, at the former site of the Seven Absolutes sect, who would have thought that the once prosperous Seven Absolutes sect would fall to such a state? An old figure stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at the ruins beneath his feet. If Duan Ruffing was here, he would be able to recognize the old man with just a glance. This old man was none other than the Oracle Man who was always elusive. The Seven Absolutes sect was divided into 7 Absolutes. The Oracle Man was the current successor of the Prophet Progeny, the second Absolute. He was also the current acting sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. He was someone the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land wanted to destroy even in their dreams. The Seven Absolutes sect once dominated the Dao Martial Saint Land due to the existence of the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. At that time, the Dao Martial Saint Land had yet to be divided into 2. There was no distinction between the upper province and the lower province. If someone asked, how powerful was the Seven Absolutes sect at that time? Answer: at that time, the Seven Absolutes sect was so powerful that it forced the 3 great sects to join forces for the first time before they managed to withstand the Seven Absolutes sect's attack and survive. Otherwise, the 3 great sects would have ceased to exist in the Dao Martial Saint Land today. At that time, if one were to ask which sect was the main character, everyone would answer loudly. The Seven Absolutes sect. At that time, if one were to ask who the main character was, everyone would give a thumbs up. The Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. At that time, the Seven Absolutes sect was labeled as the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. However, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang did not need to rely on the Seven Absolutes sect. He alone and with his sword, he swept through the Dao Martial Saint Land. During that era, the 3 great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land were 3 behemoths. They had to stick together in order to survive. At that time, the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, and the Seven Absolutes sect belonged to them. It was only when the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, ascended to the Devata realm that the era finally came to an end. The end of the era was destined to be accompanied by bloodshed. The 3 great sects that had been suppressed in the past huddled together and endured hardships to survive. The moment they launched their counterattack, they were ferocious. The Seven Absolutes sect was completely unprepared. Although they had many talented people, they could not withstand the desperate counterattack of the 3 great sections. After defending for a few months, the Seven Absolutes sect was finally annihilated. Fortunately, although the Seven Absolutes sect was annihilated, its legacy was not severed. Apart from the face-to-face teaching, the legacy of the Seven Absolutes sect was all about fate. The current members of the sect had the habit of leaving their legacies in various places in the Dao Martial Saint Land, waiting for the fated ones in the future. Due to this reason, the Seven Absolutes sect's foundation was not destroyed. When the 3 great sects learned about this, they were, naturally, terrified. They mobilized all their forces to search for the legacies left behind by the Seven Absolutes sect. They were worried that someone like the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, would appear in the Seven Absolutes sect again. For this reason, they had to do everything they could to destroy the Seven Absolutes sect's foundation. The Seven Absolutes sect was their mortal enemy. It was only when the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2 and the 3 great sects went to the upper province that they finally stopped searching for the legacies left behind by the Seven Absolutes sect in the lower province. However, as long as they found someone suspected to be a member of the Seven Absolutes sect in the upper province, they would kill that person without hesitation. For example, the Oracle Man, the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, was blacklisted by the three great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. No matter where he appeared, the three great sects would immediately send powerhouses to kill him as soon as they learned about it. The Dragon Cleansing Pool will be the place where the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the seven absolute sect, will transform into a dragon. Once the successor of the Fog Rain progeny transforms into a dragon, he'll be unstoppable. I can't wait. Chapter 1851. Time continued to pass by quietly. Very soon, there were only a few days left until the 5-year pact. Everyone, please search for the most complete version. Damn. Outside the dragon's residence, a few travel-worn figures flew over in the air. There were 3 young men and an old man. They were the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion led by Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Apart from Duan Ruffing, there was also Ku Mi, the guardian and revered elder of the Azure Cloud Mansion. As for the last 2 people, they were, naturally, Duan Lingtian and Gu Li. Junior brother Lingtian, are you really confident? When Gu Li saw the dragon's residence was right in front of them, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and asked, "The battle between you and Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, is not a joke. The slightest mistake might cost you your life." Senior brother Gu Li, Duan Lingtian said helplessly, "Throughout the journey, you seem to have asked me the same question more than 10 times, right? Don't worry, no matter what, I only have one answer. Even if I'm no match for him, I'm confident I'll be able to escape in time. With my father around, don't tell me you're still worried about me?" Gu Li turned to look at Duan Ruffing. When he saw Duan Ruffing nodding at him, he finally felt at ease. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and officially came out of closed-door cultivation. After he came out of closed-door cultivation, he accompanied his mother, wife, and son for a few days before he followed his father to the dragon's residence. There was only one purpose for him to come to the dragon's residence. He was here to fulfill the 5-year pact. The 5-year pact was a bet that Duan Ruffing made with Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, 5 years ago. 5 years later, his son, Duan Lingtian, would have a battle with the 5-clawed golden dragon, Diju. The victor would be granted the opportunity to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool, the Holy Land of Dragons. One of the keys to open the Dragon Cleansing Pond was something Duan Ruffing had obtained from Di Shan 5 years ago. Therefore, he was not worried that the dragons would go back on their words and open the Dragon Cleansing Pond ahead of time. The Dragon Cleansing Pool could only be opened with 2 keys. Soon, under the leadership of Duan Ruffing, the group arrived at the mountain forest where the dragons were. Without slowing down, they rushed straight in. Bush, bush, bush. At the same time, several figures shot out from the dragon's encampment. They were the dragons in charge of patrolling. Duan Ruffing of Azure Cloud Mansion has brought my son here to fulfill the 5-year pact with the dragons. Before the few dragons could open their mouths, Duan Ruffing's voice resonated in the dragon's encampment like a clap of thunder. At the same time, it shocked the few dragons so much that their expressions changed drastically. Duan Ruffing? Was this not the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Mansion Master Duan, this way please. When they realized the group of people in front of them was the group of people from Azure Cloud Mansion who had come to fulfill the 5-year pact with Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the few dragons took a deep breath before they respectfully welcomed the group of people into the dragon's encampment. 5 years ago, Mansion Master Duan of Azure Cloud Mansion had some unpleasantness with the high-ranking dragons. However, even the high-ranking dragons had compromised and allowed Duan Ruffing's son to compete for the chance to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool. In front of Duan Ruffing, even the high-ranking dragons had to compromise, let alone them. If they offended Duan Ruffing, even if Duan Ruffing killed them, the dragons might not stand up for them. They did not doubt this at all. Dragons? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the few dragons members who were leading the way. Then he secretly activated his divine eye. The divine eye was a secret tactic that Hua Lao had passed down to him. Not only could it detect other people's cultivation base, but it could also detect the true form of a saint beast who had transformed into a human. In this regard, it was similar to Sun Wukong's golden eyes' fiery eyes. Naturally, it could not be compared to Sun Wukong's golden eyes' fiery eyes. After activating his divine eye, Duan Lingtian saw faint silhouettes appearing above the heads of the few dragons members. To be more precise, they were silhouettes of divine dragons. 3-clawed divine dragons. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw their true forms. They were all 3-clawed divine dragons among dragons. They were considered low-ranking members among the dragons. Greetings, Mansion Master Duan. Greetings, Elder Ku. Under the guidance of the dragon's members, Duan Lingtian and the others had just entered the dragon's residence when they heard a voice resonating from afar. Along with the voice, a green figure appeared. It was a sturdy old man dressed in green. Elder Qin Yan. The few dragon's members who were leading the way bowed respectfully when they saw the green-clad old man. At the same time, they stood behind the old man. Young Mansion Master, he's a 5-clawed green dragon. 5 years ago, he was at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. His strength is on par with Diju. However, now that 5 years have passed, I'm afraid he's no longer a match for Diju. An aged voice resounded by Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. The person who transmitted the voice transmission was none other than Ku Mi, Elder Ku. When they were in the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing had introduced Duan Lingtian to Elder Ku. Speaking of which, this was not his first time meeting Elder Ku. Previously, when he was still in the Mystical Sky Mansion, he had met Elder Ku as soon as he came out of the St. Martial Secret Zone. Later on, he found out the reason Elder Ku had gone to the Mystical Sky Mansion was to verify his identity. Unfortunately, due to his disguising secret tactic, even his divine consciousness could not see through his disguise. For this reason, even Elder Ku was fooled by him. Although Elder Ku was always expressionless and taciturn in front of others, when he was with the young Mansion Master, he would always be a man of few words. However, when he was with Duan Lingtian, the young Mansion Master, he would smile from time to time even though his smile was uglier than his crying face. 5-clawed green dragon, Qin Yan? Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not expect to see a 5-clawed green dragon as soon as he entered the dragon's estate. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye in an attempt to probe Qin Yan's true form. Humph. However, before his divine consciousness could even get close, it was already discovered by Qin Yan. As Qin Yan snorted, a majestic divine consciousness swept out and directly destroyed Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness. Barf! Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face immediately. After suffering the backlash from his divine consciousness, he felt dizzy and could not help but throw up a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale as well. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, horror dawned on Duan Ruffing, Kumi, and Gu Bang. Kumi did not seem to have made any movements, but as soon as he disappeared from his spot, a loud sound reverberated in the air. The 5-clawed divine dragon elder, Qin Yan, who was still in his human form, was sent flying like an arrow. Barf! Barf! Qin Yan, who was sent flying, kept throwing up blood along the way. His blood splattered in the air as though it had turned into black bloody roses. My young Mansion Master is giving you face by probing you. If you don't know what's good for you next time, you'll definitely die. At the same time, Ku Mi's figure reappeared next to Duan Rufeng. It seemed like he had only concealed himself for a moment. His voice that was as cold as ice resonated in the air, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. The few members of the dragons who were standing nearby were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble. Even their dragon clan's 5-clawed divine dragon elder was easily sent flying, let alone them. At this moment, they could only hope that Ku Mi would not vent his anger on them. As it turns out, it's young Mansion Master. I didn't know your identity earlier, so please forgive me for my rudeness, young Mansion Master. Not only was Qin Yan not angry when he returned with injuries, but he even looked at Duan Lingtian apologetically. His words were filled with sincerity. Upon seeing this, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. In the end, he nodded under Qin Yan's expectant gaze. When Duan Lingtian saw Qin Yan heaving a sigh of relief, he could not help but feel a sense of guilt. The conflict earlier was caused by him probing Qin Yan with his divine eye. It could be said that he was at fault from the very beginning. It was reasonable to say that he was in the wrong even if his soul consciousness was destroyed by the other party's probing. However, just when he felt he was in the wrong, Kumi made his move. Not only did he injure Qin Yan, but he even made Qin Yan apologize to him. What the hell was going on? Junior brother Ling Tian, don't tell me you're not used to this after all this time? This is a world where the strong ones are respected. Fortunately, Uncle Duan and Elder Ku are here today. If it weren't for them and we were the only ones here, I'm afraid even if you don't die, you'd be skinned alive. Gu Li reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission when he saw the shock on Duan Lingtian's face. Look at this elder from the dragons, there's a ferocious gleam in the depths of his eyes. Gu Li continued to speak through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked at Qin Yan. As expected, he saw humiliation and anger in the depths of Qin Yan's eyes. There was even a hint of killing intent. It said that 5-clawed divine dragons are prideful. I've learned something new today. However, this 5-clawed divine dragon is really strong to be able to endure such humiliation. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. 5-clawed divine dragon? When Gu Li heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, his voice was filled with shock. Junior brother Lingtian, you're saying this elder from the dragons is a 5-clawed divine dragon? Yes. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Elder Ku told me earlier that he's called Qin Yan or something. He's a 5-clawed green dragon. Gu Li interrupted Duan Lingtian. His voice was filled with shock. I've heard of him before. He seems to be at the peak of the divine saint stage. Since his true form is a 5-clawed divine dragon, his strength is considered one of the strongest among all the powerhouses at the peak of the divine saint stage in the lower province. Although our mystical sky mansion's former palace master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi, is known as the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the mystical sky mansion, he's still much weaker compared to this 5-clawed divine dragon, Elder Qin Yan. When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally. Today, I've finally witnessed how awesome the Azure Cloud Mansion is. Elder Qin Yan, a 5-clawed divine dragon, did not even dare to make a sound in front of Uncle Duan and Elder Ku even though he was greatly humiliated and wronged. Moreover, he even took the initiative to apologize to you. Chapter 1852. When Duan Lingtian heard Gu Li's words, he shook his head and smiled. However, he did not say anything else. That was right. Just like what Gu Li had said, if it was not for the fact that his father and Elder Ku were by his side, this 5-clawed divine dragon elder would have cut him into pieces long ago. Naturally, it was also a little rude of him to use his divine eye to probe others. Due to the uniqueness of the Sun True Origin, my current strength is comparable to a divine saint stage powerhouse. However, the Sun True Origin can't affect my spiritual energy or divine consciousness. My divine consciousness is still at the eminent saint stage. At most, I can use my divine eye to probe the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse without them noticing. As for powerhouses above the divine saint stage, with my current divine consciousness, it's impossible for me to probe their strength without them noticing. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. No matter what, this matter had finally come to an end when the 5-clawed divine dragon elder, Qin Yan, admitted defeat. Mansion Master Duan, young Mansion Master Duan, Elder Ku, and this brother. This way please. Qin Yan said to Duan Lingtian and the others after he took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. At the same time, he gestured for them to move forward. Under Qin Yan's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 arrived at a valley in the dragon's residence. The valley was filled with the fragrance of flowers and chirping birds. It was like a beautiful landscape painting. Apart from that, There were also 10 wooden houses. Although they were not big, they were very exquisite. Mansion Master Duan, the 5-year pact has been set for 3 days from now. For the next 3 days, please rest here. Please rest here for 3 days, Xianxia said to Duan Ruffing with a smile before he left. All right. Duan Ruffing nodded nonchalantly and no longer bothered with Xianxia. When Xianxia turned to leave, his originally smiling face suddenly changed color and became incomparably gloomy. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really arrogant. If it wasn't for the fact that the clan leader didn't enter the dragon cleansing pool back then, the Azure Cloud Mansion wouldn't have the chance to act so arrogantly in the dragon's residence. Xianxia's heart was filled with rage as he left. However, Xianxia narrowed his eyes as though he had just recalled something. Previously, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion used his divine consciousness to probe me. His divine consciousness doesn't seem to be at the divine saint stage or above. It seems like his divine consciousness is only at the eminent saint stage. In other words, he's just a martial cultivator at the eminent saint stage? The moment he thought of this, a mocking smile appeared on Xianxia's face. He wants to compete with Diju for the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool in the Saint Land of the Dragons with just this strength? What a fool's dream. He knew Diju's strength very well. 5 years ago, Diju was already at the peak of the divine saint stage. His strength was on par with him. Currently, 5 years had passed. With Diju's innate talent, he must have broken through to the exemplary saint stage. Even if he had not made a breakthrough, Diju's current ability had definitely surpassed his. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion can't even withstand my divine consciousness, but he actually dares to come to the dragons to fight with Diju? You are courting death. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes when he thought of this. Also, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion seems familiar. Xianxia frowned as though he had recalled something. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up like the dazzling stars in the night sky. I remember now. Doesn't that Duan Lingtian who obtained the Devil Seal tablet look exactly the same as him? Moreover, according to Diju, the son of Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, is also Duan Lingtian. In that case, they must be the same person. Xianxia's eyes became even brighter. In the end, they seemed to have transformed into 2 blazing suns. After settling the group of people in the Azure Cloud Mansion, Xianxia immediately went to look for the other main character of the 5-year pact 3 days later. It was Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Unfortunately, when he arrived at Diju's residence and cultivation place, he discovered Diju was still in closed-door cultivation. There are only 3 days left, and he still hasn't come out of closed-door cultivation. The time has already been set, and the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion have already been notified. Will he be able to make it in time? According to the clan leader, the time was only set after he discussed with Diju. Xianxia could not help but frown when he reached the end of his sentence. What the hell is this Diju doing? Elder Xianxia. Just as Xianxia was about to leave while muttering to himself, a voice resonated behind him, causing him to come to a halt and turn around. After turning around, the person who appeared in front of Xianxia was a middle-aged man with a sturdy body. The middle-aged man had a dignified expression on his face. He emitted an invisible pressure as he stood there. Diju, YUV made a breakthrough? Xianxia's eyes lit up as he asked in surprise when he sensed the oppressive aura that was faintly emitted from the middle-aged man. Elder Xianxia, it seems like you haven't made a breakthrough yet? Diju asked with a faint smile. I can't compare to you. You're a 5-clawed golden dragon, and you possess the imperial bloodline. Your innate talent is much higher than mine. I think I'll need at least 30 to 50 years to make a breakthrough. Xianxia sighed and said, Elder Xianxia, are you here to look for me? It was no wonder Diju would ask such a question when he saw Xianxia standing at the entrance of his cultivation place as soon as he came out of his closed-door cultivation. Yes. Xianxia nodded and smiled. Diju, you don't have to feel pressured about the 5-year pact that's going to happen 3 days later. 5 years ago, when I saw Duan Ruffing taking the initiative to propose the 5-year pact, I thought his son would be very powerful. Now that I think about it, he was merely looking for a way out for himself back then. What's wrong? Upon hearing Qin Yan's words, Diju was puzzled. He realized this elder Qin Yan before him must have known something. That was why he would say such a thing. Diju, Duan Ruffing brought his son here today, Qin Yan said. Before he could finish his words, he saw Diju's face turned grave right away. A cold gleam shot out of his eyes. Duan. Diju spat out these 3 words through gritted teeth. He would never forget how he was played by that ant who had not even entered the saint stage at the bottom of the sea. Moreover, he had even sworn to himself that if he had the chance, he would definitely kill that person. Right now, the chance had arrived. The 5-year pact would be the arena where he would fight that person. He would kill that person in the arena. Elder Qin Yan, I've lost my composure. Please continue. After a long while, Diju took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions before he told Qin Yan. Qin Yan nodded. Today, Duan Ruffing brought his son, Duan Lingtian here. After I've settled them down, I came to look for you immediately. The reason I came to look for you is to tell you that even if you haven't broken through to the exemplary saint stage, you'll still win the 5-year pact 3 days later. Although I haven't fought with that Duan Lingtian before, I've confirmed his cultivation base through his divine consciousness. His cultivation base is only at the eminent saint stage. Qin Yan said. What? Eminent saint stage? Upon hearing Qin Yan's words, Diju did not show the surprise Qin Yan had expected. Instead, he was shocked. It has only been 5 years, and he has already entered the eminent saint stage? How on earth did he cultivate? It was no wonder Diju would lose his composure. In fact, when he first met Duan Lingtian 5 years ago, Duan Lingtian was only at the saint rudiment stage. He had not even entered the saint stage yet. However, today he learned from Qin Yan that Duan Lingtian was already at the eminent saint stage. How could he not be shocked? However, no matter how high his innate talent is, he's only at the eminent saint stage now. I'll definitely kill him 3 days later. After a long while, Diju finally regained his senses. His eyes gleamed coldly as he enunciated each and every word clearly. Diju, I know you want to kill that Duan Lingtian, but don't forget that his father is Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Usually, Duan Ruffing doesn't dare to make a move on us dragons because he's afraid of the dragons in the upper province. However, once his son is killed, he'll definitely go crazy. Qin Yan shook his head and continued to say with a solemn expression, someone as strong as Duan Ruffing will definitely mobilize the entire Azure Cloud Mansion to deal with us dragons once he goes crazy. At that time, faced with the Azure Cloud Mansion that's willing to sacrifice everything, the dragons in the lower province might no longer exist. Although he also wanted to kill Duan Ruffing and his son, he did not hesitate to kill them. He knew the 5-year pact was definitely not a good time to kill Duan Lingtian. I want to kill him. Diju knew Qin Yan's words made sense, but he was still unwilling to accept it. Don't worry. You just won't kill that Duan Lingtian in front of Duan Ruffing for the time being. Don't tell me that Duan Lingtian will stay by Duan Ruffing's side forever and be protected by Duan Ruffing? Qin Yan said nonchalantly as his eyes gleamed sharply. Upon hearing Qin Yan's words, Diju nodded as well. He knew he could only wait for a good opportunity to kill that Duan Lingtian. That's right. Have you heard about the appearance of the Devil Seal tablet? Qin Yan suddenly asked Diju as though he had recalled something. Devil Seal tablet? One of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? The nemesis of devil cultivators? Diju had a surprised expression on his face. I've been in closed-door cultivation for the past 5 years, and I've been living in seclusion. I haven't heard anything about the Devil Seal tablet at all. Based on your words, don't tell me the Devil Seal tablet has appeared? Not only has it appeared, but it's in the hands of an acquaintance of yours as well. Qin Yan smiled. Who? Diju was shocked. Don't tell me one of the elders from the dragons has obtained it? Or perhaps, the clan leader has obtained it? It's not someone from the dragons. It's Duan Lingtian. The Devil Seal tablet is with him. When Qin Yan mentioned Duan Ling Tian, a murderous gleam flashed in his eyes again as though he was about to devour someone. He would never forget the humiliation he had suffered today for the rest of his life. If there was a chance, he would make a move before Diju and kill Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 1853. The Devil Seal Tablet was one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. Even the powerhouses in the upper province would be tempted by it, let alone Diju. However, Diju also knew it was just as Elder Qin Yan had said. No matter how much he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian, he could not do it during the 5-year pact that would be held 3 days later. If he angered Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, it would not be a joke. At that time, let alone him, even the clan leader of the dragons and the entire dragons might not be able to withstand Duan Rufeng's wrath. Dugu in the north and Ru Feng in the south. In the Debussy subterranean, regardless of the watchers sent by the first-rate forces in the upper province, the strongest were none other than leader Dugu of Mountain Shade Black Market and Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. It was precisely because of their existence that the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion were able to possess such a transcendent status. Once Duan Ruffing led the Azure Cloud Mansion to attack the dragons would definitely die. Duan Lingnan, Diju's eyes gleamed coldly. I'll definitely find a chance to kill you and snatch the Devil Seal Tablet in your hands. If I obtain the Devil Seal Tablet, even a devil cultivator who's a stage higher than me won't be a match for me. Let alone Dugu of Mountain Shade Black Market and Duan Ruffing of Azure Cloud Mansion. Whether it was leader Dugu of Mountain Shade Black Market or mansion master Duan Ruffing of Azure Cloud Mansion, both of them were devil cultivators. Once Diju obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, he would even be able to kill a quintessential Saint Stage devil cultivator, let alone Dugu and Duan Ruffing who were at the peak of the exemplary Saint Stage. Qin Yan stood at the side. Although he also wanted to obtain the Devil Seal Tablet, he knew very well that he would not be able to keep it even if he obtained it. For this reason, he decided not to think about it anymore. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who had already moved into a wooden house in the valley, was unaware that Diju had already come out of closed-door cultivation and had his eyes on the Devil Seal Tablet in his hands. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't feel anything. This was because when he decided to use the identity of Duan Ling Tian, the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing, he knew his identity would be exposed. At that time, everyone would know that Duan Ling Tian who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet was the same person as the son of Duan Ruffing in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Once the 5-year agreement is over and I come out of the Dragon Cleansing Pool, I'll head to the upper province. I can't stay in the lower province. This was also the solution that Duan Ling Tian had thought of. After he left the Dragon Cleansing Pool and returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he would immediately bid farewell to his mother and wife before heading to the upper province to look for his other fiancée, Kerr. This was because he knew that if he continued to stay in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he would only bring disaster to the Azure Cloud Mansion. That was not something he wanted to see. Due to this reason, he chose to leave as soon as possible. I'll be able to see Diju in 3 days. Diju, you've annihilated my Ling Tian sect and killed my vice sect leaders, elders, and disciples. It's time for me to repay this debt. A debt of blood shall be paid with blood. Duan Lingtan muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged on the wooden bed in the wooden house. His eyes gleamed coldly as he muttered to himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and began to meditate. He did not enter the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Instead, he stayed in the wooden house and waited for the 5-year agreement to come 3 days later. After the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion settled down, 2 travel-worn figures appeared outside the dragon's estate. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in black robes. His long hair fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. It looked like poisonous pythons that would attack at any time. Behind him, 2 old men followed closely behind him. Who's there? How dare you trespass on the dragon's estate? A few figures shot out from the dragon's estate and stopped the 3 travel-worn men. Mountain Shade Black Market, Dugu. The black-robed young man in the lead merely glanced at the few dragon's members who were blocking the way indifferently. It was enough to send chills down their spines as though they were being targeted by poisonous snakes. When they heard the black-robed young man's words, horror dawned on them as they regained their senses. Dugu? Wasn't that the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market? At once, the few dragon's members gasped in unison before they respectfully welcomed Dugu and the other 2 old men in. Leader Dugu, seniors, please come in. One of the dragon's members entered the dragon's estate first. After Dugu and the other 2 old men entered the dragon's estate, an old woman dressed in purple appeared before them. Leader Dugu. The moment the old woman appeared, she looked at Dugu and bowed respectfully. Dugu merely nodded his head indifferently as a greeting. He was not interested in speaking to the old woman at all. Elder Amethyst, long time no see. The short fatty among the 2 old men behind Dugu chuckled before he took the initiative to greet Amethyst. Fatty Wang, I can't believe you're still alive. The old woman was the 5-clawed divine dragon elder, Amethyst. She was also a 5-clawed purple dragon. When she heard the voice, she noticed the short fatty. She frowned slightly before greeting him. A hint of dread could be seen in the depth of Amethyst's eyes. It was dread toward the short fatty. This short fatty was called Zhong Qishan. He was one of the deputy leaders of the Mountain Shade Black Market. His strength was even stronger than hers. Deputy leader Feng is here as well. Soon after, Amethyst's gaze landed on the other old man behind Du. She took the initiative to greet him. This old man was none other than the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui. Elder Amethyst, I'm sure you've already guessed the purpose of our visit. When is the date of the battle between the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing, and the dragons? Zhong Qishan asked without beating around the bush. The 5-year battle is 3 days later, Amethyst replied. Has Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, arrived? Zhong Qishan asked again. He arrived this morning. Amethyst replied again. Where's his son? At this moment, Feng Bui could not help but ask. He's here as well. Amethyst replied. Upon hearing Amethyst's words, Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had really brought his son here? How did Duan Ruffing find his son? The people our Mountain Shade Black Market sent out are stationed near the Crouching Dragon Lake where the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate is located. By right, it's impossible for them not to inform the Mountain Shade Black Market about the appearance of Duan Ruffing's son. What's going on? Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan communicated with each other through voice transmission. Their voices were filled with shock and disbelief. However, it did not cross their minds even in their wildest dreams. The reason Duan Ruffing and his son were able to reunite under the noses of the Mountain Shade Black Market's powerhouses was because Duan Lingtian knew a very powerful disguising secret tactic. Once he cast the disguising secret tactic, no matter how powerful one's divine consciousness was, one would not be able to discover any traces of disguise. Naturally, they did not discover Duan Lingtian had returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion because Duan Lingtian had disguised himself. When he left the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate a few days ago, Duan Lingtian did not disguise himself. The Mountain Shade Black Market's powerhouses who were hiding in the dark also discovered Duan Lingtian immediately. However, due to the presence of Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, they did not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian at all. They only dared to reveal themselves after Duan Ruffing and the others had left and returned to the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters to report the news. However, when they returned, the 3 people led by leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market had also left the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. Just like Duan Ruffing and the others, they headed to the Dragon City. Unlike Duan Ruffing and the others who went to the Dragon City to fulfill the 5-year pact, they went to the Dragon City purely to watch the show and join in the fun. Due to this reason, Duan Ruffing and the other two people who were returning to the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters to report the news brushed past them. For this reason, they did not know Duan Rufeng's son had already appeared. It was precisely because they did not know that they were extremely surprised at this moment. Interesting. Unlike Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan who lost their composure, Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market merely smiled faintly when he heard Purple Crystal's words. As expected of the Mountain Shade Black Market's leader. In terms of composure, even Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan who were older than him could not compare to him. Naturally, Purple Crystal had appeared to entertain the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market. It was unknown if the Dragon City did this on purpose or not, but Purple Crystal led the three people led by Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market all the way to the valley where the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were staying. There were more than 10 wooden houses in the valley, and 4 of them were occupied by the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only that, but their locations were better as well. The remaining ones were located in a more remote location. Leader Dugu, deputy leaders? See you in 3 days. Purple Crystal hurriedly bid farewell to Dugu and the other 2 people before she left. When Purple Crystal turned around, the corners of her mouth curled into a cold smile. A dog biting another dog, a mouthful of fur. Based on her muttering, it was obvious she had long known the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were staying in this valley. Moreover, it seemed like she could not wait for the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion to fight with the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market. Someone's here. After Purple Crystal left, Dugu and the other 2 people immediately noticed there were already people in the 4 wooden houses with the best locations. Zhong Qishan's expression turned grave as he walked directly to the wooden house with the best location. That wooden house was close to the only waterfall in the valley. The flowers and trees there were the most luxuriant, and the air was very fresh. It was a very suitable place to live. Get out here. When Zhong Qishan arrived in front of the wooden house, a murderous gleam flashed across his eyes as he shouted. His voice contained a powerful force that caused the door of the wooden house to shake. At the same time, he entered the house as well. Noisy! Almost at the instant Zhong Qishan's words left his mouth, a gloomy voice resonated from inside. What followed was the sound of the wooden house's door opening and closing rapidly. Naturally, the latter's voice was extremely soft. Move! Chapter 1854. Zhong Qishan could tell the voice behind him belonged to Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Based on Dugu's tone, it was obvious he was warning him. However, just as he was in a daze, before Zhong Qishan could react, he sensed a suffocating aura pouncing towards him, causing him to feel somewhat oppressed for a moment. At this moment, it was as though he could not breathe. Bang! In the next instant, along with a loud bang, Zhong Qishan felt as though he was hit by a gigantic hammer and was sent flying. When Zhong Qishan was sent flying like an arrow and was about to crash into the mountain wall at the side of the valley, a ghost-like figure appeared behind him in a timely manner. A palm was pushed out gently, and as though it was assisted by God, it stopped Zhong Qishan's fat and short body. It prevented him from crashing into the mountain wall. Although Zhong Qishan would not die even if he crashed into the mountain wall, it was inevitable that he would be severely injured. Manor Head Duan, my subordinates have been disrespectful. I hope you don't take offense. Zhong Qishan had just stopped moving, and before he could react, he heard his leader's voice resonating in his ears. His leader's tone was very polite. In the entire Debussy subterranean, there was only one person who could be addressed as Mansion Master Duan by his leader in such a manner. It was none other than the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing. When Zhong Qishan raised his head and saw the young man standing in front of the wooden house in the distance, his face turned pale. As expected, it was Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Before he saw Duan Ruffing, although he had guessed it was Duan Ruffing, he still hoped for a miracle to happen. When he saw Duan Ruffing, he could not help but feel despair in his heart. With Duan Ruffing's innate talent and strength that was not inferior to his leader, it was impossible for him to personally seek revenge. Leader Dugu. In the face of Duan Rufeng's greeting, Duan Rufeng, who had walked out of the wooden house and sent Zhong Qishan flying, nodded his head nonchalantly. Crick, crick. At this moment, the doors of the other 3 wooden houses opened one after another. 3 figures walked out and stood beside Duan Rufeng. They were Duan Lington, Kumi, and Gu Li. Kumi. After the 3 of them appeared, no matter if it was Zhong Qishan or Feng Bu-yi, all of their gazes landed on Kumi. Fear appeared in their eyes at the same time. Even if they joined forces against Kumi, they did not have a 100% chance of defeating him. Unlike Zhong Qishan and Feng Bu-yi, Duan Lingtian's gaze was not on Kumi after the trio appeared. Instead, it was on Duan Lingtian. He had seen this face more than once in the past. Of course, all he saw were portraits. However, even if it was a portrait, it was still vivid and lifelike. One could recognize that the person in front of them was the person in the portrait that they had seen in the past. He's Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian? Dugu recognized the young man who looked similar to his old rival, Duan Rufeng. Zhong Qishan and Feng Bu-yi, who had regained their senses, quickly noticed Dugu's gaze. Both of them looked in the same direction. With just a glance, they were dumbstruck and their breathing became rapid. At this moment, both of them looked at each other and saw the shock and surprise in each other's eyes. This person seems to be Duan Lingtian, who obtained the Devil Seal tablet in the past? I can't believe we would encounter Duan Lingtian here. The Devil Seal tablet is with him. Zhong Qishan and Feng Bu-yi's eyes were filled with greed when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Feng Bu-yi was the first to regain his senses. Duan Lingtian stared at Dugu intently as he held the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. At this moment, he could feel the unusual movement coming from the Devil Seal tablet. It was as though it wanted to rush out and kill Dugu. Dugu, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, was a devil cultivator just like his father. Moreover, he was a devil cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. However, with the Sun True origin in his body that was comparable to a powerhouse at the Divine Saint stage, theoretically, he could kill all devil cultivators below the quintessential saint stage once he activated the Devil Seal tablet. Even leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market was no exception. Among the 2 deputy leaders of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Zhong Qishan did not feel anything since he was not a devil cultivator. Instead, he was curious. This is the Devil Seal tablet? Feng Bu-yi, who was standing next to him, as a devil cultivator, seemed to have smelled the aura of death the moment Duan Lingtian took out the Devil Seal tablet. His expression instantly turned solemn as though he was facing a formidable enemy. As expected of the Devil Seal tablet. To think it can make me feel threatened. Unlike Feng Bu-yi, who looked as though he was facing a formidable enemy, Duan Lingtian, who was holding the Devil Seal tablet, remained calm as he said nonchalantly, "The fact that I can feel this way means the person who activated the Devil Seal tablet must be at the Divine Saint stage or above. As expected of Duan Rufeng's son, your innate talent is really amazing. You're not afraid of death?" Duan Lingtian frowned when he saw Dugu, who was as calm as before. In fact, with his current strength, theoretically, he could kill all devil cultivators below the quintessential saint stage if he used the Devil Seal tablet. Dugu, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, was only a devil cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He was confident he could kill him. Everyone is afraid of death, including me. However, do you really think you can kill me just by activating the Devil Seal tablet with your strength? When Dugu reached the end of his sentence, he had a casual expression on his face as though he was not worried Duan Lingtian would be able to kill him with the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. Then, when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave and his eyes gleamed coldly, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and continued to say, "If you don't believe me, you can ask your father. Let alone me, even your father won't be able to kill him if you activate the Devil Seal tablet with your current strength. If you want to kill us with the Devil Seal tablet, your cultivation base has to be at the peak of the Divine Saint stage at least," Dugu said in one breath. Upon hearing Dugu's words, Duan Lingtian looked at his father, Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng nodded and explained, "Generally speaking, the Devil Seal tablet is able to kill a person whose cultivation base is one stage higher than his. Theoretically, even an early Divine Saint stage powerhouse would be able to kill a Devil cultivator at the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage with the help of the Devil Seal tablet. However, Leader Dugu and I are not ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage. As long as we're willing, we can break through to the quintessential Saint stage at any time. When Duan Ruffing reached this part of his sentence, he glanced at Dugu and continued to say, "Put aside the fact that we'll be able to break through to the quintessential Saint stage at a critical moment. Even if we don't break through, we're not afraid unless it's someone at the peak of the Divine Saint stage who activates the Devil Seal tablet. This is because both of us have mastered a high-grade divine ability." High-grade divine ability. This was what Duan Ruffing and Dugu relied on. With the help of their high-grade divine ability, even if an early, intermediate, or mastery Divine Saint stage powerhouse activated the Devil Seal tablet, as Devil cultivators at the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage, they were not afraid at all. I see. After listening to Duan Rufeng's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market was so calm when he faced the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. As it turned out, he was not afraid of the Devil Seal tablet at all. To be more precise, he was not afraid of the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. Chapter 1855. What? Do you want to give it a try? Dugu asked as he narrowed his eyes at Duan Lington. Please search for the most complete. Damn. Since Leader Dugu is interested, I'll gladly oblige. Upon hearing Dugu's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The moment his words left his mouth, he lifted the Devil Seal tablet in his hand and threw it at Dugu. The Devil Seal tablet that was thrown out was like a cannonball that was shot out of a barrel as it charged toward Dugu. The cold aura emitted from the tablet made Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, feel as though he was facing a formidable enemy. Even Dugu's expression gradually turned solemn. Although he was confident he would not be killed by the Devil Seal tablet, no matter what, he was facing the Devil Seal tablet. It was the bane of Devil cultivators, so he did not dare to be careless. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the Devil Seal tablet arrived near Dugu. The devil chi around its body skyrocketed as though it had transformed into a mountain. It descended on Dugu as though it was going to suppress him. Dugu finally made his move in the face of the menacing Devil Seal tablet. Bush, 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 bush. He gently took a step forward. In just a blink of an eye, monstrous devil chi surged out of his body. In the next moment, black devil shadows that resembled clones shot out from his body. They were extremely fast, and their numbers were ridiculous. In just a blink of an eye, they covered the sky of the small valley. 10,000 devil arrival. As Dugu shouted, the tens of thousands of black devil shadows that shot out from his body began to move one after another. They pounced toward the Devil Seal tablet that was descending on him. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever the Devil Seal tablet passed, the sound of air exploding would be heard continuously. It was deafening like the sound of thunder. The devil chi wreaked havoc like black clouds looming over the city. Bush, 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 bush. Tens of thousands of black devil shadows pounced on the Devil Seal tablet one after another, accompanied by a series of wails and howls. It was as though they were ghosts that had crawled out of hell. The Devil Seal tombstone had the ability to suppress demons, so it was only natural for it to crush these black demonic figures. If they were devil cultivators with flesh and blood, they would have been scared out of their wits by the Devil Seal tombstone's suppression. However, those demonic shadows did not know what fear was at all. If 10 were destroyed, 100 would take their place. If 100 were destroyed, 1,000 would rise. Just as thousands of specters were destroyed, Duan Lingtian discovered that the remaining specters had actually formed a formation. For a moment, Duan Lingtian even had an illusion. The demonic shadows that were charging at the demon's sealing tombstone seemed to have formed some sort of connection with each other. It was as if they were no longer stragglers, but a whole. Boom, the Devil Seal tombstone continued to press down. At this moment, a scene that surprised Duan Lingtian happened. This time, the demon sealing tombstone didn't even manage to destroy a single devil shadow despite facing nearly 10,000 devil shadows. Not only that, but the devil shadows even managed to block it. These devil shadows seem to have joined forces to form a gigantic net that blocked the Devil Seal tombstone. So this is the high-grade divine ability that Dugu mastered? 10,000 Devil's Rush? Duan Lingtian gasped. He did not expect Dugu to be so powerful. With just one divine ability, he was able to block his Devil Seal tombstone without using any other techniques. It was no wonder Dugu dared to boast that only someone at the peak of the Divine Saint stage or above could kill him with the Devil Seal tombstone. Dugu indeed had the strength to say such words. Duan Lingtian felt bored when he saw the Devil Seal tombstone was unable to do anything to Dugu. Initially, he thought he would be able to get rid of a huge problem for his father if he killed Dugu with the Devil Seal tombstone. However, he did not expect Dugu was not afraid of the Devil Seal tombstone at all. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and recalled the Devil Seal tombstone. Bei Dugu lives up to his name, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Dugu deeply after recalling the Devil Seal tombstone. As expected of the son of my mortal enemy. You're so young, but you're already at the Divine Saint stage. Perhaps, you might even surpass your father in the future. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Dugu, Dugu was also looking at him. When Dugu looked at Duan Lingtian, a hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes. It was admiration that came from the bottom of his heart. Although he had wanted to secretly capture Duan Lingtian in the past, he had never thought of using him to threaten Duan Ruffing. All he wanted was to frustrate Duan Ruffing. He did not want to resort to despicable means in the battle between him and Duan Ruffing. Due to this reason, he did not have any prejudice against Duan Lingtian. Instead, he praised Duan Lingtian's innate talent. Thank you for your compliment, Leader Dugu. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. If I'm not mistaken, the genius Lingtian who appeared in the mystical sky mansion earlier must be you, right? Dugu suddenly asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian deeply as though he had recalled something. What do you mean? Upon hearing Dugu's words, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, shocked. After all, not many people knew about this. The two deputy leaders of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan, looked at each other in confusion. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, is the genius disciple Lingtian from the Mystical Sky Mansion? Was that possible? Regarding this, the two of them were deeply skeptical. Old Feng, you've been to the Mystical Sky Mansion and met the genius disciple Lingtian. Does he look similar to the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Or did he disguise himself? Zhong Qishan asked through voice transmission as he looked at Feng Bu. Feng Bui was, after all, one of the people who had gone to the Mystical Sky Mansion to rope in Lingtian. In terms of understanding of Lingtian, nobody in the Mountain Shade Black Market could compare to him. I'm certain Lingtian from the Mystical Sky Mansion didn't disguise himself. As for Duan Lingtian, you should be able to tell. Although their figures and names are similar, their appearances are completely different. It's really hard for me to link them together since there's no sign of disguise on their faces. Feng Bui replied through voice transmission. His tone was filled with confusion. Lingtian from the Mystical Sky Mansion didn't disguise himself? That's strange. Two people who didn't disguise themselves and look completely different, how could they be the same person? What's on your mind, Lord Leader? Zhong Qishan replied through voice transmission. His heart was filled with confusion as well. What do you mean? Faced with Duan Lingtian's indifference, Dugu narrowed his eyes and said unhurriedly, it's very simple. His name and him. As Dugu spoke, he looked at Gu Li who was standing next to Duan Ruffing. If I'm not mistaken, Gu Li, the son of the Mystical Sky Mansion's guardian Gu Ci Yun, has very few friends due to his personality. He doesn't even have many ordinary friends, let alone close friends. Dugu said unhurriedly. Dugu's words resonated with Gu Li. He was not surprised that Dugu knew about this. If Dugu could not even find out about this, he would not be the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. It wasn't until Ling Tian from the mystical Sky Mansion appeared that Gu Li finally found a close friend. About half a year ago, Ling Tian and Gu Li left the mystical Sky Mansion one after another and seemed to be heading to the upper province. Today, Gu Li appeared here. Coupled with the fact that your name is the same as Ling Tian's, it's not difficult for me to guess you're Ling Tian. Dugu Yi's words were well-grounded. In the end, he added, naturally, there's something I don't know and can't figure out. I don't know what technique you use to conceal your disguise. Duan Ling Tian had to admit that Dugu's words had given him a new understanding of him. Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market was not only powerful, but he was also very meticulous. It was truly shocking. He felt as though he was being scrutinized and stripped naked in front of Dugu. This feeling made him feel extremely displeased. Gu Li's eyes widened when he heard Dugu's speculation. When he looked at Dugu, a look of admiration could be seen on his face. He did not expect Dugu to be able to guess this. On the other hand, Duan Ruffing and Ku Mi did not seem surprised at all since this was not their first time dealing with Dugu. What do you think? Am I right? Dugu asked when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him with dread on his face and did not say a word for a long time. As expected of the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. With you around, it's difficult for the Mountain Shade Black Market to fall. Duan Ling Tian said sincerely after taking a deep breath. Mansion Master Duan, are you displeased when you hear your son praising me like this? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Dugu immediately looked at Duan Ruffing and asked mockingly. Leader Dugu, you're famous for being meticulous in the lower province. Why would I be displeased? Duan Ruffing replied nonchalantly. That's good. After taking a deep look at Duan Ruffing and nodding at Duan Ling Tian, Dugu looked at Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan. It's just a few nights anyway. Let's just make do with it. After Dugu finished speaking, he did not wait for Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan's reply before he walked into a small wooden house at the back. He left behind a suave silhouette for the others to see. The leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Dugu, is a person who is hard to fathom. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In the beginning, he was biased against Dugu because he was the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market and his father's opponent. However, he was no longer biased against Dugu now. Naturally, this did not mean he would remain neutral in the battle between his father and Dugu. If his father and Dugu were to fight, he would still stand on his father's side. It was not because of anything else other than his father. He's actually Ling Tian. Since when did the Dao Martial Saint Land have such a profound disguising secret tactic? If one were to ask who was the most shocked person on the scene, it would undoubtedly be Feng Bui, the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, who had seen Ling Tian, the genius disciple of the mystical Sky Mansion before. Due to this reason, he was also shocked by the disguising secret tactic Duan Ling Tian had mastered. Although Zhong Qishan was also shocked, it was not as strong as Feng Bu. This was because Feng Bui had seen Duan Ling Tian twice. Moreover, their appearances were different, so he could not detect any traces of disguise with his divine consciousness. Chapter 1856. Zhong Qishan, on the other hand, had only seen Duan Ling Tian once, and that was today. Due to this reason, he was not as shocked as Feng Bu. Author's note: when Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan saw that their mansion master no longer competed with the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion for a better wooden house in the small valley, they behaved themselves and moved into 2 unoccupied wooden houses one after another. For a time, the small valley regained its peace. Lord Mansion Master, the dragons must have deliberately arranged for the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market to stay with us. Should we ask them for an explanation? They've gone too far by doing this. Kumi said in a deep voice as his eyes flashed coldly. There's no need for that. Duan Ruffing shook his head. The reason we came here is to fulfill the 5-year pact, not to have a conflict with the dragons. It's better to avoid trouble when the 5-year pact is about to end. Moreover, we didn't have a conflict with the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market as they wished. Although that was what he said, A hint of coldness flashed in the depth of Duan Rufeng's eyes. The dragons? They've really gone too far. Gu Li chimed in as well. Dragons? Duan Lingtian muttered as his eyes gleamed coldly. In the past, he had only held a grudge against Diju, and his dissatisfaction toward Diju did not affect the entire dragon clan. However, at this moment, he did not have a good impression of the dragons at all. 3 days later, I'll definitely snatch the opportunity to enter the dragon clan's Saint Land, the dragon cleansing pool, from Diju's hands. At that time, I'd like to see what kind of expression the other members of the dragon clan will have. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He was determined to snatch the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye to Duan Lingtian and the others. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the wooden house, he discovered that his father, Elder Ku, and Gu Li had already come out and were waiting for him. On the other side, the 3 men from the Mountain Shade Black Market, led by their leader, Dugu, also rose into the air as they prepared to watch the show. When Duan Lingtian came out, Dugu had already noticed him. He purposely looked at Duan Lingtian deeply before leading the 2 deputy chiefs of the Mountain Shade Black Market away. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sky above the small valley. The direction they left in was the east. It was also the place where the dragons decided to fulfill the 5-year pact. Let's go! Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not want to be left behind when he saw Dugadu, who came to join in on the fun, had already left. He called out to Duan Rufeng and the other 2 before they left the little valley and headed east. The place arranged by the dragons to fulfill the 5-year pact was a huge valley to the east of the dragons' encampment. The entire valley was extremely spacious, but there was not a single trace of green in sight. The ground was overturned everywhere, as if it had just experienced an earth-shattering battle. This was also the place where the members of the dragons usually sparred with each other. Although it was just a sparring session, with the strength of the members of the dragons, as long as they displayed a little of their strength, they would be able to cause quite a commotion and destroy the valley. This was also the reason why there was not a single trace of green in the valley. The valley was often destroyed, so it would be strange if there was any vegetation. So many people? When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the spacious valley, they noticed there were already many people in the sky above the valley. Most of these people were members of the dragons. The remaining people were people from quasi-third-rate forces who had heard about the 5-year pact and came to watch the show. Unlike the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market, these quasi-third-rate forces who came to watch the show were not led by a leader. Greetings, Mansion Master Duan. Due to this reason, when they saw Duan Rufeng, all of them stepped forward one after another and bowed respectfully. At the same time, they began to look behind Duan Rufeng before their eyes finally landed on Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, they could tell this young man who resembled Duan Rufeng was Duan Lingtian, the son of Duan Rufeng and the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. It's him! At the same time, many people recalled the portrait they had seen before, and their eyes widened immediately. The person in the portrait looked exactly the same as Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The person in the portrait was also called Duan Lingtian. He was a lucky fellow. His strength was not strong, but he managed to obtain the Devil Seal Tablet, one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. When the people from the Debussy subterranean were searching for him everywhere in an attempt to snatch the Devil Seal Tablet for themselves, he had completely vanished without a trace. He had disappeared for several years, and their memories of this matter had become a little blurry. If they did not see the real person today, perhaps, they would have completely forgotten how the young man in the portrait looked like after a few years. Previously, when I heard the name of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, I thought it was quite coincidental since his name is exactly the same as the person who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. However, it seems like they don't just share the same name, they're the same person. God is really unfair. Not only did he obtain the Devil Seal Tablet, but he's also the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. How can we live with this? I can't believe the young man who obtained the Devil Seal tablet and vanished without a trace is actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Many people whispered among themselves. They were shocked by the fact that the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was Duan Lingtian, who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared for his double identity to be exposed. Due to this reason, he was not surprised at all. It said that the 5-year pact today is decided by Mansion Master Duan of Azure Cloud Mansion and clan leader Di Shan of the Dragon Clan. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, will fight Di Ju, the successor to the clan leader of the Dragon's Clan. I remember when the Devil Seal tablet appeared, it was said that a young man who had yet to break through to the pristine saint stage had obtained it. It seems like that young man is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian. In other words, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was only a saint rudiment stage martial cultivator a few years ago. A few years ago, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was a divine saint stage martial cultivator who had not even entered the saint stage. On the other hand, Di Ju was already at the peak of the divine saint stage. He was only a step away from the exemplary saint stage. Both of them have such a huge disparity in strength, but they're going to fight today? Are you sure this is not a joke? Why would Mansion Master Duan of Azure Cloud Mansion make such a 5-year pact? Isn't he just looking for trouble for his son? The discussions in the surroundings rose and fell one after another. Almost nobody was optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. In the face of these doubts, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged from the beginning until the end. He had always been like this. Whatever the others wanted to say, he would let them say. Nobody would know what the outcome would be until the very end. At this moment, even if he had a glib tongue and said he would definitely defeat Di Ju, it would be useless. Only the truth could shut these people up. The people from the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion had appeared one after another. Moreover, the 2 leaders were leading them. Naturally, it attracted a lot of attention. I can understand why Mansion Master Duan of Azure Cloud Mansion is here. After all, he was the one who made the 5-year pact today. However, why is Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market here as well? Don't tell me there's something special about the 5-year pact today? If our Pavilion Master knew Leader Dugu would be here as well, I'm sure our Pavilion Master would be here as well. Before meeting Leader Dugu, who would have thought he would come to join in the fun? The appearance of Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market naturally caused a commotion. Nobody would have thought he would personally come to join in the fun. It must be because the 5-year pact today was made by Mansion Master Duan of Azure Cloud Mansion and the Dragons. As Mansion Master Duan's opponent, he must have come to join in the fun. If Mansion Master Duan's son is defeated, he might even mock Mansion Master Duan. There were still many people with sharp eyes. Someone from the Dragons is here. Nobody knew who shouted. Although his voice was not loud, it was still heard by many people in the surroundings. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Soon after, everyone, including the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market, shifted their attention to the distance. There were 5 figures flying in the air. The person in the lead was a tall and sturdy old man who was dressed in a long golden robe. He looked like an iron tower. The moment he appeared, all the members of the dragons present on the scene immediately bowed respectfully. Clan leader. Due to this reason, the identity of the old man was obvious. He was none other than Di Shan, the current clan leader of the dragons. Di Shan took the lead and walked in the front. Behind him, 4 people followed side by side. There were 2 old men, an old woman, and a middle-aged man. All 5 of them, including Di Shan, were 5-clawed divine dragons. As the clan leader of the dragons, Di Shan was a 5-clawed golden dragon. As for the 2 old men behind him, one of them was Xue Chan, the 5-clawed blood dragon. He was also the enforcement elder of the dragons. The other old man was Qin Yen, a 5-clawed green dragon, who had entertained Duan Lingtian and the others 3 days ago. As for the old woman, she was Zi Jing, a 5-clawed purple dragon, who had entertained the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market 3 days ago. The last middle-aged man was none other than one of the main characters today. Diju. Just like Dishan, Diju was also a 5-clawed golden dragon, a royal of the dragons. As Dishan and the others arrived, not only did the members of the dragons present on the scene bow to Dishan, but they also bowed to the 2 old men and the old woman behind him. On the other hand, Diju, the main character today, did not seem to have a strong presence. Very few people bowed to him. Naturally, this did not mean anything. It could only mean that Diju was still too young. Diju! Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto Diju from afar. His calm expression turned grave at this moment as a terrifying murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. Diju had also noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. In the face of the murderous gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he lifted his hand leisurely and gave him a thumbs up. His face was filled with provocation. Chapter 1857. In the face of Diju's provocative action, Duan Lingtian's expression turned even gloomier. Please search for the most complete of. In his eyes, there was an uncontrollable cold killing intent. Leader Dugu, Manor Head Duan. At the same time, Dishan, the clan leader of the dragons, also noticed Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market and Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the distance. He walked up to them with a smile on his face and took the initiative to greet them. Even in the face of Duan Ruffing, the dragon's 5-year pact, he did not treat him differently. 2 days ago, he had learned from the 5-clawed divine dragon elder, Qin Yen. Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtan, was the lucky guy who obtained the Devil Seal tablet a few years ago. He was merely an eminent saint stage martial cultivator. A martial cultivator who had not even broken through to the exemplary saint stage, let alone Diju who had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage. It was impossible for him to win against Diju who had not even broken through to the exemplary saint stage. Therefore, in his opinion, the 5-year pact that Duan Ruffing made with the dragons 5 years ago was just to give himself a way out. After all, Duan Ruffing and the dragons were at loggerheads in the past. As for why Duan Ruffing wanted to give himself a way out, it was probably because he was afraid of the dragons from the upper province behind the dragons. For this reason, he did not dare to make things too awkward with the dragons. Patriarch Dishan. Dugu nodded to Dishan and greeted him coldly. It seemed that he didn't put Dishan in his eyes. In fact, he really didn't put Dishan in his eyes. Dishan was merely a 5-clawed golden dragon who had not entered the holy land of dragons, the dragon cleansing pond. Be it in terms of talent or strength, he was far inferior to him. As for the dragons behind Dishan and the dragons of the upper province behind the dragons, he didn't care about them at all. This was because the Mountain Shade Black Market was a very powerful force in the upper province. It was not much weaker than the dragons in the upper province. As for Duan Rufeng, he did not say anything at all. He merely glanced at Dishan and nodded indifferently. Dishan was still fine as he was still smiling. From this, one could see how composed and magnanimous this dragon's clan leader was. At least on the surface. As for what he was thinking, others had no way of knowing. Unlike Dishan's calm demeanor, Xuechan, Amethyst, and Qin Yen, who were standing behind Dishan, were enraged when they saw Duan Ruffing treat their dragon's patriarch like that. Their anger was about to burst out. Of course, although they were furious, they could only forcefully endure it. So what if he couldn't bear it? Could it be that they could teach Duan Ruffing a lesson? Even if they dared to make a move, would they be a match for him? Regarding this, the 3 of them were very self-aware. This could be seen from the fact that they did not move for a long time. Mansion Master Duan, this is the young Mansion Master, right? Dishan asked politely as he looked at Duan Lingtian who was standing next to Diju. He smiled at Duan Lingtian before he looked at Duan Ruffing. Duan Ruffing only nodded in response to Dishan's question. Dishan seemed to be used to it. He was not displeased at all. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Young Mansion Master, you're really a man of striking appearance. Apart from that, I heard you're quite lucky to have obtained one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, the Devil Seal tablet. In fact, The Devil Seal Tablet is a super saint weapon that even the powerhouses in the upper province would covet. When Di Shan reached the end of his sentence, he seemed to be implying something. Although the dragons had also looked for Duan Lingtian because of Diju's request, most of them only knew the person they were looking for was Duan Lingtian. They did not know what Duan Lingtian looked like. Due to this reason, even when they saw the portrait of Duan Lingtian who had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, they did not realize the Duan Lingtian the dragons were looking for was the same person as the Duan Lingtian. It was only until the five-clawed divine dragon elder, Qin Yen, met Duan Lingtian that he was certain of this matter. Naturally, if Diju had not been in closed-door cultivation during these 5 years, he would have known about the Devil Seal Tablet as well. Since he knew about the Devil Seal Tablet, it was only natural that he would be able to see the portrait of Duan Lingtian who had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. Due to this, he was certain that the Duan Lingtian was the Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion whom he hated to the core. For this reason, the dragons only found out recently that Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was the Duan Lingtian who had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet a few years ago. Among the people present on the scene, apart from Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, leader Dugu of Mountain Shade Black Market, was the Duan Lingtian who had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet a long time ago. However, although Dugu knew about this, he did not tell anyone about this. Apart from that, he also wanted to look for Duan Lingtian in private and snatch the Devil Seal Tablet from Duan Lingtian's hands. As a devil cultivator, even if he could not use the Devil Seal Tablet, he did not want the Devil Seal Tablet to fall into someone else's hands. Clan leader Di Shan, you flatter me. I'm just lucky. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he heard Di Shan's praise. When everyone's greedy and burning gazes were focused on him, Duan Lingtian said to Di Shan again, Clan leader Di Shan, if it's possible, I'd like to fulfill the 5-year pact as soon as possible and fight with the next clan leader of the dragons, Diju. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Since young mansion master has already said so, I, naturally, have no objections. I'm sure mansion master Duan and Diju won't have any objections as well. From the beginning until the end, the smile on Di Shan's face remained unchanged. In his opinion, the outcome of the 5-year pact was already decided. Diju of the dragons would definitely win. As for the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he was in such a hurry to ask for a battle. He must have wanted to lose as soon as possible so he could return home as soon as possible. Then, just as Di Shan was about to ask Duan Lingtian and Diju to begin, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian, clan leader Di Shan. Before fulfilling the 5-year pact, I'd like to sign a death pact with Diju. The 5-year pact today will be a death pact. It won't end until one of us dies. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's eyes shifted to Diju. His killing intent was obvious. 5 years ago, his Ling Tian sect was annihilated by Diju. In the entire Ling Tian sect, there were less than 20 people who survived. Due to Diju's strength, he could only suppress the hatred in the depths of his heart. Today, in the face of the 5-year pact with Diju, he no longer suppressed the hatred in the depths of his heart. Instead, he allowed it to erupt completely. The moment the hatred and anger erupted, it was like a mountain torrent that could not be stopped. Diju must die. At this moment, this was the only thought left in Duan Lingtian's heart. Only by killing Diju would he be able to give the vice sect leaders, elders, and disciples of Ling Tian sect a satisfactory explanation. Death pact? Won't end until one of us dies? Di Shan, whose smile had faded slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, could not help but tremble when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When Di Shan looked at Duan Lingtian again, apart from shock, there was only confusion in his eyes. His heart was filled with shock. Where did this Duan Lingtian get his confidence from? To think he actually wants to sign a death pact with Diju? Could it be that he's not afraid of death? Or perhaps he's confident he can defeat Diju? The moment Di Shan thought of this, his heartbeat quickened. At the same time, he began to regret agreeing to the 5-year pact proposed by Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion 5 years ago. At the same time, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He felt this was a trap set up by Duan Ruffing. A trap that had been brewing for 5 years. It was no wonder Di Shan had such thoughts at this moment. After all, not everyone would have the courage to initiate a death pact. Anyone who initiated a battle of life and death must have absolute confidence in their own strength. Due to this reason, Di Shan had completely forgotten the fact that Duan Lingtian was only an eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Death pact? Fight to the death? When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, not only Di Shan, but everyone including Duan Ruffing, Ku Mi, and Gu Li were shocked as well. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would make such a request. Interesting. Duan Lingtian, who was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's request, immediately regained his senses. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes flashed brilliantly. A hint of approval could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Regardless of whether Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, really had the strength to kill Diju from the dragons, just this courage alone was enough to make him look at Duan Lingtian in a different light. Duan Ruffing was the second to regain his senses. When he regained his senses, his expression turned grave as well. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Diju has already broken through to the exemplary saint stage. If you regret what you said earlier and want to go back on your words, I'll settle it for you. Duan Lingtian's words had 2 meanings. Firstly, he wanted to know if his son, Duan Lingtian, really had the confidence to defeat Diju. Secondly, if his son, Duan Lingtian, did not have the confidence to defeat Diju, who had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage and wanted to go back on his words, he would settle the problem for his son. This was because Duan Ruffeng believed in Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he also believed in the oracle man who was elusive. It was the old man of heavenly secrets who asked him to make the 5-year pact with the dragon clan. According to the oracle man, if his son, Duan Lingtian, was able to enter the dragon cleansing pool in the dragon saint land, it would greatly affect his son's future. For this reason, although he did not have much confidence in Duan Lingtian, he still chose to believe in his son and the oracle man. Father, don't worry. I'm confident. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth. He replied through voice transmission in a timely manner. His tone was filled with confidence. In fact, when he heard Duan Ruffeng say Diju had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage, his heart could not help but sink a little. Chapter 1858. Diju had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage? This news was not good news to Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had thought of this possibility before, he did not expect it to really appear. He did not expect this to happen. Everyone, please search for the complete answer. Damn. Diju was a 5-clawed golden dragon from the Imperial Dragons. His cultivation base was at the early exemplary saint stage. If he used the Jasper Celestial Sword with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, he would be able to kill Diju with just 1 strike. However, could the Jasper Celestial Sword be used casually? Put aside the fact that the Sun True Origin had to be infused into the Jasper Celestial Sword to kill Diju, just the fact that he had exposed the Jasper Celestial Sword was enough to doom him and his family. The Jasper Celestial Sword was a celestial supreme treasure. Perhaps nobody in the Dao Martial Saint Land could understand this. However, for someone whose strength was comparable to a divine saint stage powerhouse to kill an early exemplary saint stage 5-clawed golden dragon with just 1 strike, this meant this sword was not simple. In fact, even the famous 9-cloud sword on the 10 great saint weapons ranking was not as powerful as this. The 9-cloud sword was enough to make the powerhouses in the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land fight to the death, let alone a sword that was even more powerful than the 9-cloud sword. Once I used the Jasper Celestial Sword, Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, and leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market will definitely notice how extraordinary it is. At that time, once the news spreads out, not only will I become the target of public criticism, but even father and mother will be implicated as well. At that time, I won't be able to stay in the Azure Cloud Mansion anymore. They'll have no choice but to flee with me. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he shook his head secretly. The temptation of the Jasper Celestial Sword was not something the Devil Seal Tablet could compare to. Perhaps, some powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would not be interested in the Devil Seal Tablet, but the Jasper Celestial Sword was something even the powerhouses who stood at the peak of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would be tempted. I can't use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He could not use the Jasper Celestial Sword in his battle with Diju. With my current strength, even if I don't use the Jasper Celestial Sword, I should be able to fight Diju to a draw. If I'm really no match for him, I won't risk using the Jasper Celestial Sword unless it's a matter of life and death. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, even if I was no match for him, even if Father were to save me and make me bear the infamy, I would accept it. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's mood calmed down slightly. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, between name and life, the latter was undoubtedly more important. His life was no longer his own. Only by keeping his life would he be able to go to the upper province to look for Kerr and his child with Kerr. In this life, in his eyes, there were some people who were more important than his own life. It's good that you're confident. Although Duan Ruffing did not know where his son's confidence came from, he still chose to believe in his son. At the same time, as though he had just recalled something, Duan Ruffing added through voice transmission, Tian, I'm saying if I'm really no match for him, Father, you'll still save me, right? Duan Lingtian interrupted Duan Ruffing through voice transmission and asked. That's right. Duan Ruffing nodded. You're my son, Duan Ruffing's only son. Even if I have to bear the infamy of not keeping my promise for the rest of my life, I'll still save you. If I make a move, Di Shan will definitely intervene as well. However, even if he intervenes, I'll still be able to save you. Duan Rufeng's words were filled with confidence. It was as though Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, was nothing in his eyes. In fact, it was indeed so. In the Debussy subterranean, he was as famous as Dugu, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Their strength was on par with each other. As for the leaders of the other third-rate forces, including Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, they were far inferior to both of them. If they were to engage in a death duel, he was confident he could kill Di Shan within 10 moves. Although Di Shan was a 5-clawed golden dragon from the Imperial clan, he had never entered the dragon cleansing pool in the Saint Land of the Dragons. Due to this reason, his 5-clawed golden dragon's true potential had not been fully unleashed. To him, it was nothing to be worried about. Father, why are you telling me this? Don't tell me you're worried I'll reject your offer to save me? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission with a smile on his face. Duan Ruffing replied. This was indeed what he was most worried about. He was afraid his son would be too pedantic and insist on a death duel as though it was a matter of life and death. If he could not win, it would be as though he would really die. He valued his reputation more than his life. Father, I still have to look for Kerr. I care more about my own life than you do. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission with a smile on his face. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Ruffing sighed in relief. Fortunately, his son was not a pedantic person and knew how to make a choice. At the same time, the other people present on the scene also regained their senses. Junior brother Lingtian, you're too rash. How can you take the initiative to form a death duel with Diju? It's too risky for you to do this. Gu Li immediately advised Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. His voice was filled with anxiety. Young Mansion Master, you're too rash. Even Ku Mi, who was usually quiet, could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Young Mansion Master, Diju has already broken through to the exemplary saint stage. If you go back on your words, I'll settle this matter for you. Ku Mi's words were similar to what Duan Ruffing had said. Upon hearing Gu Li and Ku Mi's words, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. He could tell whether it was Gu Li or Ku Mi, both of them truly cared about him and were worried something would happen to him. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission in a timely manner. A death duel? A death duel that won't end until one of us dies? At the same time, almost everyone, including Diju, shifted their gaze to Duan Lingtian in unison. It was apparent that they did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom they did not think highly of from the beginning until the end, would make such a suicidal request. Is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion seeking his own death? It seems like it. Otherwise, why would he make such a request? You can't say that. Perhaps, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is confident he can kill Diju, who's one of the dragons? That's right. There are only two kinds of people who dare to initiate a death duel. One of them is someone who's confident in himself, while the other is someone who's seeking his own death. No matter how I look at it, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion doesn't seem like he's seeking his own death. The people from the other quasi-third-rate forces discussed among themselves. Their eyes never left Duan Lingtian and Diju. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, actually initiated a death duel with Diju? The members of the dragons present on the scene looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. News about Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base had already spread throughout the dragons in the past 2 days. According to their dragon clan's 5-clawed divine dragon, Elder Qin Yen, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness was only at the eminent saint stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian was only an eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Diju, on the other hand, was the successor of the patriarch of the dragons. He was a 5-clawed golden dragon and possessed extraordinary innate talent. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation base had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage, killing an eminent saint stage martial cultivator was as easy as killing an ant for him. In their opinion, there was no suspense in today's duel. Everything was just a formality. However, just when they thought Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, would take the initiative to admit defeat, he did not do as they expected. Instead, he bluntly challenged Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, to a death duel. Was he not seeking his own death? This was the thought shared by the members of the dragons present on the scene. The few 5-clawed divine dragon elders, Xue Chan, Qi Jing, and Qin Yen, were also looking at each other in confusion. Qin Yen, are you sure his divine consciousness is only at the eminent saint stage? Xue Chan asked Qin Yen in a deep voice. I'm sure. Qin Yen replied with absolute certainty. 3 days ago, Duan Lingtian wanted to spy on him, but his divine consciousness was destroyed by him. At that time, he discovered Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness was only at the eminent saint stage. Moreover, it was not even at the peak of the eminent saint stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the mastery eminent saint stage at most. Perhaps, it was even weaker than the mastery eminent saint stage. If that's the case, why would he take the initiative to issue a death duel? He's Duan Rufeng's son. Moreover, judging by his appearance, it doesn't seem like he's seeking his own death. Qi Jing frowned. Confusion was written all over her face. Diju, who was standing near the 3 5-clawed divine dragon elders, finally regained his senses. He was also stunned. It did not cross his mind that someone who was like an ant in his eyes would actually take the initiative to issue a death duel to him. Was he not seeking his own death? Since you're seeking your own death, don't blame me. Faced with Duan Lingtian taking the initiative to issue a death duel, Diju looked at Duan Lingtian with a smirk on his face as he muttered to himself. Without warning, Diju took a step forward in the air and looked at Duan Lingtian in the eye as he said, I agree. Just when Diju was about to say that he would agree to Duan Lingtian's request, he was interrupted by a voice. Wait a minute. Diju was, naturally, displeased when he was interrupted. He instantly frowned. However, when he regained his senses and realized that the voice was a little familiar, His frown disappeared as he looked at the source of the voice. There stood a tall old man in chains. It was none other than the clan leader of the dragons, Di Shan. Earlier, when Di Ju stepped forward, although he did not finish his sentence, everyone knew that he wanted to agree to Duan Lingtian's death duel. However, he was interrupted by Di Shan at the critical moment. At this moment, everyone's eyes shifted to Di Shan. They did not know why Di Shan interrupted Di Ju at this moment. Was he worried that Di Ju would be killed by Duan Lingtian? Or was there something that he wanted to talk to Di Ju about? Clan leader? Di Ju could be arrogant in front of others, but he could not be arrogant in front of Di Shan, the clan leader. However, his eyes were still filled with confusion. He did not know why Di Shan interrupted him. Chapter 1859. The clan leader of the dragon clan, Di Shan, who had interrupted Di Ju and subtly stopped him, ignored Di Ju's questioning gaze. His gaze instantly shifted to Duan Lingtian. Young mansion master, are you sure you want to have a death duel with Di Ju? This is not a joke. Once a death duel begins, it'll be a fight to the death. At that time, even if you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Di Ju won't have any qualms about it. Why, you've really thought it through? Di Shan asked. What? Do you think I'm joking, clan leader Di Shan? Upon hearing Di Shan's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked nonchalantly. I just want to remind you, young mansion master. Di Shan replied. Thank you for your concern, clan leader Di Shan. However, I still stand by my words. Let's have a death duel in the 5-year pact today. If Di Ju and the dragons don't dare to do it, then admit defeat as soon as possible. I'm still in a hurry to enter the dragon cleansing pool, the Saint Land of Dragons, to take a bath. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he became a little impatient. Enter the dragon cleansing pool, the Saint Land of Dragons, to take a bath? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people from the dragon's clan present on the scene were so angry that they almost threw up blood. Duan Lingtian's words were undoubtedly blasphemous to the Saint Land of Dragons. At once, all the people from the dragon's clan present on the scene glared at Duan Lingtian. Agree to it. Agree to it. If it's a death duel, then so be it. Filled with righteous indignation, many people from the dragon's clan voiced their support for Di Ju to agree to Duan Lingtian's death duel. They could not take this lying down. The people from the other quasi-third-rate forces present on the scene were also stunned. They did not expect the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion to be so arrogant. It was as though he did not take the dragon's clan seriously at all. The two deputy leaders of Mountain Shade Black Market looked at each other. Leader Dugu looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Duan Ruffing seemed to be calmly staring at Duan Lingtian, but his heart was not calm at all. Gu Li and Kumi felt the same way. To be honest, they were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian, but the current situation was no longer something they could control. Patriarch. Di Ju looked at Di Shan. He could not tolerate Duan Lingtian's arrogance. But now, it was no longer up to him to agree. The clan leader had already interfered. Before he obtained the clan leader's permission, no matter how angry he was, he did not dare to accept the challenge. It seems that the young mansion master is very confident. Di Shan still ignored Di Ju. His eyes were still fixed on Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Di Shan finished speaking, a powerful soul consciousness swept over Duan Lingtian like a flood and covered Duan Lingtian. In an instant, Duan Lingtian felt as if he had been completely seen through. You're probing my cultivation base? After learning about Di Shan's intention, not only was Duan Lingtian not angry, but he was amused instead. He did not even need to think to be certain that after Di Shan probed his cultivation base, he would no longer suspect that he could kill Di Ju. His cultivation base was only at the eminent saint stage, which was insignificant in front of Di Ju. No matter how careful Di Shan was, it was impossible for him to think that an eminent saint stage martial cultivator like him would be a match for Di Ju. Di Shan, how dare you? When Di Shan's soul consciousness swept out and probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, Duan Ruffing was enraged. An even more powerful soul consciousness swept out from his body and collided with Di Shan's soul consciousness. Di Shan's soul consciousness was extremely powerful compared to Duan Lingtian's. However, it was nothing in front of Duan Rufeng's soul consciousness. In just a short while, it was defeated by Duan Rufeng's soul consciousness. Di Shan, on the other hand, suffered a backlash from his soul consciousness. Naturally, he felt dizzy, and his face turned pale. However, although his soul had suffered a certain amount of damage, he did not mind it at all. Not only that, but his slightly pale face also revealed a smile. Intermediate Eminent Saint Stage. This young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is only at the Intermediate Eminent Saint Stage. At this moment, the suspicion and hesitation in Di Shan's heart disappeared. How could an Intermediate Eminent Saint Stage martial cultivator be a match for Diju? At this moment, he realized he had been overly cautious. However, he did not regret his actions at all. As the saying went, caution is the parent of safety. As the clan leader of the dragons, he had to consider every aspect before he made a decision. Earlier, the reason he stopped Diju was because he was worried Duan Lingtian would really have the ability to kill Diju. Due to this reason, he did not hesitate to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base even though his soul consciousness was defeated by Duan Rufeng. Only then would he be able to make the right decision. Now, he had made his decision. Diju's cultivation base is only at the Intermediate Eminent Saint Stage. Di Shan immediately sent a voice transmission to Diju. He nodded at him and gave him an approving look. Diju, naturally, noticed Di Shan's action earlier. He knew Di Shan was probing Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with his divine consciousness to determine the risk of the death duel between him and Duan Lingtian. Intermediate Eminent Saint Stage? However, when he heard Di Shan's words, he could not help but be stunned. Although he had heard from Elder Qin Yan that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the Mastery Eminent Saint Stage at most or even lower, he was still overjoyed when he heard this from Di Shan. An Intermediate Eminent Saint Stage cultivator wanted to have a death duel with him? This Duan Lingtian was obviously seeking death. Duan Lingtian, I agree to your request. The dragons agreed to it as well. Diju, who had never been so confident before, looked at Duan Lingtian immediately and said in a sonorous voice. He felt a sense of exaltation. Upon hearing Diju's agreement, the group of dragons members burst into an uproar. Kill! Kill him! Many young dragons members cried out in excitement. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The suppressed emotions in their hearts had also vanished at this moment. Intermediate Eminent Saint Stage? At the same time, the few five-clawed divine dragon elders who were present on the scene had also learned about Duan Lingtian's cultivation base from Di Shan. At once, they felt relieved. Is Duan Lingtian's head kicked by a donkey? He actually dares to issue a death duel with a mere Intermediate Eminent Saint Stage cultivation base. I think he's just seeking death. Whether it was Qin Yan, Zijing, or even Xuechan, all of them felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die in today's death duel. An Intermediate Eminent Saint Stage powerhouse versus an early exemplary Saint Stage powerhouse. There was no suspense in this battle at all. Diju, after you kill him, keep his spatial ring. The Devil Seal tablet must be in his spatial ring. If you obtain the Devil Seal tablet and hand it over to the dragons in the upper province, it'll be a great merit to both of us. In the future, when we arrive in the upper province, we'll definitely receive special treatment. Di Shan transmitted his voice to Diju. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of excitement could be heard in his voice. Upon hearing Di Shan's words, Diju's heart sank. Initially, he had thought of taking the Devil Seal tablet for himself after killing Duan Lingtian. However, it seemed like it was impossible now. Forget it. The Devil Seal tablet isn't something that I can get my hands on. Just like what clan leader said, if I obtain the Devil Seal tablet and hand it over to the dragons in the upper province, I'll definitely receive special treatment when I arrive in the upper province in the future. The moment Diju thought of this, he felt relieved. Whether it was him or Di Shan, although they were both five-clawed golden dragons, the imperial family of the dragons, it was only limited to the lower province. Among the dragons in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a 5-clawed divine dragon was actually nothing. Even a 5-clawed golden dragon status was only equivalent to an ordinary 6-clawed divine dragon. Among the dragons in the upper province, let alone 6-clawed divine dragons, there were even 7-clawed divine dragons. With his identity and status, he could become the clan leader among the dragons in the lower province. However, he was nothing among the dragons in the upper province. However, if he could hand over the Devil Seal tablet, everything would be different. In order to reward him, the dragons in the upper province would definitely take care of him when he arrived in the upper province. To him, this was a great thing. Don't worry, clan leader. I'll definitely obtain the Devil Seal tablet. Di Zhu replied to Di Shan through voice transmission. I believe in you, Di Shan replied. Di Shan replied. He still had faith in Di Zhu's strength. Moreover, Di Zhu's cultivation base had already broken through to the early exemplary saint stage while his opponent's cultivation base was only at the intermediate eminent saint stage. There was a difference of 1 divine saint stage between the two of them. It was impossible for the latter to be a match for Di Zhu. In that case, let's sign the death pact. When the group of people from other quasi-third-rate forces heard Di Zhu's reply and shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian said in a timely manner. His tone was still calm, and his expression was nonchalant. Currently, Duan Lingtian seemed to be able to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Alright, there's no need for that. Just as Di Zhu agreed, Di Shan's voice transmission resonated in his ears as he quickly added, Alright, senior brother. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, immediately shifted their attention to Di Zhu. In the death duel between the two of us today, let's both swear on the lightning penalty oath. Our lives will be decided by our own strength. Apart from that, no one else is allowed to interfere. If anyone interferes, the person who's saved will also have to kill himself in front of everyone. Di Zhu stared at Duan Lingtian as his eyes gleamed coldly as he enunciated each word clearly. Upon hearing Di Zhu's words, the people present on the scene could not help but gasp. If they really swore according to Di Zhu's words, did that not mean even Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, would not be able to save his son's life at such a critical moment? Many people immediately shifted their attention to Duan Ruffing. They also happened to see the slight change in Duan Ruffing's expression. When Di Zhu saw Duan Ruffing's expression, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. He could tell even Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, did not seem to have much confidence in his son. Otherwise, it was impossible for his expression to change after hearing his words. Di Shan had also noticed the change in Duan Ruffing's expression. Not only that, but he had also noticed the drastic change in Gu Li and Kumi's expressions as well. Chapter 1860. When Di Shan saw the change of expression on Duan Ruffing, Gu Li, and Kumi's faces, he was completely at ease. Please search for the most complete. Damn, I really don't know where the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion gets his willpower from. Even at this moment, he's still able to maintain his composure. Di Shan looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Huh. All of a sudden, Di Shan stared intently at Duan Lingtian's eyes. At that moment, he could clearly see a hint of dread flashing in the depth of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Although it was only a flash of fear, it was still discovered by him. It seems like this young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion isn't as calm as he looks. However, as long as he dares to swear on the lightning penalty oath as Di Zhu said, he'll definitely die today. Di Shan thought to himself. Earlier, he was the one who had reminded Di Zhu through voice transmission and asked him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. He was also worried that Duan Ruffing would interfere. He knew very well that if Duan Ruffing interfered, he would not be able to stop Duan Ruffing from saving Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, he might as well nip this possibility in the bud. As long as Duan Lingtian swore on the lightning penalty oath as Di Zhu asked, he would have to commit suicide even if Duan Ruffing saved him. Otherwise, the 99 heavenly tribulation would strike him with the lightning penalty and kill him. As the leader of the dragon's clan, Di Shan was, naturally, not a pushover. Due to this reason, Duan Rufeng's expression changed when he heard Di Ju's request. Tian, if you're not confident, it's better to admit defeat in this 5-year pact. Duan Rufeng immediately told Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. In his heart, his son's safety was the most important thing. At this moment, Di Ju had already sworn on the lightning penalty oath. Not only that, but the oath tribulation also responded to his oath and let out 9 deafening claps of thunder. Duan Ling, it's your turn. After swearing on the lightning penalty oath, Di Ju looked at Duan Ling Tian. You won't go back on your word, right? The moment his words left his mouth, Di Ju looked at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking gaze. In the face of Di Ju's provocation, a gleam flashed across Duan Ling Tian's eyes. In the end, he swore on the lightning penalty oath as well. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by 9 claps of thunder, Duan Ling Tian's lightning oath was also answered. At this point, regardless of whether it was Duan Ling Tian or Di Ju, none of them could go back on their vows. Otherwise, even if someone saved them, they would not commit suicide. Naturally, the lightning punishment would take their lives. The lightning penalty oath was also the answer Duan Ling Tian gave to Duan Rufeng. Be careful. At this moment, Duan Rufeng also knew it was pointless to say anything else. Since his son had promised Di Ju to swear on the lightning penalty oath, it was obvious he had a certain level of confidence. He also chose to believe in his son. Junior brother Ling Tian, do your best. Kill Di Ju. Even if Gu Li did not think highly of Duan Ling Tian, he could only brace himself and cheer for Duan Ling Tian at this moment. Although Kumi did not say anything, the way he looked at Duan Ling Tian was enough to show how much he cared about Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master. Good. Very good. Duan Ling, you didn't disappoint me. When Di Ju saw Duan Ling Tian swearing on the lightning penalty oath without hesitation, he felt at ease. A bright smile appeared on his face. Back then you tricked me. Today, you'll definitely die. Di Ju looked at Duan Ling Tian as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Back then, for the sake of his dead son, Di Yong, he had gone to Half Moon Island to investigate. In the end, he was deceived by Duan Ling Tian. Until now, he still felt humiliated when he recalled that incident. Now, it did not seem to matter who killed his son, Di Yong. He only wanted to kill this Duan Ling Tian to wash away the humiliation he had suffered back then. He also wanted to seize the Devil Seal tablet and hand it over to the dragons in the upper province so that he could perform a meritorious deed. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was already a dead man. You'll have to have the ability to kill me first if you want to. Upon hearing Di Ju's words, Duan Ling Tian sneered. Then, his expression turned solemn as killing intent flashed in his eyes. What? Are you doubting my ability? Di Ju laughed out loud as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. I really don't know where you get your courage from. You're merely at the intermediate eminent saint stage, but you actually dare to issue a death duel with me, an early exemplary saint stage powerhouse. I'll let you know that killing you is no different from stepping on an ant. The moment Di Ju's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar again. Duan Ling Tian is at the intermediate eminent saint stage? You must be joking. I think it's impossible as well. When the people from various quasi-third-rate forces heard Di Ju's words, they shook their heads one by one. Not many of them believed him. Naturally, there were also a small group of people who were bold enough to probe Duan Ling Tian with their divine consciousness. He's really at the intermediate eminent saint stage. Heavens! The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion's cultivation base is really at the intermediate eminent saint stage. What's he thinking? He's crazy. He must be crazy. As more and more people probed Duan Ling Tian's true cultivation base, the entire place burst into an uproar again. This was because they discovered that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was really at the intermediate eminent saint stage. Intermediate eminent saint stage? Out of curiosity, Leader Dugu of Mountain Shade Black Market could not help but extend his divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian. Soon after, he discovered Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base. He's really at the intermediate eminent saint stage. After probing Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, he was shocked even though he had seen a lot in his life. At the same time, the two deputy leaders of Mountain Shade Black Market behind him, Feng Bu-yi and Zhong Qishan, had also probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. Both of them were shocked. How's this possible? If this Duan Lingtian is really Lingtian from the mystical sky mansion, his strength would have been comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage a year ago. With the Mountain Shade Black Market's intelligence network, they knew about Duan Lingtian killing a group of mastery exemplary saint stage disciples and a disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage from the mystical sky mansion's Zhao clan. Due to this reason, they felt it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be an intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian's cultivation base can regress? Zhong Qishan was stunned. Indeed, it's strange. Feng Bu-yi nodded as well. His face was filled with confusion. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there are many outstanding powerhouses who possess strength that far surpasses their cultivation base. Such a situation is only rare in the lower province. Dugu, who had regained his senses, said indifferently, "Let's wait and see. This Duan Lingtian's strength should not be inferior to Diju." Based on Dugu's words, it was obvious he was confident in Duan Lingtian. Not inferior to Diju? Just based on his cultivation base at the intermediate eminent saint stage? Whether it was Zhong Qishan or Feng Bu-yi, they did not believe it at all. However, they did not dare to say it out loud. If they said it out loud, it would be equivalent to refuting Dugu. They did not have the courage to do so. A mere intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse dares to issue a death duel to the future clan leader of the dragons? What a joke. That's right. The future clan leader of the dragons is at the early exemplary saint stage. Just like what he said, killing an intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivator is as easy as crushing an ant. Those who provoke and humiliate us dragons are destined to not have a good ending. Looking at Diju and Duan Lingtian, who were confronting each other, most of the members of the dragons present on the scene were extremely excited. Kill him! Kill him! Many of the members of the dragons who were irritable kept clamoring for Diju to kill Duan Lingtian. It's no different from crushing an ant. Upon hearing Diju's words that were filled with contempt and disdain, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned even colder as he smirked. In that case, I'd like to see how you, the future clan leader of the dragons, are going to crush me like an ant. As you wish. Diju smirked coldly and made his move under the watchful eyes of the others. Diju's body swayed, and he seemed to have transformed into a swift bolt of lightning as he streaked across the sky and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Although he did not unleash his full strength in the beginning, his current speed was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. As far as he was concerned, his speed was not something Duan Lingtian could compare to. When Duan Lingtian saw Diju charging toward him at such a speed, he was amused. Did Diju really underestimate him? Since you've given me a chance, I'd be letting you down if I don't cherish it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as the 99 saint veins in his body began to circulate madly. The Sun True Origin also swept out immediately. In just an instant, a pair of gigantic golden wings appeared on his back. It was the Golden Crow's wings. At the same time, a pitch-black, 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. This sword looked very ordinary, but if one looked closely, one could see 10 obvious saint inscriptions on it. It was a 10 inscriptions saint weapon. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from super saint weapons, heaven-rank prominent saint weapons were the limit of saint weapons. If one wanted to raise the level of this saint weapon, the only way was to inscribe saint inscriptions. The power of a single saint inscription was extremely helpful to those below the Divine Saint stage, but it could only be used against those below the Divine Saint stage. To those above the divine saint stage, no matter how high-grade the saint inscription was, it was only a saint inscription on the saint weapon. Naturally, the higher the grade of the saint inscription, the greater the amplification effect. A 10 inscription saint weapon was a heaven-rank prominent saint weapon that was inscribed with 10 saint inscriptions. Such a saint weapon could only be inscribed by a 7-star saint inscription master or above. In the Debussyi Subterranean, a 10 inscription saint weapon could be considered as a rare saint weapon. Even in quasi-third-rate forces, there were not many saint weapons like this. The 10 inscriptions saint sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was given to him by his father when he was on his way to the dragons after leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion. At the instant the golden crow's wings appeared on Duan Lingtian's back, a golden flame rose on the 10 inscriptions saint sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was like a burning sun, emitting a terrifying aura. Chapter 1861. Boom. Rumble. As a series of loud noises reverberated in the air, it was as though the air had exploded. The pair of golden crow wings on Duan Lingtian's back suddenly flapped, stirring up a strong wind and causing an explosion in the air. In the face of such a commotion, before the others could react, leader Dugu of Mountain Shade Black Market, Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and Dishan, the clan leader of the dragons, had a variety of expressions on their faces. Dugu had an expression on his face that said, as expected. Duan Ruffing, on the other hand, had a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. As for Dishan, his expression was the most interesting one. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Swoosh! In the eyes of the three of them, a golden figure that looked like a shooting star charged toward Diju at an extremely fast speed. Its speed was so fast that it was not inferior to Diju's current speed. Although Diju had not unleashed his full strength, his current speed was comparable to a martial or Dao cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had actually unleashed a speed that was as fast as his. Was he really an intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivator? Impossible! Whether it was Ku Mi from Azure Cloud Mansion, the two deputy leaders of Mountain Shade Black Market, or the few five-clawed divine dragon elders, after they regained their senses, their expressions were similar to Diju's. They were filled with shock and disbelief. The scene before their eyes had completely overturned their understanding of eminent saint stage powerhouses. An intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivator's speed was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage? Was this a joke? It's a divine ability. When Kumi and the others regained their senses one after another, Dugu, Duan Ruffing, and Dishan could see it as well. The reason Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast was because he had cast an extremely brilliant divine ability. As for the aura of the energy that surged out of his body, it was equivalent to an intermediate divine saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. With this level of energy and divine ability, his speed was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage. This ability also caused them to be unable to help but have a thought appear in their minds. A high-grade movement divine ability. Furthermore, Duan Lingtian hadn't just grasped the surface of this high-level movement divine art. Looking at how he was able to use it so casually, it was obvious that he had already grasped the essence of this divine art. Otherwise, his speed wouldn't have increased so much. Heaven flying immortal. With the help of the golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian arrived near Diju in just a blink of an eye with a speed that was comparable to Diju's. When Diju finally reacted and his expression changed drastically, Duan Lingtian's body suddenly swayed. Bush, bush. In the next moment, two corporeal figures appeared on both sides of his divine art. They looked exactly like him. Not only did they look exactly the same, even the pair of golden crow wings on their backs and the 10 inscriptions saint sword in their hands were exactly the same. This was the technique of the high-grade sword art divine ability, Transcendent Flying Immortal. Ever since he had mastered the devouring tactic, he had tried to master the Transcendent Flying Immortal. Initially, he did not hold much hope. However, he did not expect to successfully master the Transcendent Flying Immortal in just a short time. Naturally, he also realized that the reason he could master the transcendent flying immortal so quickly was mostly because of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The Sovereign Heart Sword was the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method. The sword technique's profundity contained in it could even replace or even surpass martial arts techniques. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not divert his attention to cultivate other martial arts techniques. During the process of comprehending the high-grade sword art divine ability, transcendent flying immortal, Duan Lingtian discovered that there were many profound similarities between the sword technique and the transcendent flying immortal. The profundity of the Sovereign Heart Sword had many similarities with transcendent flying immortal. After verifying each other, his understanding of transcendent flying immortal improved by leaps and bounds. In the end, he only took half of the time to master the devouring tactic before he managed to master the transcendent flying immortal. However, although he had comprehended the transcendent flying immortal, he was only at the rudimentary stage and could only form 2 clones. Although the strength of the clones formed by the transcendent flying immortal was slightly weaker than the main body, it was not much weaker. It was almost negligible. Just like now, Duan Lingtian had cast the divine ability, transcendent flying immortal, with the help of the Sovereign Heart Sword's profundity that was close to the 3rd stage. In terms of strength, it was comparable to the attack of an outstanding mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator. The attack of his 2 clones was comparable to an ordinary mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator as well. 1 main body, 2 clones, and 3 10 inscriptions saint swords slashed across the sky with the sound of wind whistling in the air as they charged toward Diju. The 3 swords shot out in 3 different directions, leaving Diju with nowhere to run. How can he be so powerful? This was the first thought that appeared in Diju's mind when he saw Duan Lingtian's speed. The scene before his eyes made him feel incredulous. 5 years ago, the ant whose cultivation base was only at the Saint Rudiment stage had actually become so powerful after 5 years. Diju found it hard to believe, and he felt like he was dreaming. However, when the 3 piercing sword chi shot toward him, Diju jolted and regained his senses. Although I'm more powerful than him, I've fallen into a passive position because I've been staring at him since the beginning. Even if I don't hold back anymore, I won't be able to gather my strength to suppress him in time. Unless I transform into my true form. At this moment, Diju's mind was filled with thoughts. Since he had been staring at Duan Lingtian since the beginning, he had only unleashed his speed that was comparable to a martial or Dao cultivator at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was charging at him in a domineering manner. His speed was not inferior to his, and he was caught off guard. Under such circumstances, he did not have the time to gather his strength to counterattack, unless he transformed into his true form. However, if he were to transform into his true form in the battle with Duan Lingtian, it would be a great humiliation to him. Due to this reason, he quickly dismissed the thought. At this critical moment, in the face of Duan Lingtian's 3 swords that had locked onto his path, Diju finally took out a thick and heavy broadsword. There were also 10 saint inscriptions on it. It was apparent it was also a 10 inscriptions saint weapon. Mountain-splitting force. As soon as the 10 inscriptions saint weapon entered his hand, the aura on Diju's body changed completely. It was as though he had transformed into a saber that emitted waves of piercing aura. At the same time, his energy at the early exemplary saint stage began to surge out as well. Naturally, he did not have the time to gather his strength and unleash his full strength. He could only slash his saber out in the shortest time possible. However, apart from the weak energy contained in this hurried slash, it was extraordinary as well. It contained the saber martial skill that Diju had cultivated. It even contained a middle-grade saber divine ability, the mountain-splitting force. When the saber was slashed out, a saber ray that skyrocketed appeared and swept down from the sky toward Duan Lingtian's head. It was as though it was going to slash Duan Lingtian in half. Naturally, the one he had locked onto was one of Duan Lingtian's clones. At the same time as the saber was slashed out, the energy of an early exemplary saint stage powerhouse that surged out of Diju's body gradually revealed itself as well. It urged his body to charge toward the Duan Lingtian's clone that he had locked onto. Bush, bush. A saber slashed down while a sword swept out. The saber had slashed Duan Lingtian's clone into half. The sword, on the other hand, pierced through Diju's shoulder, leaving behind a hideous bloody hole. Bush. As blood splattered everywhere, it was as though a demonic red rose was falling from the sky. Diju's blood-stained body charged into the distance at an increasing speed, escaping from the attack range of Duan Lingtian's true body and the other clone. Bush, bush. At that moment when Diju was escaping, Duan Lingtian, who had sensed something, made his move together with the other clone and left 2 swords on Diju's back. However, due to the fact that Diju had unleashed the speed of an early exemplary saint stage powerhouse, the 2 swords did not injure Diju severely. Not only did it not affect his life, but it also did not affect his strength at all. Bush, bush. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Diju fled a few hundred meters away in a wretched manner before he finally came to a halt. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had already recalled his clone. He stood with his sword in hand as he confronted Diju from afar. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that most of the people on the scene did not see it clearly. However, at this moment, even those who did not see it clearly could not help but gasp when they saw the battle between Duan Lingtian and Diju ending with nothing happening to Duan Lingtian and Diju being injured. How's this possible? A young member of the Dragons of Dragons widened his eyes in disbelief. I'm not dreaming, am I? Many of the members of the Dragons of Dragons were pinching their thighs or slapping themselves. It was only when they felt the pain that they were certain they were dreaming. The scene before their eyes was not a dream. It was real. In the initial exchange of blows, Duan Lingtian had the upper hand. Isn't the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion an intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivator? Also, isn't Diju an early exemplary saint stage powerhouse? Can someone tell me what the F***CK is going on? A young disciple from a quasi-third-rate force muttered with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Is this really a battle between an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse and an early exemplary saint stage powerhouse? You must be kidding me! Many people began to question. Naturally, those who questioned were those who did not see the details of the earlier exchange of blows. Those who could see the details and those who could barely see the details only regained their senses after the people in front of them had finished speaking. It was because the scene that had just occurred had completely dumbfounded them. The speed of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. The attack he cast is even more powerful than an ordinary Mastery Divine Saint stage powerhouse. A high-ranking official from a quasi-third-rate force said with a solemn expression. But then, as though he had thought of something, he asked with a puzzled expression on his face, "Can someone tell me why his cultivation base is only at the intermediate eminent saint stage after my investigation? Is this the strength that an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse can cast?" In fact, he was not the only one who was puzzled. Even the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Clan, including the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, Dishan, had a gloomy expression on their faces. Chapter 1862. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian, was at the intermediate eminent saint stage? What a joke! With the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier, it would be strange if he was an intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Damn it! I've been deceived. Di Shan's expression was extremely grave. No matter how he thought about it, it did not cross his mind that something like this would happen. With his divine consciousness, he discovered that Duan Lingtian, whose cultivation base was merely at the intermediate eminent saint stage, was actually comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage. Moreover, based on his observation, the strength of the energy and aura that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body was no different from an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse. Due to this reason, he was almost certain Duan Lingtian's true cultivation base was at the intermediate divine saint stage. As for why Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage, it was because of the two divine abilities he had comprehended. As the patriarch of the dragons, Di Shan, naturally, could see how extraordinary the two divine abilities Duan Lingtian had mastered were. Put aside the extremely brilliant movement divine ability that he cast earlier, even the sword-type divine ability that he cast later on was not something that the saber-type divine ability that Diju mastered, the mountain-splitting divine ability, could compare to in terms of grade. The mountain-splitting divine ability that Diju had comprehended could be considered as an extremely powerful divine ability even among the medium-grade divine abilities. For this reason, there was only one possibility. The sword-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cultivated was also a high-grade divine ability. He's so young, but he has already mastered two high-grade divine abilities. The sword-type divine ability at the back is still alright since it's only at the rudimentary stage. However, the movement divine ability at the front is not as simple as that. Di Shan's heart was filled with shock. Apart from that, he must have mastered some secret tactic to conceal his cultivation base. Otherwise, his cultivation base would have been exposed under my divine consciousness. Di Shan speculated inwardly. Di Shan's speculation was similar to most of the people present on the scene. Intermediate eminent saint stage? Impossible. Based on the strength the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion displayed, he's at the divine saint stage at the very least. I can't believe that in the Azure Cloud Mansion, not only does the mansion master possess a heaven-defying innate talent and strength, but even the young mansion master is so monstrous. With this young mansion master around, I'm afraid the Azure Cloud Mansion will be able to prosper for another few hundred years. Don't speak so soon. Today is the death duel between the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and Diju. It's not certain if he'll be able to survive. 1. Read a book, that's true. The people from various quasi-third-rate forces who were watching the fight were discussing among themselves. Their gazes never left Duan Lingtian and Diju who were confronting each other. I didn't expect him to be hiding his strength. Green Rock's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be hiding his strength. It seemed like Duan Lingtian had intentionally used his divine consciousness at the eminent saint stage to probe him that day. His purpose was to mislead Diju so that he would be careless during the battle with him. Of course, this was only Qing Yan's speculation. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. It was not only Qing Yan, but even Xue Chan, the enforcement elder of the Dragon Dragons, and Zi Jing, the five-clawed divine dragon elder, had a grave expression on their faces as well. Duan Lingtian is actually at the intermediate divine saint stage. Diju didn't say he was only a saint rudiment stage martial cultivator 5 years ago, right? Zi Jing said in a deep voice. Don't forget that his father is Duan Ruffing. A hint of dread flashed in Xue Chan's eyes. Duan Ruffing. Hearing this name, even Purple Crystal fell silent for a moment. When she recalled Duan Ruffing's past deeds, it was not surprising that his son was so monstrous. I'm not dreaming, right? Gu Li looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. He was dumbfounded. He actually had the upper hand in a head-on battle with Diju whose cultivation base was at the early exemplary saint stage. Was this really his junior brother Lingtian? All this while, although Gu Li knew Duan Lingtian was quite strong, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be stronger than him. At this moment, he finally realized his junior brother Lingtian was much stronger than him. At the very least, he would not be able to do this if he was facing Diju. Perhaps he would be killed by Diju in just one blow. Young mansion master. Ku Mi's eyes lit up. A rare smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his skinny and ugly face. Tian's actually so strong? Not only that, but the divine ability he cast earlier as well. Duan Ruffing stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. At this moment, he felt as though his son was a stranger. He could not recognize him at all. No wonder Senior Prophet asked me to make this 5-year pact with the dragons. He really has confidence in Tian. The moment Duan Ruffing thought of this, he felt slightly relieved. Based on the strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed so far, although it was not enough to defeat Diju, it was not impossible for him to protect himself. How's this possible? The son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is actually so strong? The two deputy leaders of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bu-yi and Zhong Qishan, looked at each other in disbelief. As expected, Duan Rufeng's son is not inferior to him at all. Du Yao muttered as he looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. It seemed like he was the only one who was calm among all the people present on the scene. As time passed by, the commotion gradually died down and became quiet. One could vaguely hear the sound of a gentle breeze blowing. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe that your strength has actually risen to such an extent after not seeing you for 5 years. However, you must be dreaming if you think you can kill me, Diju, with just this little bit of strength of yours. After a moment of confrontation, Diju finally took the initiative to speak. He stared at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said in a cold voice. Whimsical? Duan Lingtian laughed maniacally and disdainfully. What? You don't believe me? When Diju saw the disdainful smile on Duan Lingtian's face, he felt a sense of suffocation in his heart as his anger rose. One of the clones was destroyed. His original body and the remaining clone charged out at the same time. Both of them pointed their swords. The Sun True Origin that had been greatly improved by the elementary devouring tactic gushed out without any reservation. Boom! Rumble! Accompanied by a series of thunderous noises, be it Diju or Duan Lingtian, both of them retreated a distance away. As for the saber gleam that shot out from the saber in Diju's hand and the other clone of Duan Lingtian, both of them had disappeared without a trace. Barf! Both of their bodies trembled at the same time. Almost at the same time, they spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces turned slightly pale. Impossible! I've unleashed my full strength, but I only managed to come to a draw with him? Before the crowd of onlookers could react, Diju's pale face turned extremely grave. The outcome before his eyes was something that he had never expected even in his wildest dreams. This young man whom he hated to the core and wished he could kill as soon as possible actually had the ability to come to a draw with him after 5 years. Chapter 1863. 5 years. It had only been 5 years. Although Diju had yet to transform into his true form, he had already unleashed all of his strength in his human form without holding back at all. However, even then, he still could not defeat Duan Lingtian. What did this mean? It meant that Duan Lingtian possessed strength that was comparable to an ordinary early exemplary saint stage powerhouse. How's this possible? This is impossible. Impossible. Diju's eyes widened. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He was unwilling to accept this fact. 1. This Duan Lingtian is really good at hiding his strength. Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, had a grave expression on his face. Di Shan had witnessed the scene earlier very clearly. Duan Lingtian was actually able to come to a draw with Diju even after Diju had attacked him with all his might in his human form. It was truly unbelievable. At the same time, regret rose in his heart for the first time. If he had known that Duan Lingtian's strength was so freakish, he would not have allowed Diju to challenge Duan Lingtian to a death duel. The reason he allowed Diju to accept Duan Lingtian's challenge to a death duel was because he had investigated Duan Lingtian's cultivation base and felt that Duan Lingtian was not a threat at all. Although the dragon cleansing pool, the dragon's saint land, was precious to the dragons, if he had to choose, he hoped that Diju would be able to survive. This was because Diju was the first candidate to succeed him. He was also the only candidate currently. He would not allow anything to happen to Diju. At this moment, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, his heart was completely in his mouth. Right now, The only thing Diju can do is to transform into his true form and fight with Duan Lingtian. I hope Duan Lingtian has reached his limit as well. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for Diju to defeat him, let alone kill him. Even Di Shan himself didn't know why, but at this moment, his heart was a little panicky. At this moment, even he could not help but feel a little uneasy. How's this possible? Everyone from the dragons, including the higher-ups, was dumbfounded. Whether it was those who saw the scene earlier or those who did not, all of them realized a problem at this moment. Diju had unleashed his full strength and did not hold back at all. In the second exchange of blows, he was actually on par with Duan Lingtian. Gulp, 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 gulp. After a long while, the sound of people swallowing their saliva could be heard one after another. It was like a pack of hungry wolf cubs swallowing their saliva. From this, it could be seen that the dragons were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. This young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is insane. The first time, it could be said that Diju was careless and did not go all out. However, this time, it was obvious that Diju did not hold back, but he still could not defeat him, let alone kill him. As expected of the son of Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Both father and son are monstrous. No wonder he dared to challenge Diju to a death duel. As it turns out, he's not seeking death. Instead, he's really confident he can fight Diju. However, can he really kill Diju? That's right. Diju is only in his human form now. Although he's on par with Diju, it doesn't mean he can defeat Diju who has reverted to his true form. Diju is a 5-clawed golden dragon, the royal family among dragons. Once he reverts to his true form, apart from becoming stronger, he can also cast the inherited divine ability of the dragons. I've heard of the inherited divine ability of the dragons. Usually, only those with outstanding innate talent among dragons can cast it. In this case, Diju who has reverted to his true form is so powerful that his human form can't compare to him. The group of people from various quasi-third-rate forces whispered among themselves. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed extraordinary strength, they were not certain if Duan Lingtian could defeat or even kill Diju who had reverted to his true form. After all, Diju's true form was not an ordinary 5-clawed divine dragon, but a 5-clawed golden dragon. In the field, Diju's eyes were cold as he attacked again. The 10 inscriptions Saint Saber in his hand followed him like a shadow. What? Read the book? On the other side, Duan Lingtian did not show any signs of weakness when faced with Diju who was charging at him. He held the 10 inscriptions Saint Sword in his hand and charged at him. Bush, bush, bush. Every time the 10 inscriptions Saint Saber in Diju's hand charged out, it seemed as though it was cutting through the sky as it charged at Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian managed to dodge every single one of his attacks just in time. Bush, bush. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was mostly dodging Diju's attacks using his divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. He only casually slashed Diju twice with his sword, but he did not injure Diju at all. It was not that Duan Lingtian did not want to fight with Diju, but the conditions did not allow it. Currently, the reason he was able to fight Diju who was at the early exemplary saint stage to a draw was because of the sun true origin in his body that had been raised by the elementary devouring tactic. The sun true origin would not be so powerful forever. Once it was depleted, he would have to use the elementary devouring tactic to raise his true origin again. Naturally, up until now, Duan Lingtian did not use the elementary devouring tactic without holding back. The elementary devouring tactic could devour all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in a radius of more than 10 meters with him as the center. However, he had only devoured a small portion of it. It was not that he did not want to devour more, but he wanted to cherish this opportunity. The burden he had to endure to cast the elementary devouring tactic was much greater than he had imagined. His spiritual energy was being rapidly depleted as he cast the elementary devouring tactic. Diju, I advise you to revert to your true form. It's impossible for you to kill me now. With a flap of his golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian, who had used a little more Sun True Origin, suddenly raised his speed to a whole new level. His speed was even faster than Diju's current speed. Naturally, at the same time, the Sun True Origin he had to consume was much more. Duan Lingtian's heart was bleeding at this moment. How fast? When the onlookers, including the high-ranking officials from the dragons, saw the speed Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier, their eyes could not help but widen in shock. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian's speed could still increase. The speed Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier had far surpassed an ordinary powerhouse at the early exemplary saint stage. It was almost on par with a powerhouse at the intermediate exemplary saint stage. The clan leader of the dragons, Di Shan, had a grave expression on his face. He could vaguely sense a dangerous aura. Di Ju, revert to your true form and end this quickly. At the same time, Di Shan could not help but remind Di Ju, this Duan Lingtian is very strange. Revert to your true form and kill him as fast as you can. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be a match for him at all. Unlike Di Shan, who had a grave expression on his face, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, and the people beside him were all smiles. Although they were slightly surprised by Duan Lingtian's current strength, this was exactly what they wanted. Junior brother Lingtian, let's kill him in one go. Gu Li was already numb to Duan Lingtian's continuous increase in strength. He clenched his fists and had a solemn expression on his face as he secretly cheered for Duan Lingtian. As for the three people from the Mountain Shade Black Market, apart from leader Dugu, who was staring at Duan Lingtian with interest, Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan, the two vice mansion masters, were dumbfounded. The strength of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was actually so powerful. This was something they did not expect. Soon after, as though they had recalled something, they looked at their leader in unison with admiration in their eyes. Among the three of them, their lord leader was the only one who thought highly of Duan Lingtian since the beginning. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Faced with Duan Lingtian's sudden increase in speed and the reminder from clan leader Di Shan through voice transmission, Di Ju could no longer hold back and reverted to his true form. At once, the huge valley was completely shrouded by a gigantic black shadow. It was none other than Di Shan's true form, the five-clawed divine dragon. To be more precise, it was a five-clawed golden dragon among the five-clawed divine dragons. The gigantic body that was several hundred meters long was shining with a golden light as it hovered in the air like an invincible giant. Without warning, a dragon's roar reverberated in the air. Di Shan, who had reverted to his true form, raised his head and roared. Then, he lowered his head and stared at Duan Lingtian with a pair of sharp eyes. He spoke in the human language and said condescendingly, Duan Lingnan, didn't you want me to revert to my true form? Now that I've reverted to my true form, I'll send you on your way. The moment his words left his mouth, Di Shan's gigantic body moved. Although his body seemed cumbersome, it was extremely agile when it moved. He swept his dragon tail across the sky and lashed it at Duan Lingtian. The sound of wind being torn apart reverberated in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the dragon tail had already arrived near Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian did not dodge it, he would definitely be sent flying. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian, who had cast the elementary devouring tactic without holding back and had just devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in a radius of more than 10 meters, finally made his move. The golden crow's wings spread open and trembled all of a sudden. At the most critical moment, it carried Duan Lingtian and dodged Di Ju's dragon tail that was sweeping at him. This caused Di Ju's first attack after reverting to his true form to miss. After devouring so much heaven and earth spirit energy, the Sun True Origin in Duan Lingtian's body had transformed a few times and had been elevated to its current limit. The reason why it was called the limit was because the elementary devouring tactic that he had mastered could not devour a large area and the devouring power was limited. The Sun True Origin in his body could only transform to this level at most. The current Sun True Origin should be enough to deal with Di Ju. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian flapped his golden crow's wings and dodged quickly when Diju's dragon tail swept at him again. The direction he was heading to was not an empty space. Instead, it was getting closer to where Diju's dragon head was. Do you only know how to run? Diju was a little impatient now. This was because he noticed Duan Lingtian's speed had increased again. Although he had reverted to his true form and his speed had increased, he was still not as fast as Duan Lingtian's current speed. For the first time, regret filled his heart. He regretted agreeing to the death duel that Duan Lingtian had initiated. However, it soon dimmed again as a wry smile appeared on his face. Diju's frenzy effect could only last for a short period of time. However, the sun-true origin in his body that had been raised by the elementary devouring tactic was the same as well. Apart from that, he had already exhausted 80 to 90% of his spiritual energy. It was no longer possible for him to cast the elementary devouring tactic again. Duan Lingyan, if you're a man, fight me face to face. If you keep dodging, it'll only show that you're a coward. Diju was starting to feel a little impatient after failing to touch Duan Lingtian after a few consecutive attacks. What? Read? Book with the dragon's inherited divine ability, True Frenzy, that he had comprehended, he could only last for 15 minutes at most. After 15 minutes, not only would he revert to his original form, but he would also fall into a weakened state. At that time, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, he could only try to provoke Duan Lingtian. As long as Duan Lingtian could not take his provocation, he would definitely fight him head-on. At that time, he would be able to kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. Diju could see Duan Lingtian's current strength as well. Only his speed was on par with Diju after he had gone into frenzy. As for his attack, it was nothing at all. What divine ability did Duan Lingtian cast earlier? To think he could devour the heaven and earth spirit energy at such a fast speed and raise the strength in his body to the stage of an early divine saint stage powerhouse. If Diju's frenzy is gone, he won't be a match for him at all. In the distance, Di Shan, the patriarch of the dragons, had a grave expression on his face. If he could turn back time, he would definitely not have allowed Diju to accept the death duel challenge that Duan Lingtian had initiated. Whether it was the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed or the divine abilities he had cast one after another, it made Di Shan realize Duan Lingtian was almost invincible among divine saint stage martial cultivators. What a joke! If he could force Diju, who had broken through to the early exemplary saint stage, to such a state, who among those below the exemplary saint stage would be a match for him? At the very least, he did not think anyone below the exemplary saint stage in the Wuxia subterranean would be a match for Duan Lingtian. Even Tong Zhong, the chiliarch of the Azure Cloud Mansion's black-armored army, who was widely acknowledged as the most powerful divine saint stage powerhouse in the Wuxia subterranean, was not a match for Duan Lingtian. Although Tong Zhong was widely acknowledged as invincible among those below the exemplary saint stage in the Wuxia subterranean, that was before Duan Lingtian appeared. Moreover, if he were to fight with Diju, who had broken through to the early exemplary saint stage, it would be impossible for him to last more than 10 moves against Diju, let alone win. Coward! Duan Lingtian smiled. Diju, I've been playing with your little tricks since I was young. Do you think I'll fall for your tricks? Do you think I'm stupid? Or do you think you're stupid? Duan Lingtian's straightforward words angered Diju so much that he almost threw up blood. However, he knew it was useless to try to goad him. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian and Diju chased after each other in a seemingly leisurely manner. A 5-clawed golden dragon that was several hundred meters long and shrouded in a blood-red glow was chasing after a human who was as small as an ant. Not only was it shocking to the people present on the scene, but it was also a little comical. Coward! Duan Lingtian, coward! If you have the guts, fight Big Brother Diju fair and square. How long are you going to hide? That's right. You can hide now, but do you think you can hide forever? The people who scolded Duan Lingtian were the members of the dragons present on the scene. As members of the dragons, they, naturally, knew the flaw of their inherited divine ability, the true form berserk. Due to this reason, they were also worried about Diju. If the effect of the berserk continued, Diju would definitely become a piece of meat on Duan Lingtian's chopping board. This was not something they were willing to see. All of them hoped that Diju would be able to kill Duan Lingtian and obtain the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool, the saint land of the dragons. This was because they knew once Diju came out of the dragon cleansing pool, he would definitely soar to the sky. In the future, under Diju's leadership, the dragons would definitely become the top force in the Debussyi subterranean again. They would no longer be afraid of the Mountain Shade Black Market or the Azure Cloud Mansion. At that time, they would be able to hold their heads high again. They would no longer have to lower their heads when they encountered the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion. The blood-red glow on Diju's body seems to be fading. It's not just the blood-red glow. His aura seems to be weakening as well. Although the speed of weakening is slow, one can still notice it if one observes carefully. That's true. It seems like the divine ability that Diju cast has a certain flaw as well. The divine ability that Diju cast is inherited by the dragons, the true body berserk. The duration of the berserk effect depends on one's comprehension of the divine ability. Based on the current situation, Diju's berserk effect can only last for 15 minutes at most. The people from various quasi-third-rate forces whispered among themselves. Gradually, they who did not harbor any hope for Duan Lingtian seemed to have seen the light of hope for Duan Lingtian's victory. Diju's speed is slowing down. That's not right. It's not only Diju's speed. Even Duan Lingtian's speed is slowing down. What's going on? Isn't it obvious? It's not just the true body berserk divine ability that Diju cast that doesn't last long. Even the divine ability that Duan Lingtian cast that quickly devours the heaven and earth spirit energy doesn't last long as well. Now, it seems like Duan Lingtian might not necessarily win. This situation is really changing in an instant. I really don't know who's going to win until the very last moment. No, I should say that I don't know who's going to live or die. As time passed by, the people who were originally full of confidence in Duan Lingtian suffered a huge blow when they discovered that Duan Lingtian was powerless. Junior brother Lingtian. Gu Li's expression was solemn as he muttered inwardly, "You can do it, you can do it. You can definitely do it." Duan Rufeng's expression turned solemn as well. Elder Ku's face was still expressionless. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. "Lord Leader, who do you think will die in the end?" Feng Bu-yi asked as he looked at Dugu. "I think Duan Lingtian will win," Dugu said calmly. "Yes, I do," Dugu said nonchalantly. "Why?" Zhong Qishan, who was standing at the side, asked in confusion. "Because he's more pleasing to the eye." Dugu's answer rendered Feng Bu-yi and Zhong Qishan speechless. Was this even possible? Duan Lingtian, I thought you were very powerful. It turns out that your divine ability has a side effect as well. When the people realized that Duan Lingtian was powerless, it was only natural that Diju noticed it as well. Chapter 1865. The true body berserk transformation was an inherited divine ability of the dragons. The comprehension stage would determine the duration of the berserk transformation. 1. Reading. Once the duration was up, the berserk transformation would disappear as well. After the berserk transformation was over, he would enter a weakened state. This had always been the aftereffect of the true body berserk transformation. Due to this aftereffect, Diju once thought he would die in the hands of Duan Lingtian. He thought he would die in the hands of someone who was like an aunt to him in the past. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept this. However, so what if he was unwilling to accept this? The situation was more important than the person. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being careless and allowing Duan Lingtian to escape from under his nose. When Diju was feeling a little disheartened, he was surprised to discover that while his energy and speed were weakening, Duan Lingtian's speed was also slowing down. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian's energy was also weakening as well. At this moment, he realized the divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast earlier also had aftereffects. At this moment, he saw hope again. Even if he was in a weakened state, he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian, who was in a weakened state as well. After all, his foundation was much stronger than Duan Lingtian. He was at the early exemplary saint stage while Duan Lingtian was only at the intermediate divine saint stage. Now that they were in a weakened state, he would definitely be stronger. However, at this moment, Diju had forgotten about one thing. Even if the divine ability that he and Duan Lingtian had cast had aftereffects, the aftereffects would be different due to the difference in the divine ability. It was due to this that Diju could not die in peace. As the 3 sword rays shot out, Diju, who was in a weakened state and had his strength reduced by 1 stage to the early divine saint stage, was directly killed. The 3 sword rays that killed him came from Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, they came from Duan Lingtian's original body and his 2 clones. The 2 clones appeared after he cast the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, again. Rumble! It was only when Diju's gigantic body landed on the ground with a loud thud that the people present regained their senses from the shock of Duan Lingtian killing Diju. However, when their eyes landed on Diju's body, they were stunned. This Diju actually thinks that the elementary devouring tactic that I cast will have a side effect. What a joke! However, compared to his true form berserk transformation, it was obvious that the elementary devouring technique was much more profound. The elementary devouring technique is indeed a powerful ability that even Hua Lao couldn't stop praising. When Duan Lingtian recalled the scene earlier, he could not help but sigh as he secretly mocked Diju. Just now, 15 minutes had passed, and the effect of Diju's frenzy had disappeared. Meanwhile, the Sun True origin that he had raised through the elementary devouring tactic had also returned to its original state. However, even then, he still possessed the Sun True origin that was comparable to an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse. In addition, he still had many means to rely on, including the divine ability, transcendent flying immortal, so his strength was not much weaker than before. On the other hand, after Diju's frenzy had disappeared, his strength had plummeted, and he was a whole stage weaker than before. Due to the great disparity in their strength, no matter how powerful his true form body was, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian. That's right, the Dragon Ball. While the onlookers were still in a daze, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes lit up as he flew down and was about to dig out the Dragon Ball from Diju's body. The Dragon Ball was a great item that could be used to repair the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. With Diju's strength, his Dragon Ball would definitely be more helpful in repairing the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he dove down. However, just as Duan Lingtian approached Diju's gigantic body and was about to slash his sword down to cut it open, boom! A gush of vast energy landed on his body and sent him flying. The energy was extremely powerful, but it was gentle at the same time. It seemed like it was sending Duan Lingtian out slowly. At the same time, a figure appeared next to Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. It was none other than Duan Ruffing. At this moment, Duan Ruffing was looking at Di Shan with a grave expression on his face. It was Di Shan who had made the move earlier. Mansion Master Duan, the dragon's body is not to be desecrated. Di Shan looked at Duan Ruffing fearlessly. It's the same even for the dragons from the upper province. The dragons from the upper province. It was apparent that Di Shan had intentionally brought up the dragons from the upper province to pressure Duan Ruffing. Diju was killed by your son because he was useless. We dragons will also keep our promise and give up the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool. However, Diju's body is not to be desecrated. This is the bottom line of the dragons. Di Shan's words were loud and clear. Bottom line. Bottom line. At once, many of the members of the dragons present on the scene began to shout. Since Diju was killed and the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool was taken away, they were in a bad mood. Now, they finally had a place to vent their frustrations. Humph. Duan Ruffing snorted coldly and no longer bothered with Di Shan. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said through voice transmission, Tian, although Diju's body is full of treasures, based on the current situation, it's better if we don't have it. The most important thing now is for you to enter the dragon's dragon cleansing pool and use the one and only chance that the dragons from the lower province will have in a few thousand years. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was not a reckless person. Naturally, he could see the determination of Di Shan and the other members of the dragons. He knew that although the dragon's pearl in Diju's body was valuable, it was impossible for him to dig it out under the eyes of the members of the dragons. Due to this reason, he quickly dismissed the idea and did not insist on it. At the same time, many pairs of eyes in the surroundings shifted to Duan Ling Tian. Their gazes were filled with astonishment, disbelief, shock, fear, and dread. Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, actually killed Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon from the dragons. His innate talent is not inferior to his father at all. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really lucky. First, there's Duan Ruffing and now, there's Duan Ling Tian. With him around, it won't be a problem for the Azure Cloud Mansion to prosper for thousands of years. The group of high-ranking officials and disciples from various quasi-third-rate forces looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. If such an outstanding young talent appeared in their forces, as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to lead their forces to greater heights and become a transcendent force in the lower province like the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was just like how Duan Ruffing supported the entire Azure Cloud Mansion all by himself. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the group of high-ranking officials from the dragons had also arrived at Di Shan's side. Apart from Di Shan, who was still able to keep his composure, the group of high-ranking officials, including the enforcement elder and the five-clawed blood dragon, Xuechan, looked at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent in their eyes. Duan Ling Tian had killed Diju and caused the dragons to lose the most suitable successor to the clan leader. If the dragons wanted to produce another five-clawed golden dragon and nurture it to the same level as Diju, it would undoubtedly take a long time and a large amount of resources. The moment they thought of this, they could not help but feel frustrated. At the same time, they hated Duan Ling Tian who had killed Diju. Junior brother Ling Tian, congratulations. Nobody knew when Gu Li had appeared next to Duan Ling Tian and congratulated Duan Ling Tian for obtaining the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool, the Saint Land of the Dragons. Kumi had also appeared next to Duan Ruffing. Although he did not say anything, there was a hint of respect in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Previously, he was polite to Duan Ling Tian because of the mansion master, Duan Ruffing. However, he was respectful to Duan Ling Tian now because of the strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed earlier. Although his cultivation base was at the intermediate divine saint stage, his strength was at the exemplary saint stage. Duan Ling Tian's strength had shocked him. He believed that as long as this young mansion master continued to grow, his strength would definitely not be inferior to the mansion master. Lord Leader has really guessed correctly. In the distance, the two deputy leaders of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Buyi and Zhong Qishan, looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Congratulations! A faint voice resonated in his ears. It shocked Duan Ling Tian so much that he immediately turned his head to look at the source of the voice. With just a glance, he saw Leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market. Thank you. Although he did not know why his father's archenemy was congratulating him, he still thanked him out of courtesy. No matter what, Duguli had been polite to him since the beginning. As the saying went, one does not slap a smiling face. Mansion Master Duan, please wait for a day. After I've dealt with Diju's funeral, I'll take out the Sun Key and send young Mansion Master to the Dragon Cleansing Pool with you. Di Shan suddenly raised his head and looked at Duan Rufeng. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Rufeng's reply before he led the group of high-ranking officials from the Dragon's clan to get busy. Di Ju was a 5-clawed golden dragon of the Dragon's clan. He was a member of the Dragon's clan. He was killed in the Dragon's clan's estate. Naturally, the Dragon's clan would have to deal with his funeral. Did all of you see that? I, the incompetent sect leader, have avenged all of you. Di Ju has died in my hands. Duan Lingtian and the other 3 left. On their way back to the little valley where they stayed, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and looked in the direction of Cloud Continent as he muttered to himself. His voice was not loud, but it still entered Duan Rufeng and the other 2's ears clearly. Duan Rufeng and Ku Mi knew what Duan Lingtian meant. Gu Li, on the other hand, could tell that his junior brother Lingtian had enmity with Di Ju since the beginning. He did not know anything else. Due to this reason, he was very curious. Junior brother Lingtian, that Di Ju has enmity with you? Gu Li asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In the end, he added, if you don't want to tell me, or if it's inconvenient for you to tell me, you don't have to. I understand. There's nothing inconvenient for me to tell you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and told him about how Di Ju had annihilated the sect he had established on the mortal continent, the Lingtian sect. Chapter 1866. At the same time, Gu Li finally realized why there was such a 5-year pact today. Why did he want to read? As it turned out, everything happened for a reason. This included the conflict between Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and the dragons 5 years ago. In the end, in order to resolve this matter, Duan Rufeng and the dragons had made a 5-year pact. This time, the dragons have really suffered a double loss. If they had handed Di Ju over 5 years ago and let Uncle Duan deal with him, they would have only lost Di Ju. Now that things have dragged on, not only did they lose Di Ju, but they even had to give up the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool. The moment Gu Li thought of this, he could not help but sigh. He felt that fate was making a fool out of him. He believed that if Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, could foresee the future, he would not have sacrificed the entire clan to protect Di Ju 5 years ago. The dragon cleansing pool is the holy land of dragons. It can allow the members of the dragons to transform at a tremendous speed. I think junior brother Lingtian will also be able to improve a lot after entering it. Gu Li thought to himself. At the same time, he was also very envious of Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it was only envy and not jealousy. He would not be jealous of Duan Lingtian. He would only feel happy for Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. Di Shan's death also meant the end of the 5-year pact. When the people from the other quasi-third-rate forces left one after another, apart from the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion, the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market did not leave as well. Not long after Duan Lingtian and the other 3 returned to the little valley that was filled with birds chirping and fragrant flowers, leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market also brought Feng Bui and Zhong Qi back to the wooden house that they had stayed in previously. When Duan Lingtian and the others saw that the 3 of them did not make any move, they felt relieved. A day passed in just a blink of an eye. On the second day, a green figure appeared in the sky above the small valley and called out loudly, "Manor Head Duan, the patriarch invites you over." The owner of the green figure was none other than one of the dragon's 5-clawed divine dragon elders. 5-clawed azure dragon, Qin Yan. At this moment, although it had been a day since Di Ju was killed, his expression was still grave. Especially when he saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. It was as though he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge Di Ju. However, he endured it in the end. Elder Qin Yan, I've long heard of the Holy Land of Dragons, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. It shouldn't be a problem for us to join in the fun, right? After Duan Lingtian and the others appeared, the group of people from the Mountain Shade Black Market also appeared. Feng Bui, the vice leader, looked at Qin Yan and asked, "That won't be a problem." Qin Yan seemed to know that the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market had not left, so he was not surprised. When he heard Feng Buyi's words, he nodded. The reason he agreed so readily was because the patriarch of the dragons had instructed him to do so. Duan Lingtian met Di Shan, the patriarch of the dragons, again in a canyon in the deepest part of the dragon's residence. The entrance of the canyon was narrow, but when they entered, they discovered it was a completely different world. In the deepest part of the canyon, there was a majestic door that was strangely suspended in the air. The door was tightly shut, and no one knew where it led to. The majestic door had 2 doors, and each door had a different keyhole. The one on the left was round while the one on the right was crescent. It looked extremely strange. Apart from that, if anything happens to young mansion master in there, it has nothing to do with the dragons. What? Do you think I'm an unreasonable person, clan leader Di Shan? Duan Rufeng asked rhetorically. At the same time, a key appeared in his hand. It was the moon key that he had taken from Di Shan to keep for him. Di Shan still had a sun key in his hand. The door to the dragon cleansing pool could only be opened when the sun key and the moon key were put together. That circle and that crescent moon. They must be the keyholes. Duan Lingtan thought to himself as he looked at the 2 holes that were neither deep nor shallow on the door in front of him. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. After Duan Rufeng and Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, approached the door together, they made their moves one after another. They used an invisible force to guide the keys in their hands and stuffed them into the 2 keyholes on the door. At this moment, it was not only Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Kumi. Even the 3 people from the Mountain Shade Black Market who were led by their leader, Duan Lingtian, stared intently at the door in the air. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a clear and mysterious energy extended from the sun key and the moon key. In just a blink of an eye, it spread to the entire door. After a while, a strong light engulfed the door like a scorching sun in the sky, causing everyone to squint their eyes instinctively. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise resonated in the air. Along with the loud noise, the strong light that was like a scorching sun in the sky faded away. The 2 doors that were tightly shut seemed to be slowly pushed open by an invisible force. Rumble! Soon after, the door was completely pushed open. The moment the door was pushed open, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, looked at the door in unison. All of them wanted to see what was behind the door. However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian and the others were disappointed. This was because after the door was opened, apart from a thin and transparent barrier that was formed by an unknown force, they could not see anything else. In their eyes, the barrier was like a layer of transparent glass. Behind the glass was the canyon. Theoretically speaking, there's no time limit for entering the dragon cleansing pool. When it's time to come out, the formation in the dragon cleansing pool will send you out. Di Shan looked at Duan Lingtian and said, as the leader of the dragons, although he was saddened by Di Ju's death, he was a person who knew when to give up. Since he had lost the 5-year pact, he, naturally, had to fulfill his promise and give the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool to the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was impressed by Di Shan, who could still speak to him so calmly. At the very least, he knew if he was Di Shan, he would not be so calm when facing the person who killed Di Ju, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Father, I'm going in now. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rufeng. Be careful. Duan Rufeng nodded. When he recalled Di Shan's words, he could not help but remind him. Don't worry. After giving Duan Rufeng a reassuring look, Duan Lingtian glanced at Gu Li and Kumi before he shot toward the door that led to the dragon cleansing pool at lightning speed. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian collided with the transparent barrier that was formed by an unknown force on the door. In the next instant, he seemed to have been swallowed by the barrier and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Lingtan had entered the dragon cleansing pool. Mansion Master Duan. Chapter 1867. Leader Dugu, did you stay just to ask this? Faced with his old rival, Duan Ru Feng narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, "You heard what clan leader Dishan said earlier. Even he doesn't know what happens when humans enter the dragon cleansing pool. Do you think I'll know? If you don't know, would you let your son take the risk?" Duan Ruffing asked as he looked at Duan Ruffing. 1. Reading? Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, Dishan could not help but look at Duan Ruffing with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. It was true that he was the clan leader of the dragons. It was also true that he did not know what would happen to humans after they entered the dragon cleansing pool. However, just as the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market had said, if the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion did not know what would happen to humans after they entered the dragon cleansing pool, would he let his son take the risk? Leader Dugu, you're the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market after all. Haven't you heard of the saying, fortune comes from danger? The dragon cleansing pool is the holy land of dragons. It has helped countless outstanding dragons to soar to the top. This is a well-known fact. I believe that as long as my son can come out alive, he'll definitely obtain a great fortune. Duan Ru Feng said unhurriedly. Naturally, he did not mention the most important thing, and it was impossible for him to mention it. That was, allowing his son to enter the dragon cleansing pool was suggested by the elusive elder Tianji. He believed in the oracle man. Fortune comes from danger? Although Duan Rufeng's words were a little unreasonable, both Dugu and Dishan could tell he did not want to tell the truth. For this reason, they did not probe further. This was because they knew they would not be able to get anything out of him even if they continued to probe. Clan leader Dishan, I'm sorry for disturbing you these few days. Farewell. Dugu did not plan to stay any longer since he did not get the answer he wanted. After bidding farewell to Dishan, he left with Feng Bui and Zhong Qishan. At this moment, only Dishan, Duan Ruffing, and the others were left in the valley. There was also the open void door. On the other hand, after Duan Lingtian entered the dragon cleansing pond through the door, he felt as if his entire body was submerged in water. After entering, Duan Lingtian was shocked to find that he could not feel the existence of his own body. He wanted to control his body, but he couldn't. He wanted to use his divine sense to observe his surroundings, but he still didn't believe it. At this moment, all that was left of him was his consciousness, a consciousness that seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. At first, it was nothing, but as time passed, Duan Lingtian became more and more uneasy. What the hell is going on? Wasn't this the holy land of dragons, the dragon cleansing pool? Why is it so strange? Could it be that the leader of the dragons, Dishan, lied to us? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but guess. However, this conjecture was quickly dispelled because he felt that it was impossible. With the strength of the dragons in the lower province, it was impossible for them to create such a realistic door that led to the dragon cleansing pool. That door was obviously the work of an almighty figure. Such an almighty figure would only exist in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land or the Devata realms. He could only think, imagine, and recall. Apart from that, there was nothing else he could do. Duan Lingtian did not know what was happening to him at this moment. He did not know if he was in the dragon cleansing pool or not. The dragon cleansing pool was, without a doubt, unfamiliar to him. Before he entered the dragon cleansing pool, he had no idea what was in it, let alone what would happen after he entered. What should I do now? As time passed, Duan Lingtian became more and more agitated. He really did not know what to do. Currently, he could only think. He could not control his divine consciousness or his body. Moreover, he could not even feel the existence of his own body. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian, who was getting more and more agitated, felt as though he was about to go crazy. What the hell is this place? Where's the dragon cleansing pool, the saint land of dragons? In the end, Duan Lingtian seemed to know that it was useless to be agitated, so he gradually calmed down. After he calmed down, the first thing he thought of was Duan Ruffing and the others who were waiting outside. I wonder how much time has passed. Father and senior brother Gu Li must be tired of waiting, right? Gradually, Duan Lingtian thought of his mother, Li Ro, his fiancée, Li Fei, and his son, Duan Yantian. Then he thought of Ker and Feng Tianwu. The elementary devouring tactic is the main reason why I was able to kill Diju in the battle yesterday. Duan Lingtian, who had nothing to think about, suddenly recalled the battle between him and Diju yesterday. The reason he was able to kill Diju so easily was because Diju had cast the inherited divine ability, the True Form Frenzy, of the dragons. The aftereffect of the True Form Frenzy was the real reason Diju was killed. The True Form Frenzy was the inherited divine ability of the dragons. It could greatly increase one's strength in a short period of time. However, once the time passed, not only would it revert to its original form, but it would also enter a weakened state. Just like Diju yesterday, his strength was only at the early Divine Saint stage when he was in a weakened state. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian had lost the effect of the elementary devouring tactic, there was no aftereffect at all. Even if his Sun True origin reverted to its original form, it was still comparable to an intermediate Divine Saint stage powerhouse. With his strength at the intermediate Divine Saint stage, coupled with his divine abilities, the Golden Crow's Wings, the Otherworldly Celestial, and the Sovereign Heart Sword, it was easy for him to kill an early Divine Saint stage powerhouse. For this reason, when Diju was in a weakened state yesterday, before anyone could react, Duan Lingtian had easily killed Diju in just a blink of an eye with his lightning-fast attack. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian said the elementary devouring tactic was the main reason for the battle yesterday. If it was not for the fact that the elementary devouring tactic could devour all the energy in his surroundings and raise his Sun True origin in a short period of time, it would have been impossible for him to possess a speed that was comparable to an ordinary intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator after casting the Golden Crow's Wings. If it was not for his speed that was comparable to an ordinary intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, it would have been impossible for him to dodge Diju's attack when he was in a berserk state. If it was not for the fact that the elementary devouring tactic did not have any aftereffects, it would have been impossible for him to kill Diju so easily. Naturally, although the elementary devouring tactic was the main reason, the Golden Crow's Wings also contributed a lot. Both were indispensable. Diju. When Duan Lingtian thought about Diju whom he had killed, his mind started to wander as he recalled the first time he met Diju. At that time, he was just an ant in Diju's eyes. An ant that he could trample on at will. In fact, when he was only at the Saint Rudiment stage, he was indeed just an ant in front of Diju whose cultivation base was at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. If Diju wanted to kill him, he would only need to lift a finger. However, after 5 years, he had already grown to the point where he could fight Diju and even kill him. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he sighed again. I'm afraid Diju didn't expect that I, who he regarded as an ant 5 years ago, would personally send him to hell 5 years later. However, that clan leader of the dragons, Dishan, is a person who knows when to give up. Initially, I thought he would make things difficult for us after I killed Diju. I didn't expect him to be so cooperative. The reason he cooperated must be because he's afraid of father. Duan Lingtian's thoughts started to wander. In the end, even he did not know what to think anymore. In this world where only his consciousness existed, he could not see anything and could not feel the existence of his body. As time went by, he felt like he was going crazy. However, Duan Lingtian was a soldier specialist on Earth in his past life. Due to the need for an undercover mission, he had once hid in a dark place for a few months. If it was an ordinary person, he would have had a mental breakdown long ago. It was due to his experience in his past life that Duan Lingtian did not go crazy in such a situation. Those dragons who entered the dragon cleansing pool in the past definitely didn't have the same experience as me. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to leave the dragon cleansing pool so smoothly. How could an ordinary person endure such a boring torment? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As time went by, Duan Lingtian calmed down again. In the end, he resigned himself to the situation. As expected of the successor of the 7 Absolutes sect's first Absolute, the Fog Rain Progeny's Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. Little fellow, you've passed my test. I'll keep my promise to Feng Qingyang and grant you the ability to transform into a dragon. Just as Duan Lingtian's consciousness fell silent, a voice that was full of energy suddenly resonated. The voice was majestic and intimidating. While the voice woke Duan Lingtian up, it also made Duan Lingtian overjoyed. This was because Duan Lingtian realized his consciousness had returned to his body. Moreover, his divine consciousness had returned as well. Before he could even observe his surroundings, Duan Lingtian instinctively looked in front of him in the direction of the voice. He saw a gigantic silhouette that was several thousand meters long hovering in the sky above a vast lake. It was a divine dragon. In front of this divine dragon, Diju's original body that he had seen earlier was not even worth mentioning. Diju's original body was only a few hundred meters long, not even 1,000 meters long. However, the divine dragon before his eyes had a body that was 5,000 to 6,000 meters long. This divine dragon gave Duan Lingtian an inexplicable sense of oppression. It made it difficult for him to breathe, and he almost suffocated. The dragon claws of this dragon, they're actually 8-clawed. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered that the divine dragon silhouette that was several thousand meters long had 8 sharp claws on each of its dragon claws. 8-clawed divine dragon? Gasp! At once, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. It seems like the dragon cleansing pool, the saint land of the dragons, is under this lake. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he moved and disappeared from his spot like a ghost. Splash! Chapter 1869. After entering the lake, Duan Lingtian noticed that the aura had become even stronger. It's at the bottom of the lake. After diving into the lake, Duan Lingtian dove straight to the bottom of the lake as if he was walking on flat ground. The lake water was no obstacle to him. Algae covered the bottom of the lake, but there was not a single fish to be seen. There. Relying on the sensing of that aura, Duan Lingtian arrived at a group of algae. However, when he saw that there was nothing else in front of him apart from the algae, he could not help but feel puzzled. What's going on? That aura clearly came from here. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian manipulated the sun true origin and sent the algae flying. After the algae were sent flying, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. A palace appeared in his field of vision. It was a palace embedded in the bottom of the lake. Now, he was above the palace, and a transparent film like a canopy separated him from the lake water. I should be able to enter. Duan Lingtian tried to pass through the transparent membrane. He touched it with one foot and was not obstructed at all. It really works. Soon after, Duan Lingtian passed through the transparent membrane that was like a sky curtain and appeared in the sky above the ancient and magnificent palace. Now, when he looked up, Duan Lingtian could see that there was an opening in the void. Behind this opening was the bottom of the lake where he had been previously. The dragon cleansing pool is inside this palace? Withdrawing his gaze, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and appeared in front of the palace. Only now did he have the time to carefully examine the palace before him. The palace was not big, but it was filled with an ancient aura. It was mixed with the aura that had attracted Duan Lingtian to this place. The dragon cleansing pool is inside? Duan Lingtian did not stay outside the palace for long. His thoughts were all on the dragon cleansing pool. After pushing open the palace door and entering, Duan Lingtian was greeted by a white mist. 1. Read a book. Beneath the white mist was a huge pool filled with milky white liquid that emitted waves of attractive aura. This aura not only contained the rich aura of heaven and earth spiritual chi, but it also seemed to contain the aura of something else. This is the dragon cleansing pool? After Duan Lingtian activated his strange pupil, the white mist in front of him gradually thinned out, allowing him to see the dragon cleansing pond in its entirety. The dragon cleansing pond appeared to be an ordinary pond. However, there were 9 divine dragon statues all around it. The dragon tails of these divine dragon statues went straight into the dragon cleansing pool, while the dragon heads were attached to the edges of the palace. They opened their mouths and swallowed the faintly discernible spiritual qi of heaven and earth before transferring it into the dragon cleansing pool. Duan Lingteng came to the side of the dragon cleansing pool and tentatively reached his hand in. The milky white liquid in the dragon cleansing pool was cool to the touch. A rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth flowed into Duan Lingtian's body through his hand along with a mysterious power. After the mysterious power entered his body, the Sun True Origin in his body began to circulate according to the circulation route of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Moreover, even the dragon energy that the 8-clawed divine dragon had given him that allowed him to transform into a dragon warrior became restless as the mysterious power entered his body. It was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, completely breaking free from Duan Lingtian's control. What's this? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he withdrew his hand in time. Only then did the true Sun Origin energy and dragon power in his body come to a stop. Go and... There's no problem. At the same time, Hua Lao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding him that there was no problem with the dragon cleansing pool. Hua Lao, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard Hua Lao's words. Although he trusted Hua Lao very much, he still had some lingering fear from his earlier experience. For this reason, he immediately told Hua Lao about his experience. Don't worry. The dragon energy in your body only resonated with the energy in the dragon cleansing pool. If I'm not mistaken, not only will your cultivation base improve greatly after you enter the dragon cleansing pool, but you'll also obtain other benefits. Earlier, you said that your Sun True Origin automatically circulated according to your cultivation method. This means your cultivation method resonated with that energy as well. Hua Lao said, it seems like the dragon cleansing pool is very suitable for you. Now, even I don't know what benefits you'll obtain after you enter the dragon cleansing pool. However, I'm certain there'll only be benefits and no disadvantages. That mysterious energy resonated with the dragon power in my body and the cultivation method I practice? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He did not find it strange that the mysterious energy resonated with the dragon energy in his body since he had just obtained the dragon energy not long ago. The place where he obtained the dragon energy was in the same place as the dragon cleansing pool. They were only separated by a lake. However, he was puzzled by the fact that his cultivation method resonated with the mysterious energy. The cultivation method I cultivate is the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique created by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent. Even the Reincarnation Emperor Wu himself didn't cultivate it. After I came to the Dao Martial Saint Land, I cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. 9 divine dragon silhouettes would appear in my body to move the heaven and earth spirit energy and true origin. By right, since the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was created by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, it's impossible for it to have any connection with the energy in the dragon cleansing pool in the Saint Land. However, what's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was created by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu who once stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. However, even if the Rebirth Martial Emperor was at his peak, he was not worth mentioning compared to the current him. No matter how powerful the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was, he was only at the peak of Cloud Continent. Currently, he could be considered as a powerhouse in the entire Wuxia subterranean. The dragon cleansing pool was the saint land of the Wuxia subterranean dragons. No matter how Duan Lingtian thought about it, it was difficult for him to connect the two together. However, there was a connection that even he could not make sense of. Not only that, but his hands and feet had also turned into dragon claws. Each of his dragon claws had 8 claws that gleamed coldly as though they could tear everything apart. What's going on? I haven't even mastered the method to completely transform into a dragon warrior, but it can help me transform into a dragon warrior. For this reason, it directly transformed you into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Although a 9-clawed dragon warrior is not as strong as a true 9-clawed divine dragon, it's comparable to a true 8-clawed divine dragon. With your Sun True origin that's comparable to an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse, if you activate your dragon power and transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, you'll be able to easily defeat an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage with just your combat ability alone. When Hua Lao reached the end of his sentence, a hint of shock could be heard in his voice. So strong, Duan Lingtian gasped. When Hua Lao found out Duan Lingtian could transform into an 8-clawed dragon warrior, he had merely said that even a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage would not dare to engage in a melee battle with him if he did not use any techniques. However, Hua Lao had just said Duan Lingtian could easily defeat an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage without using any techniques. Was the difference not a little too big? If I'm not mistaken, since that force resonated with your cultivation method, I'm sure your cultivation method must have undergone some changes as well. Hua Lao continued to speak. The benefits left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon are definitely not simple. Cultivation method? Changes? Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian began to carefully observe the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique circulation path. In the beginning it was still fine. However, as time passed, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. It's really changed. Duan Lingtian discovered although the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique circulation path was still the same as before, many inconspicuous details had changed. However, the changes in these inconspicuous details had doubled the efficiency of his cultivation. This is the benefit left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his breathing quickened again. He felt his trip to the dragon cleansing pool was worth it. Even if his cultivation base did not improve, it was still worth it. Whether it was the 9-clawed dragon warrior or the changes in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the impact on his future would be immeasurable. I wonder if there's any mysterious force left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon in the dragon cleansing pool. Following that, Duan Lingtian began to search the dragon cleansing pool with his divine consciousness. However, he discovered he could no longer find any mysterious force left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. Hua Lao, that force seems to have really disappeared. Will it appear again in the future? Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao. It won't appear again. Hua Lao said. At the same time, the members of the dragons who enter the dragon cleansing pool after 5,000 years won't be able to improve their innate talent anymore. At most, they'll be able to rely on the liquefied heaven and earth spirit chi here to rapidly improve their cultivation base. This is because the force left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon has been taken by you. It's no longer here. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he heard Hua Lao's words. Was that so? If the dragons found out that something like this had happened after he entered the dragon cleansing pool, they would probably want to grind his bones to dust. After all, the dragon cleansing pool was of great significance to the dragons not only because it contained 5,000 years of heaven and earth spirit chi, but also because it contained the special force left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he regained his senses. I can't let the dragons find out about what happened here. Otherwise, they won't let this matter rest. Duan Lingtian was very careful about this. That's right. Dragon tail. Hua Lao said earlier that I can grow a dragon tail in my dragon warrior state. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he turned to look behind him. As soon as Duan Lingtian turned around to look behind him, a streak of light that looked like a black lightning bolt shot out from behind him. As the black lightning-like shadow stopped, a long tail appeared in front of him. It was a dragon tail covered in black dragon scales. Unlike the tails of ordinary divine dragons, this tail did not have a mane at the end. Instead, it was very sharp like a blade and gleamed with a cold light. Duan Lingtian was naturally not used to a human suddenly having a tail. However, after he got used to it, not only could he control his tail freely, but he could even use it to attack. Whether it was a whip or a stab, it was extremely powerful and terrifying. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also discovered that he had transformed into a dragon form. The current him had already reached the point where he could control and release the dragon warrior state at will. Without realizing it, Duan Lingtian had fallen in love with his dragon warrior state. This was because he possessed the body of an 8-clawed divine dragon. The powerful body of an 8-clawed divine dragon was not something a weak human body could compare to. Although his body was stronger than an ordinary human's, it was still incomparable to his dragon warrior state. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to lie in the dragon cleansing pool in his dragon warrior state as he absorbed the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool to cultivate. With the improved 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was now twice as fast as before. In 10 days at most, my cultivation base will definitely break through to the Mastery Eminent Saint stage. At that time, the Sun True Origin in my body will be raised to the point where it'll be comparable to a Mastery Divine Saint stage powerhouse. With the cultivation environment in the Dragon Cleansing Pool and the improvement of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. The liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy surged into Duan Lingtian's body continuously. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was also converting the heaven and earth spirit energy into Duan Lingtian's Sun True Origin at the fastest speed. Time continued to pass by quietly. Duan Lingtian, who was enjoying the baptism of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool, seemed to have forgotten about time. Duan Ruffing and the other 2 were waiting outside the dragon cleansing pool's entrance. As for the patriarch of the dragons, Dishan, he had long disappeared. It's almost 3 months. Why hasn't Tian come out yet? Duan Ruffing, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned slightly as he looked at the open door that led to the dragon cleansing pool. If it was not for the fact that his son's soul pearl was still in his hands, he would have thought something had happened to his son in the dragon cleansing pool. After all, it had been 3 months. Based on his knowledge, even the dragons who entered the dragon cleansing pool 5,000 years ago had only stayed in the dragon cleansing pool for 2 months. Naturally, this was what he had heard from Dishan. According to Dishan, after the dragons entered the dragon cleansing pool, as long as their innate talent and cultivation base had risen to a certain level, they would be sent out in advance. The length of time one could stay in the pool depended on one's potential. Duan Ruffing was unaware that the reason the dragons were sent out in advance after they entered the dragon cleansing pool was due to the energy left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. Since its existence depended on the heaven and earth spirit energy, it was unwilling to let the dragons absorb too much of the heaven and earth spirit energy. Chapter 1871. Without the 9-clawed divine dragon's power, it meant Duan Lingtian would not be forcefully sent out by it. Once? Reading? In that case, Duan Lingtian might even be able to absorb all of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool. At that time, how much would his improvement be? Nobody knew. However, it would definitely not be less than 2 stages. After all, the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the pool had been accumulating for 5,000 years. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Inside the dragon cleansing pool, Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed when he opened his eyes and looked at the level of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool. He discovered he had only absorbed less than 1/10 of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool. After absorbing less than 1/10 of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool, My cultivation base has broken through from the intermediate Divine Saint stage to the peak of the Divine Saint stage. If I absorb all of it, won't I be able to break through from the Divine Saint stage to the Exemplary Saint stage? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his breathing quickened. He did not expect the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool would be so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that he felt as though he was dreaming. However, with so much heaven and earth spirit energy, how long will it take for me to leave? Soon after, Duan Lingtian thought of this. However, before this thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian felt something flash before his eyes. In the next instant he felt like he was floating in the air. Then he landed on the ground. At the same time, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell it was his father, Duan Rufeng's voice. If it was any other time, Duan Lingtian would be happy to hear Duan Rufeng's voice. However, at this moment, how did I get out? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he saw the valley before his eyes. After all, he had only absorbed less than 1/10 of the liquefied heaven and earth spiritual energy in the dragon cleansing pool. I've only absorbed less than 1/10 of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit chi in the dragon cleansing pool. Why would I be sent out? Could it be related to the idea I had? My last thought seemed to be get out. Could it be because of this? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Rumble! Duan Lingtian only came back to his senses when he heard the noise. He didn't have time to respond to his father, Duan Rufeng, and immediately rushed toward the void door that was about to close. To be exact, it was the door that led to the dragon cleansing pond. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in before the two doors closed. However, even though he managed to rush through the gate, he was not teleported into the dragon cleansing pond. He appeared on the other side of the void door, still inside the canyon. We can't go in? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized this. When he raised his head again, he instinctively looked at the void door that was hovering in the air. However, he discovered that after the door closed, it gradually disappeared. First, it turned into a shadow before it completely disappeared before his eyes. What are you? Duan Rufeng had a puzzled expression on his face. He had no idea what was going on since he was outside the dragon cleansing pond. Earlier, when he saw his son coming out, he was slightly happy. However, not only did his son ignore him, but he even wanted to enter the dragon cleansing pond again. However, the dragon cleansing pond would only open once every 5,000 years. Once someone entered, no one else would be allowed to enter for another 5,000 years. After the person who entered came out, the door to the dragon cleansing pond would close and would only open again after 5,000 years. At that time, the door to the dragon cleansing pond could be opened again with the sun key and moon key. Father. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally had the time to respond to Duan Rufeng. However, he really did not know what to say. All he could do was smile bitterly. Junior brother Lingtian. Young mansion master. At some point, Gu Li and Kumi, who were cultivating in the air, had also opened their eyes. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they were pleasantly surprised. 1. Reading? They sighed in relief when they saw Duan Lingtian had come out safely. In the end, under the watchful eyes of Duan Rufeng and the other two, Duan Lingtian told them about his blunder. Due to this blunder, he had lost the opportunity to cultivate by absorbing a large amount of liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy from the dragon cleansing pond. Previously, he had a chance to break through to the divine saint stage or even the exemplary saint stage, but he did not cherish it. If God gave him another chance, he would not even think about leaving the dragon cleansing pond. Damn you! Get out! It was all because of the thought of leaving the dragon cleansing pond that he was sent out. Is this even possible? Gu Li was dumbfounded. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian was sent out because he had obtained enough benefits. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be sent out after absorbing less than 1/10 of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy from the dragon cleansing pond. Moreover, he was the one who sent himself out. Although it was unintentional, it was an indisputable fact. As for Duan Rufeng and Kumi, They fell silent for a moment. All of them felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's experience was indeed heart-wrenching. Forget it. If it's fated, it'll happen. If it's not fated, there's no need to force it. It's good that I've gotten over this. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian quickly got over it when he saw the 3 people who were concerned about him. So what if I'm at the peak of the eminent saint stage? There's no need to rush my cultivation base. I'll break through sooner or later. Moreover, his biggest gain from entering the dragon cleansing pond this time was not the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy that raised his cultivation base. Instead, it was the transformation of the 9-clawed dragon warrior and the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. Both of them were much more valuable than merely raising his cultivation base. Both of them had far-reaching benefits. Moreover, it only took me less than 3 months to break through from the intermediate eminent saint stage to the mastery eminent saint stage. Just this alone is enough to make many people envious. Since he had gotten over it, Duan Lingtian, naturally, had gotten over it as well. Duan Ruffing and the other 2 felt relieved when they saw Duan Lingtian did not take this matter to heart. They were really worried Duan Lingtian would take this matter to heart. This matter isn't settled yet. When we leave, I'll ask Dishan again to see if there's still a chance to enter the dragon cleansing pond. Duan Ruffing comforted Duan Lingtian. Father, there's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The door that led to the dragon cleansing pond had disappeared. Even if he asked Dishan, the answer would be the same. He was certain of this. He believed his father knew this as well. As for his father's words, it was mostly to comfort him. Although Duan Lingtian said there was no need for that, before they left the dragons, Duan Ruffing casually asked when he returned the moon key to the dragon cleansing pond to Dishan, clan leader Dishan, is it possible for someone to return if they're sent out of the dragon cleansing pond after less than a month? Impossible. Dishan shook his head. No matter how long a person has been in the dragon cleansing pond, it's impossible for them to return. The dragon cleansing pond only opens once every 5,000 years, and only one person can enter at a time. Naturally, Dishan did not expect Duan Ruffing was asking on behalf of Duan Lingtian. The reason he did not expect this was because he knew Duan Lingtian had stayed in the dragon cleansing pond for more than 2 months. In his opinion, it was normal, and there was no possibility of him being sent out by accident. When Duan Lingtian heard Dishan's words, he gave up completely. Although he did not think it was possible for him to return to the dragon cleansing pond, he knew it was impossible. When he heard his father asking Dishan this question, his heart that was almost dead was revived, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. However, when he heard Dishan's answer, a look of realization appeared on his face. At the same time, he felt slightly disappointed in the depths of his heart. After watching Duan Lingtian and the other 3 leave, Dishan withdrew his gaze from Duan Lingtian's back and sighed. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have aged several decades. The Dragon Clan could be said to have suffered a double loss in this 5-year pact. Not only did they lose Diju, the future clan leader of the dragons, but they even lost the dragon cleansing pond that only opened once every 5,000 years. If this matter spread to the dragons in the upper province, he would definitely be criticized when he went to the dragons in the upper province in the future. After all, there had never been such a useless clan leader in the lower province before. Meanwhile, after Duan Lingtian and the others left the dragons, they returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion. After returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion, I'll spend some time with Mother, Little Fei, and Nyen. After that, it's time for me to leave the lower province and head to the upper province to look for Kerr. During the journey, Duan Lingtian took out the plan that he had long prepared and was prepared to carry it out. Whether it was him, his family, or the Azure Cloud Mansion, it would not benefit him at all if he continued to stay in the lower province. Apart from that, I'll have to make a trip back to Windfall Nation before leaving the lower province to see if Tian Wu has returned or not. After that, I'll bring Senior Brother, Uncle Feng, and the others to the Azure Cloud Mansion. It's much safer in the Azure Cloud Mansion than in Windfall Nation. Although Duan Lingtian was preparing to head to the upper province, he did not forget about his family and friends in the past. Duan Lingtian was unaware that during the 3 months he had spent in the dragon cleansing pond, news about him had already spread out. Duan Lingtian was the lucky person who obtained the Devil Seal tablet a few years ago. He was the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion and the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, the people who heard the news were in an uproar. How can this be? The person who obtained the Devil Seal tablet back then is actually the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Initially, I thought that person had completely disappeared. I can't believe not only did he not disappear, but he's also in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He's actually the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! As the news spread, similar discussions began to spread everywhere. Outside the residence of the dragons, one of the 5-clawed divine dragon elders, the 5-clawed green dragon, Qin Yan, hovered in the air as he looked in the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion. He muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian, the Azure Cloud Mansion? Prepare to welcome the arrival of the powerhouses from the Upper Province. I'll immediately head to the Upper Province and spread the news that the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian, has obtained the Devil Seal tablet. As soon as Qin Yan finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Chapter 1872. Tian, judging by the time, Xiao Lan and Bai Yao should have returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion by now. When they were about to reach the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, Duan Ruffing seemed to have recalled something and said to Duan Lingtian, Xiao Lan? Bai Yao? Upon hearing these two names, Duan Lingtian's body trembled before he came to a halt. When he looked in the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion again, a hint of anxiety could be seen in his eyes. When he first came to the Azure Cloud Mansion after finding out his father was the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he also thought of Xiao Lan and Bai Yao who were brought away by his mother from Cloud Continent. However, later on he heard from his mother that Xiao Lan and Bai Yao had gone out to train and would only be back after some time. At that moment, he who had not prepared himself to face the two girls could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, when he heard his father mentioning the two girls, he froze as though he was struck by lightning. Ling. When Gu Li saw Duan Lingtian had stopped, he stopped as well and looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. However, the moment he opened his mouth, before he could continue speaking, he was stopped by Duan Ruffing who had stopped as well. He immediately shut his mouth. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned a blind eye to the 3 people who had stopped next to him. His thoughts had already drifted back to many years ago when he was still in Aurora City and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was also during that period of time that he met Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao. He still remembered the first time he met Xiao Lan was at the Xiao clan in Aurora City. At that time, the Xiao clan had issued a hidden dragon invitation for the sake of ranking on the hidden dragon ranking. He could still clearly remember the scene when Xiao Lan appeared at that time. The young girl's silky long hair was like a waterfall that cascaded down. Under the hazy morning mist, she looked like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities. At that time, Xiao Lan was also a famous beauty in Aurora City. She had many admirers. As for the first time he met Princess Bai Yao, it was at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's 3rd prince's estate. At that time, she was sitting next to the 3rd prince. Her beautiful hair fell behind her like a waterfall. Her pretty cheeks made people unable to help but be attracted by them at first glance. Her cherry-like mouth made people want to kiss and suck on it. From the very beginning, he had treated the 2 girls as his friends. Who would have thought that at some unknown time, the 2 girls had actually fallen deeply in love with him? Xiao Lan even left Aurora City and came to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city for him. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that after he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the 2 ladies would gradually forget about him. However, who would have thought that the 2 girls did not forget about him even after he left? Instead, after he left, they often stayed by his mother's side to fulfill their filial duties. Perhaps, if it was not for this, his mother would not have brought the two girls away from the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the mortal continent, Cloud Continent. So many years have passed. Perhaps, their feelings for me are no longer the same as before. After all, they were still young at that time, and it could only be considered as their first awakening of love. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and thought to himself. Naturally, this was only his own speculation. If this was the case, it would be a good ending for him, his two fiancées, and even Tian Wu. If it was possible, he was willing to treat the two girls as his biological sisters. Moreover, they had been getting along well with his mother all these years, so it was not a big deal for him to acknowledge them as his biological sisters. Although this was what he thought, Duan Lingtian knew very well that this was only his own opinion. He had no idea what Xiao Lan and Bai Yao were thinking. What they thought was the most important. If they had let it go, everything would be fine. However, if they had not, he really did not know what to do now. Of course, he would definitely not shirk this responsibility. Father. After they continued on their journey, Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Ruffing. Just as he was about to speak, he did not know what to ask. Want to see? Book, Tian, or what do you think of Xiao Lan and Bai Yao? Duan Ruffing asked with a solemn expression. Father, I only treated them as good friends back then, and I didn't have any thoughts about them. After I left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, I thought they would have forgotten about me. I didn't expect that not only did they not forget about me, but they're also so good to my mother. They're even filial piety for me, Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face. Don't blame your mother. She only brought the two girls to the Azure Cloud Mansion because she saw how devoted they are to you. Moreover, they're not bad people. She's doing this for your own good. Duan Ruffing said. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although his mother's actions were a little exaggerated, she did not have any ill intentions. After all, they were two good girls who had spent a lot of time with each other. As a mother, she would definitely want them to be her daughter-in-law. He could understand his mother's thoughts. It was just that he did not know how to face Xiao Lan and Bai Yao. Father, I haven't seen them for many years. In your opinion, how do they feel about me now? Duan Lingtian asked after he took a deep breath. How do I know how they feel about you? How do I know? When you return, you'll know how they feel about you when you face them. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Duan Ruffing could not help but laugh. As a father, how could he possibly know how those two girls felt about his son right now? Duan Lingtian nodded. What would come would come. There were some things that he would have to face personally sooner or later. All of a sudden, Duan Ruffing's expression turned solemn again. When Duan Lingtian looked at him, he said, Whether it's Xiao Lan or Bai Yao, your mother and I have the same opinion. We won't allow you to bully them. They're good girls. It's not easy for them to leave their hometown and come here for you. There was one thing that Duan Ruffing did not tell Duan Lingtian. That was, after he brought his wife, Xiao Lan, and Bai Yao to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he and his wife had asked for their opinion. If they wanted to return, they could send them back at any time. However, the answer they received was the same no matter how many times they asked. They wanted to stay. The reason Duan Ruffing did not tell Duan Lingtian about this was because he was worried Duan Lingtian would feel pressured after learning about this. It was better for him to face this himself. Naturally, even if he had to face it himself, he still had to tell his son some things first so he would not hurt the two good girls. Father, how can I bully them? Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. I've discussed this with your mother. You haven't seen them for many years. If your feelings for each other have faded and you're not willing to be together, we won't force you. At that time, your mother and I will take them in as our goddaughters. On the other hand, your mother and I hope that both of you can give it a try. If both of you can be together, it'll naturally be a happy ending. If you can't, I can only say that both of you are not fated to be together. Duan Ruffing continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was the only thing he could do now. All he had to do was wait and see what Xiao Lan and Bai Yao thought. Naturally, Duan Lingtian hoped that they would no longer have feelings for him like they did in the past. In that case, not only would he not hurt the two girls, but he would also be able to answer to his two fiancées and Tian Wu. As a man, it was impossible for him to not want to have many wives and concubines and enjoy the happiness of having multiple wives. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to consider the feelings of his two fiancées and Tian Wu, who was nowhere to be found, before he could enjoy the happiness of having two wives. This was especially true when his fiancée, Kerr, was still practicing Zoroastrianism and was waiting for him to bring her back. If he were to be together with Xiaolan and Bai Yao at this time, would he still be considered a human? If their feelings for me haven't changed, I can only promise them one thing. After I bring Kerr back and find Tian Wu, I'll ask Kerr, Tian Wu, and little Feier for their opinions. After I get their permission, I'll try to get along with them for a while. If it's possible, we'll be together. If it's not possible, I'll ask my parents to take them in as their goddaughters. We'll be siblings. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. At the very least, he would be able to deal with any situation now. After some time, a vast lake appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was the Crouching Dragon Lake that surrounded the main mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion. Seeing the Crouching Dragon Lake meant they were home. Previously, Duan Lingtian was a wanderer in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He did not have a home. However, when he found out his father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and came to look for the Azure Cloud Mansion, he treated the Azure Cloud Mansion as his home in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because his parents, his family, were all here. Wherever his family was, that was where his home was. After returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian immediately went to look for Li Fei. The reason he did not look for his mother immediately was not because he was unfilial. It was because his father had gone to look for his mother. If he went there now, he would only be a third wheel for his parents. Father! As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the house, he saw a little figure pouncing on him and leaping into his arms. It was none other than his son, Duan Nian. Nian, did you miss me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he patted his son's head. Yes. Duan Nian nodded like a chick pecking on rice. His bright eyes looked around. Not only did Nian miss you, but I miss you as well. Mother, father is back. Father is back. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Duan Nian exclaimed excitedly as he turned to look into the room. Soon after, a graceful figure walked out from inside. It was none other than Li Fei, who was smiling. You're back. Yes, I'm back. Duan Lingtian replied as he took a few steps forward. He carried his son with one hand and reached out his other hand to hold Li Fei's back before hugging Li Fei domineeringly. Chapter 1873. He hugged his son with one hand and Li Fei with the other. First lookbook at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was the happiest person in the world. Little Nian is all grown up now. Let's hold a wedding ceremony. Duan Lingtian said softly to Li Fei. Currently, Li Fei was not married to him. At most, she could only be considered as his fiancée. Only after the wedding ceremony would Li Fei be considered his wife. I'll wait for Sister Kerr. However, when Li Fei heard Duan Lingtian's words, she said firmly, I've discussed this with her before. We'll be your brides together. Now that she's involved in Zoroastrianism in the upper province, how can I be at ease and marry you? Scoundrel, promise me, all right? Otherwise, I'll feel uneasy. Why do you have to do this? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. However, when his eyes met Li Fei's unwavering gaze, he could not help but soften. All right, I promise you. However, although we haven't held the wedding ceremony yet, in my heart, no matter if it's you or both of you are already my wife. Upon hearing this, Li Fei did not say anything. She merely hugged Duan Lingtian tightly and enjoyed this moment of tenderness. Li Fei hugged Duan Lingtian tightly as though she was afraid she would lose him in the next moment. Scoundrel! When do you plan to go to the upper province? After an unknown period of time, Li Fei asked softly. Soon. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he replied. I must bring Sister Ke back, and her child. Li Fei said, Unfortunately, I'm useless. I can't help you. When Li Fei reached the end of her sentence, a hint of guilt could be heard in her tone. How can you be useless? You're not allowed to say such things again. If not for you, how could I have such a cute son? Duan Lingtian shook his head. He then glanced at his son in his left arm, only to find that the little guy had fallen asleep while leaning on him. Moreover, he was in a deep sleep. Even when they spoke, he did not wake up. You left for more than 3 months. Nian has been talking about you since a month ago. He even asked me if you didn't want him anymore. Although I explained, he still often woke up from his sleep and kept calling, Dad. Li Fei followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked at the little fellow with a gratified expression. Originally, she was worried that her son would not know his father, Duan Lingtian, because he had not met him before. She did not expect that her son would completely accept him as his father after just a short period of contact. Perhaps it was because they were connected by blood, but even though Duan Yentian and Duan Lingtian had only known each other for a short time, Duan Yentian was very reliant on Duan Lingtian. Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao are back. As though she was reminded of something, Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I heard about it from Dad. Duan Lingtian nodded. Li Fei leaned on Duan Lingtian and said softly, I know you're not in the mood to accept other women now, but Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao are really different. After they came to the Azure Cloud Mansion, they treated you like their own mother and took care of you. I know it's because of you that they're treating you like this. When Ke returns, you can accept them. I don't have any objections. Li Fei took the initiative to express her opinion when she reached the end of her sentence. It was as though she was not jealous at all. Naturally, it would be a lie if she said she was not jealous. However, she was also a kind woman. She knew how Duan Lingtian's mother, Li Ro, felt. At the same time, she was also touched by Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao's devotion to Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, she did not reject them. What are you talking about? We're not even in the picture yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, he hugged Li Fei even tighter. Li Fei's understanding almost melted his heart. What did Duan Lingtian do to deserve such a wife in his life? It was simply a great blessing. Back then, they fell in love with me because they were young girls. Now that so many years have passed, perhaps, they no longer have the same feelings as before. Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian did not notice that the moment his words left his mouth, a bitter smile appeared on Li Fei's face. This was because she knew very well that even though so many years had passed, Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao's hearts had never changed. They had always been with her man. Naturally, although she knew this, she did not point it out. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian did not leave the house. Instead, he stayed by his wife and son's side and kept them company. It would not be long before he left the lower province and headed to the upper province. For this reason, he treasured the time he spent alone with his wife and son. A few days later, Rong Yuan came to look for Duan Lingtian. Young Mansion Master, Lord Mansion Master has asked me to invite you over. Apart from him and his wife, Xiao Lan and Bai Yao are also there. When Rong Yuan reached the end of his sentence, he added another sentence. What was meant to come would come in the end. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and nodded. Please wait a moment, Elder Rong. After greeting Li Fei, Duan Lingtian patted his son's head who was next to Li Fei before he left with Rong Yuan. They made their way to the mansion where his father and mother lived. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he still felt slightly anxious. He would be meeting Xiao Lan and Bai Yao in a while. Although Duan Lingtian was not mentally prepared, he knew he could not avoid it, and he should not avoid it. There were some things that he had to face personally. Father, mother. After greeting Duan Ruffing and Li Ro, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the two young women next to Li Ro. These two young ladies were both devastatingly beautiful. Just by standing there, they exuded a sense of charm, causing everything around them to lose their luster. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the two young women. They were Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao. Although many years had passed, Duan Lingtian could still recognize them with just a glance. Although their appearances had changed quite a bit compared to before, apart from the fact that they no longer looked like young girls, there were not many other changes to them. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao, the two young women were also looking at him. Duan Lingnan. When Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao saw Duan Lingtun, they were stunned for a moment before they regained their senses. Their cheeks involuntarily blushed, revealing the shyness of a young woman. Although many years had passed since the last time they saw Duan Lingtian, it was still not over yet. However, according to their own feelings, the last time they saw Duan Lingtian seemed like yesterday. This was because ever since they came to the Azure Cloud Mansion, other than accompanying Li Ro, they had been focusing on their cultivation. They did not care about the passage of time at all. Their feelings toward Duan Lingtian were no different from before. The thing that I didn't want to happen the most still happened in the end. When Duan Lingtian saw the shy expressions on the two young women's faces when they saw him, he knew they still treated him like before. They did not forget about him just because of the passage of time. This was what he was most unwilling to see. However, even if he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that when he discovered Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao still did not forget about him, he felt a little smug in his heart. After all, this also served to accentuate his extraordinary charm since it satisfied a man's vanity. Long time no see. Duan Lingtian looked at the two young women and greeted them with a smile. Unlike Duan Lingtian's calmness, the two young women were a little nervous when they saw Duan Lingtian. They were so nervous that they did not know what to say for a long time. Father, Mother, I want to talk to them in private. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Ruffing and Li Ro in the face of the two young women's uneasiness and said through voice transmission, Tian, you can't bully Lan and Yao. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Li Ro replied through voice transmission and did not forget to warn him. Talk to them properly. Compared to Li Ro's reply through voice transmission, Duan Rufeng's reply was much simpler. After a short while, Duan Ruffing and Li Ro found an excuse to leave. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian, Xiao Lan, and Bai Yao were left in the room. After Duan Ruffing and Li Ro left, not only did Xiao Lan and Bai Yao not feel relieved, but they also became even more nervous. They were still at a loss for words. I understand what you're thinking. Duan Lingtun had no choice but to speak when he saw the two young women remain silent. He did not beat around the bush as soon as he spoke. The two young women became even more nervous. I'm sure both of you know it's impossible for me to accept both of you at once. Moreover, I'll be in the upper province for some time. I'm sure both of you have heard about my fiancé, Kerr, being taken away by the people from the upper province's Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian said bluntly, Before I rescue Kerr, I won't accept any other woman. That would be disrespectful to her and to both of you. If I'm really such a man, I'm sure both of you would despise me as well. Xiao Lan and Bai Yao nodded when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They were not surprised by Duan Lingtian's words. Moreover, they knew Duan Lingtian very well. They knew Duan Lingtian would not be in a relationship with them before he rescued Kerr. It was just as Duan Lingtian had said. If Duan Lingtian was still in a relationship with them at this time, they would only look down on Duan Lingtian and think he was an irresponsible man. Apart from that, I have a close female friend. Duan Lingtian spoke again when he thought of Tian Wu. Is it Tian Wu? Xiao Lan asked. You know Tian Wu? Duan Lingtian was stunned. We've heard Sister Fei mention Tian Wu before. We know Tian Wu even sacrificed her life for you. Bai Yao said. Whether it was Bai Yao or Xiao Lan, both of them were very envious of Feng Tianwu when they learned about Feng Tianwu from Li Fei. This was because Feng Tianwu had obtained Li Fei and Kerr's approval. She had also touched Duan Lingtian's heart. In terms of sequence, Feng Tianwu met Duan Lingtian after they did. Naturally, they admired Feng Tianwu. She was a woman who dared to love and hate. She was even willing to sacrifice her life for the person she loved. That was not something an ordinary person could do. That's true. Chapter 1874. Tianwu, how are you doing? When Duan Lingtian recalled the past between him and Feng Tianwu, he became even more worried about Feng Tianwu's current situation since he still did not know where Feng Tianwu was. However, Duan Lingtian quickly regained his senses when he realized Xiao Lan and Bai Yao were standing before him. Not only do I have to find Ke, but I have to find Tianwu as well. Before I find them, I'm not in the mood to be in a relationship with any other woman. Even if I manage to find them, I still have to ask for their and little Fei's opinion if I can date both of you. Duan Lingtian continued to say. When Xiao Lan and Bai Yao heard this, they looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. However, they did not say anything. This was their choice. They had no regrets. Whether it was the Duan Lingtian in the past or the current Duan Lingtian, he was the man they had set their minds on. In this lifetime, they would not marry anyone else. Otherwise, they would rather be alone for the rest of their lives. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian knew he had gone overboard with his words. Due to this reason, he found an excuse and left when he sensed the atmosphere had changed. At the same time, his heart was filled with guilt. He felt guilty toward Xiao Lan and Bai Yao. He really did not want things to turn out this way. However, he really did not know what else he could do. If both of us are really fated to be together in the future, I'll definitely make it up to both of you. Duan Lingtian thought to himself after he left. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian spent all his time with his wife and children. This continued until someone came to challenge him. Young Mansion Master, I heard you defeated Di Ju, the five-clawed golden dragon at the early exemplary saint stage with your cultivation base at the intermediate divine saint stage. I'd like to have a spar with you. The person who came to look for Duan Lingtian was none other than Tong Zhong, the leader of the Black Armored Army Centurions. Apart from being a centurion of the Black Armored Army, Tong Zhong was also Ku Mi's direct disciple. First look book before Duan Lingtian defeated Di Ju with his cultivation base at the divine saint stage, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the Wuxia subterranean. However, as the news of Duan Lingtian defeating Di Ju spread, the title of the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage was transferred to Duan Lingtian. Centurion Tong, you want to spar with me? Looking at Tong Zhong, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. In his impression, although Tong Zhong was powerful, he was only at the peak of the divine saint stage. Perhaps he was stronger than all the martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the divine saint stage in the Wuxia subterranean. However, if he were to fight someone at the exemplary saint stage or above, he would not stand a chance at winning at all. Because of this, Duan Lingtian didn't think that Tong Zhong was a match for him. I know I'm not a match for you, young Mansion Master. However, I've heard from my master about how you defeated Di Ju in the Dragon's Denver. I'm really looking forward to sparring with you. Currently, I'm only lacking an opportunity to break through to the exemplary saint stage. Perhaps, you'll be able to give me this opportunity, young Mansion Master. When Tong Zhong reached the end of his sentence, he revealed the purpose of his challenge to Duan Lingtian. He wanted to borrow Duan Lingtian's strength to break through to the exemplary saint stage in one fell swoop. Although he had yet to make any progress, he still wanted to give it a try so he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Since you're interested, Centurion Tong, I'll, naturally, accompany you to the end. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately agreed to it. Tong Zhong was not an outsider after all. He would help him if he could. He was not so stingy as to reject such a small request. Thank you, young Mansion Master. Tong Zhong was delighted when he heard Duan Lingtian's agreement. Pick a place. Duan Lingtian said to Tong Zhong. Tong Zhong nodded and agreed to fight with Duan Lingtian at the Crouching Dragon Lake that was 10 miles north of the main mansion. Although Duan Lingtian and Tong Zhong's fight was not publicized, the black armored guards who were guarding the Crouching Dragon Lake spread the news. Before both of them could fight, a large group of people had already gathered around them. Most of the onlookers were from the Black Armored Army. "He's the young mansion master of our Azure Cloud Mansion?" Many pairs of eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian. Among these eyes, there was shock and astonishment. However, most of them were filled with respect. Although Duan Lingtian had been in the Azure Cloud Mansion for quite some time, not many people in the Azure Cloud Mansion knew about his young mansion master to prevent the Azure Cloud Mansion from being dragged down by the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. However, when news of Duan Lingtian going to the Dragons to participate in the 5-year pact had spread, the entire Azure Cloud Mansion was shocked. At this moment they finally found out. As it turned out, the Azure Cloud Mansion had a young mansion master. Moreover, the young mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion had even inherited their Lord Mansion Master's powerful innate talent. His cultivation base was already at the intermediate Divine Saint stage at such a young age. Apart from that, the young mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion had killed Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragons, with his cultivation base at the intermediate Divine Saint stage. According to the news, Diju was an early exemplary Saint stage 5-clawed golden dragon. Defeating an early exemplary Saint stage powerhouse with a cultivation base at the intermediate Divine Saint stage. Even in their wildest dreams, they would not believe such a ridiculous thing would happen. However, since the news came from the dragons and the main character was the young mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion, they did not doubt it at all. Instead, they were shocked. After all, this was not something that could be done by just anyone. The young mansion master is someone who can even kill an early exemplary Saint stage 5-clawed golden dragon. Isn't Centurion Tong looking for a beating by challenging him? That's right. In the past, Centurion Tong was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the exemplary Saint stage. However, this title has now fallen to the young mansion master. Do you think Centurion Tong is dissatisfied with this? Why would he challenge the young mansion master? Humph. So what if he challenged him? In the end, Centurion Tong will only be humiliating himself. Moreover, this was under the circumstance that he had not used his divine ability. If he had used his divine ability, he would have been able to defeat Tong Zhong in just one exchange of blows. At the same time, when Duan Lingtian defeated Tong Zhong, at the border of the Debussy Subterranean to the east of the Debussy Subterranean, in a restaurant in a medium-sized city, news that the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was the young man who had obtained the Devil Seal tablet back then spread out. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian? After waiting for so many years, there's finally a lead. It's not a waste for me to come all the way from the upper province to the lower province. A middle-aged man dressed in a long grayish-white robe stood up from a seat in the corner of the restaurant. The middle-aged man had a pair of cross-eyed eyes and a slightly ferocious appearance. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a kind person. In the next moment, nobody saw how he left. He disappeared into thin air from the restaurant. From the beginning until the end, nobody noticed him at all. Chapter 1875. The appearance of a young mansion master with extraordinary innate talent in the Azure Cloud Mansion was supposed to be a joyous occasion. However, when they found out this young mansion master was Duan Lingtian who had obtained the Devil Seal tablet, most of the people in the Azure Cloud Mansion were not happy at all. This was because, in their opinion, the Devil Seal tablet was no different from a ticking time bomb. Who knew when it would explode? At that time, they would be injured as well. However, although they were dissatisfied, they only kept it to themselves. They did not dare to express their dissatisfaction in public. This was because the young mansion master was their Lord Mansion Master's son. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing, the mansion master, was a supreme existence. Nobody dared to offend him. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Duan Lingtian soon learned about this. He was not unhappy about this at all. This was the truth. The existence of the Devil Seal Tablet was indeed a ticking time bomb to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to this reason, he had already discussed this with Gu Li. They would leave the Azure Cloud Mansion in 2 weeks and head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After leaving Gu Li's mansion, Duan Lingtian went to look for his parents. Father, mother, I plan to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion in 2 weeks and head to the upper province with senior brother Gu Li. Upon hearing this, Duan Ruffing nodded. He was already mentally prepared, so he was not surprised. On the other hand, Li Ro could not help but have a reluctant expression on her face even though she was mentally prepared as well. Have you confirmed it? Duan Lingtian nodded. Li Ro took a deep breath to calm herself down before she continued to say, since you've already decided, you should spend more time with Fei Yunyan in the next 2 weeks. They definitely won't be willing to let you go. However, because of Kerr, you have to leave. When Li Ro reached the end of her sentence, a hint of worry could be seen in her eyes. Kerr. That girl was not only Duan Lingtian's childhood sweetheart, but she was also Li Ro's earliest daughter-in-law. Her feelings for that daughter-in-law were no less than her feelings for her own son. Knowing that her daughter-in-law was involved in Zoroastrianism in the upper region, she was also very worried. Hearing Li Ro's words, Duan Lingtian nodded immediately. In the next 2 weeks, he would not leave his wife and children. Even if he had to return to the Windfall Nation to pick up his senior brother, Bai Li Hong and the others, he would bring his wife and children with him. In the following days, they spent their time together. They had no idea how long it would take for him to return to the lower district after he left for the upper district. Go accompany Fei Yunyan, Li Ro advised. Duan Lingtian nodded again. After saying goodbye to his parents, he turned around and left. He did not see that when he turned around and left, 2 streams of tears flowed from Li Ro's eyes. Tears of reluctance to part with him. A mother would worry when her son traveled thousands of miles. In this world where the strong were respected, she could not help but worry when her son was traveling in the outside world. It was extremely dangerous. After Duan Lingtian parted ways with Duan Ruffing and Li Ro, he made his way to the courtyard where his wife and children stayed. When Duan Lingtian was halfway there, he suddenly stopped moving. A bitter smile could be seen on his face. At the same time, he greeted Xiaolan and Bai Yao who were walking toward him. Xiaolan and Bai Yao did not expect to see Duan Lingtian here. They were originally chatting happily, but they suddenly stopped talking. Their faces were flushed red. Both of you, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, wanting to greet Xiaolan and Bai Yao. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a sinister voice. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian had never heard of this sinister voice before, so he was certain it belonged to a stranger. Before Duan Lingtian could react, a gust of wind blew in front of him. Then, a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long gray robe. The middle-aged man had a pair of cross-eyed eyes and a ferocious expression. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a kind person. Who are you? When Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared, he asked with a hint of dread on his face. You don't need to know who I am, and you're not qualified to know. All you need to know is that I'm here for the Devil Seal Tablet, the middle-aged man said indifferently. The middle-aged man said indifferently. His tone was overbearing and condescending. When Duan Lingtian heard the middle-aged man was here for the Devil Seal Tablet, horror dawned on him. At the same time, he realized he had guessed correctly. The middle-aged man was indeed here for the Devil Seal Tablet. Moreover, the fact that the middle-aged man was able to appear here without anyone noticing meant his strength was extraordinary as well. The Devil Seal Tablet isn't something a trash from the lower province like you can lay your hands on. I'll give you the span of 3 breaths to hand it over. Otherwise, you'll die. The moment the middle-aged man's words left his mouth, killing intent gleamed coldly in his eyes. Trash? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. He did not expect the other party to be so rude. I don't have the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath secretly as he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart before he said in a deep voice. At the same time, he realized the other party was not from the lower province. He could tell from the other party's words earlier. Earlier, the other party had called him a trash from the lower province. If the other party was from the lower province, he would not have added the words lower province in front of his words. The span of 3 breaths was gone in the blink of an eye. However, Duan Lingtian did not make any move. Looks like you've taken my words for granted. The middle-aged man was enraged when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring his words. His cross-eyed eyes flickered coldly as a terrifying murderous intent was emitted from his body. If that's the case, I'll grant you your wish. After killing you, not only will your Devil Seal tablet be mine, but everything in your spatial ring will be mine too. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he took a step forward. Bang! He did not seem to have made any movements, but a wave of vast and powerful energy tore through the sky and swept toward Duan Lingtian as soon as his foot landed. Duan Lingtian felt as though he was hit by a giant hammer when the energy hit him. Watch out! Before the middle-aged man's foot landed, both Xiaolan and Bai Yao instinctively flew toward Duan Lingtian and shielded Duan Lingtian. It was obvious they wanted to use their bodies as shields for Duan Lingtian. At this moment, there was no fear on their faces. Instead, a hint of relief could be seen on their faces. They could die for the person they loved. Perhaps he would never forget them for the rest of his life. Perhaps this was the best ending for them. Move! As soon as the middle-aged man's foot landed, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. He immediately activated the dragon energy in his body with the Sun True origin and transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior in just a blink of an eye. Golden Crow's wings. At the same time, a pair of golden wings appeared on Duan Lingtian's back after he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It was the pair of wings required to cast the divine ability, Golden Crow's wings. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian appeared between Xiaolan and Bai Yao at a speed faster than the speed of sound. He extended both of his hands and pushed both of them away. Previously, Tian Wu had almost lost her life because of him. At that time, he swore in his heart that he would never let anyone risk their life for him again. He would not allow a second woman who almost lost her life for him to appear again. Due to this reason, his mind went blank when he saw Xiaolan and Bai Yao shielding him with their bodies. He did not have time to think. He immediately used all his strength and rushed to their side at full speed to push them away. Bang! As soon as Duan Lingtian pushed Xiaolan and Bai Yao away, he did not even have time to react before he felt a terrifying force landing on his body. A loud bang rang in the air. Not only did he feel dizzy, but he also felt as though he was riding on clouds. Boom! Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when his body landed heavily on the ground and he felt excruciating pain all over his body. Although he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and his body was ridiculously strong, Duan Lingtian still felt as though all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He lay on the ground, unable to move for the time being. The force that landed on his body was too powerful. Wait a minute. He seemed to have retracted most of his force in time. Otherwise, with the terrifying aura he released at the beginning, I would have died even if I transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Why did he show mercy at such a critical moment? Duan Lingtian struggled to stand up curiously. However, he discovered he could not stand at all. His injuries were too severe. Many of his bones and tendons were broken. It would take some time for him to recover. Are you all right? 2 voices sounded at the same time. In the next moment, a fragrant breeze wafted into his nostrils. 2 beautiful figures appeared next to Duan Lingtian. They were Xiaolan and Bai Yao, who were in tears from anxiety. When they saw Duan Lingtian was about to stand up, they hurriedly helped him up. They did not look down on Duan Lingtian even though he was wearing Duan Lingtian's dragon skin. Their hearts were filled with bitterness as they helped Duan Lingtian up. Although they knew Duan Lingtian had pushed them away out of kindness, they did not feel happy at all. There was only bitterness in their hearts. Even the girl named Tian Wu could die for him. Could it be that the two of them did not even have the right to die for him? Duan Lingtian did not know what the two ladies were thinking. Otherwise, he would have been speechless. After being helped up by the two ladies, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at the middle-aged man in the distance. He discovered the middle-aged man was looking at him with a hint of dread in his eyes. Chapter 1876. However, Duan Lingtian could see through the middle-aged man's facade. He wanted to read. He seems to be afraid of something. However, what do I have that he's afraid of? If there really is one, it would be my dragon skin. Could it be that he recognized the origin of my dragon warrior's dragon skin? The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. If the middle-aged man recognized his dragon skin, he would know he was a dragon warrior. Moreover, he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. According to Hua Lao, a 9-clawed dragon warrior was extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Normally, a 9-clawed dragon warrior would only appear after a 9-clawed divine dragon had passed down the inheritance to him. Could it be that he thinks I have a 9-clawed divine dragon backing me? Duan Lingtian thought it was ridiculous when he thought about this. If he really had a 9-clawed divine dragon backing him, why would he need to go to the upper province to save his wife, Ker? He could just ask the 9-clawed divine dragon for help, and the Zoroastrianism would definitely send Ker back. However, Duan Lingtian knew this was only his opinion. Others might not think the same way. It was obvious that this expert, who seemed to be from the upper province, was wary of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put on such a strong front. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, an anxious voice rang in the air. It was Duan Ruffing, Ku Mi, and Rong Yuan. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived next to Duan Lingtian, Xiao Lan, and Bai Yao. Tian, are you all right? When Duan Ruffing saw Duan Lingtian's pale face, he did not bother to ask why Duan Lingtian was wearing dragon skin. He was only concerned about his son's safety. Father, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He only suffered internal injuries. As long as he was given time, he would recover completely. At the same time, a gust of wind blew past Duan Ruffing. Ku Mi, who was originally standing next to Duan Ruffing, suddenly made his move. He seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged toward the middle-aged man in the distance. The Azure Cloud Mansion is not a place where you can act presumptuously, Ku Mi said sternly as he made his move. Elder Ku Mi. Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Ku Mi would attack the middle-aged man. Ku Mi, the middle-aged man's strength, he was at least at the quintessential, the middle-aged man's. Not to mention Elder Ku, even his father, Duan Rufeng, wasn't a match for the middle-aged man. Bang. Accompanied by a loud noise in the void, the withered old body strangely paused in the air for a moment, then burst open, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky like a bloody rain. Rong Yuan's expression changed greatly. He never thought that his good friend of many years would die in front of him like this. Elder Ku. Horror dawned on Duan Rufeng's face as well. Ever since he became the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Ku Mi and Rong Yuan had been his right-hand men. As time passed, he no longer treated them as outsiders. However, Ku Mi had died right in front of his eyes. He was killed by someone. Duan Rufeng's eyes turned red immediately. At this moment, a terrifying devil chi surged out of Duan Rufeng's body. Although it was not targeted at Duan Lingtian, Xiao Lan, and Bai Yao, they still felt as though their breathing was restricted. It was extremely unbearable. This demonic chi was still increasing at an extremely fast speed. The aura on Duan Rufeng's body was getting more and more terrifying. Father, no. When Duan Lingtian discovered Duan Rufeng had disappeared from his side, horror dawned on his face immediately. He did not think his father would be able to avenge Elder Ku. The middle-aged man was just too powerful. As a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, your strength is comparable to an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Not bad. Unfortunately, let alone your strength at the early quintessential saint stage, even if you unleash your strength at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, you're still no match for me. The middle-aged man's cold voice resonated in the air. Based on his words, it was obvious his cultivation base was above the peak of the quintessential saint stage. At the same time, he began to make his move. What? No! When Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man was about to make his move again, horror dawned on him immediately. No! Horror dawned on Xiao Lan and Bai Yao's faces as well. Their eyes were filled with horror. As for Rong Yuan, he instantly flew out in an attempt to support Duan Ruffing. Although he knew he was no match for the middle-aged man, he did not retreat at all. If he could die for the sake of the mansion master, he would have no regrets in his life. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs reverberated in the air. Duan Ruffing and Rong Yuan were sent flying by the middle-aged man like arrows that were shot out from a bow. Duan Ruffing only managed to stop himself after he was sent flying far away. As for Rong Yuan, he fell on the ground in a wretched state. His face was extremely pale. It was obvious he was severely injured. However, this was not strange. After all, his strength was much weaker than Duan Ruffing. However, it was obvious the middle-aged man was merciful this time. He did not kill them like he did to Kumi previously. Otherwise, regardless if it was Duan Ruffing or Rong Yuan, it would be impossible for them to survive. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of wind whistling. In the next instant, a person appeared in his line of sight. It was a person who was just inches away from him. It was the middle-aged man. After pushing Xiao Lan and Bai Yao away, the middle-aged man kicked Duan Lingtian with his leg. With a loud bang, the kick landed on Duan Lingtian's body and threw him to the ground again. Duan Lingtian, who was already injured, could not get up after he fell to the ground. When Xiao Lan and Bai Yao saw this, they could not take it anymore. Although they knew they were no match for the middle-aged man, they still attacked him. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The middle-aged man said nonchalantly. He did not even lift a finger, but Xiao Lan and Bai Yao were sent flying. At the same time, they lost their ability to fight. Bang! The middle-aged man lifted his leg and stomped on the dragon scales on Duan Lingtian's chest. He looked down at Duan Lingtian in a condescending manner and said coldly, "I've said before that my patience is limited." "You're afraid." Duan Lingtian, who was being stepped on by the middle-aged man, felt humiliated. At the same time, he opened his blood-stained mouth and spoke slowly. "Afraid?" The middle-aged man's heart trembled when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "I was just trying to deceive you earlier. You actually believed me? The humiliation that I've suffered because of you today is destined to be washed away with fresh blood." The moment the middle-aged man finished speaking, he left with the Devil Seal tablet. "How dare you!" Duan Lingtian was so furious that his eyes were about to pop out. He did not expect the middle-aged man would go back on his words after obtaining the Devil Seal tablet. At this moment, he felt as though he was about to explode from the anger in his heart. "In this lifetime, if I, Duan Lingtian, don't kill you, I swear I'm not a human." Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were bloodshot, and his body emitted waves of terrifying killing intent. It had been a long time since he was this angry. After killing a group of black-armored guards, Xie Zong felt much better. This is just the beginning. Xie Zong muttered to himself as he narrowed his eyes. A sinister smile could be seen on his face. "Stop!" At this moment, a shout sounded from afar. It was Duan Ruffing who had made his way over, trying to stop Xie Zong. If you're not Duan Lingtian's father, you'd be dead by now. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a mere leader of a quasi-third-rate force, dares to make a fuss in front of me, Xiezong. Xiezong glanced at Duan Ruffing coldly before he casually pushed his hand out. At once, the air trembled as a wave of vast and invisible energy swept out and sent Duan Ruffing flying again. In front of him, even someone as strong as Duan Ruffing could not withstand a single blow. Humph! At the same time, as though he had noticed something, Xiezong's eyes turned cold as he pushed his hand out. Bang! As the loud sound reverberated in the air trembled as a wretched figure was sent flying out of thin air. It was a black-clad man. Due to the fact that his entire body was covered in black, one could not see his face at all. Barf! However, as the black-clad man was sent flying, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wooing! Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Ruffing, who was sent flying in the distance as well. The person who had launched a sneak attack on Xiezong was none other than Yu Wu-ing. Yu Wu-ing was a mysterious person in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He was even more mysterious than Duan Ruffing, the mansion master. Everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion knew that Yu Wu-ing was like their mansion master's shadow. Most importantly, Yu Wu-ing was skilled in assassination techniques. He was like a ghost in the dark. Although he was slightly weaker than Duan Ruffing, he could kill someone that Duan Ruffing might not be able to kill. However, today, even he had failed. Based on this, one could see how powerful Xiezong was. He had far surpassed Yu Wu-ing. With Shadowless's assassination technique, he'd be able to assassinate an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse when he least expects it. However, in front of this person who calls himself Xiezong, before he could even get close to him and make his move, he's already been caught by him. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage might not be able to do this. When Duan Ruffing looked at Xiezong again, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. It seems like he's someone who has surpassed the quintessential saint stage. Thank you, Lord Zong. Just as Xiezong's eyes were cold and he was about to make his move to kill Yu Wu-ing, a voice resonated from afar. An old figure appeared along with the voice. With just a glance, Xiezong could tell the person was the Watcher of the Debussy Subterranean. He was a quintessential saint stage martial cultivator sent by a first-rate force in the upper province. What's the matter? However, Xiezong had a lazy expression on his face when he saw the Watcher. In fact, he even seemed a little impatient. It was obvious he did not take the Watcher seriously. The Watcher was an old man. It was obvious he was a little restrained when he saw Xiezong. How could he not be restrained? Not only was Xiezong stronger than him, but his background was also not something he could compare to. Although the force behind him was a first-rate force in the upper province, he was merely an ordinary elder. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to this godforsaken lower province. However, Xiezong, who was standing in front of him, was from one of the three great sects in the upper province, the Xuanzi Buddhism. Moreover, Xiezong's status in the Xuanzi Buddhism was extraordinary. Let alone him, even the leader of the first-rate force in the upper province would have to treat Xiezong with respect. Lord Xiezong, the rule about powerhouses at the quintessential saint stage and above in the upper province not killing in the lower province was set by the three great sects, including your sect. Can you try not to kill as much as possible? Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to explain this to the higher-ups. The Watcher smiled wryly as he spoke to Xiezong like a subordinate. Humph. Upon hearing the Watcher's words, Xiezong snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "If anyone says you're neglecting your duties because of this matter, you can ask them to come to the Xuanzi Buddhism to denounce me." Go to the Xuanzi Buddhism? Denounce you for your crimes? The Watcher smiled wryly. Perhaps, even the leader of the first-rate force behind him would not dare to denounce Xiezong in the Xuanzi Buddhism. Put aside the fact that Xiezong was an elder of the Xuanzi Buddhism, his father was one of the four great kings of the Xuanzi Buddhism. In the Xuanzi Buddhism, the four great kings could even kill the sect leader if they joined forces. Based on this, one could see how high their status was and how powerful they were. Xiezong glanced at the watcher in disdain before he shifted his gaze back to Yu Wing. He smirked. You should have nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way. The moment Xiezong's words left his mouth, Duan Rufeng's expression changed drastically. Yu Wuing's expression that was hidden under his black robe turned solemn as well. Since when did the great elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism start to flaunt his prowess in the lower province? Just as Xiezong was about to attack Yu Wuing, a calm voice sounded as though it came from all directions. At the very least, it sounded that way to everyone other than Xiezong. However, when Xiezong heard the voice, he immediately looked to the north and asked in a low voice, "Who's that?" Duan Rufeng, who was initially worried about Yu Wuing, had a glint in his eyes when he heard the voice. At the same time, he followed Xiezong's gaze. Although Yu Wuing's expression could not be seen, his body trembled slightly when he heard the voice. The watcher also followed Xiezong's gaze and looked to the north. A figure unhurriedly stepped out from behind the clouds in the northern sky. It was an old man dressed in a light gray robe. The old man stood there with an air of immortality. The Oracle Man. Xiezong's eyes lit up when he saw the old man's face. His breathing quickened, and his heartbeat quickened. The Oracle Man was the current successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's second absolute, the Prophet Progeny. He was also a thorn in the side of the three great sects, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism that he belonged to. If I can kill the Oracle Man and bring his head back, my chances of becoming the next sect leader will increase by a lot. Xiezong's heartbeat quickened when he thought of this. The Oracle Man, I didn't expect you to be attracted by the Devil Seal tablet as well. Unfortunately, the Devil Seal tablet is already mine. As for you, since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. Stay. As soon as Xiezong finished speaking, he disappeared from his spot. At the very least, no one present, including Duan Rufeng and Yu Wuing, could see Xiezong's movements clearly. Chapter 1878. If you want me to stay, we'll see if you have the ability to do so. His voice became softer and softer as he spoke. What? Book? Book. As he spoke, the Oracle Man had already turned around and left. As for Xiezong, he was eager to take the Oracle Man's life. When he saw the Oracle Man leaving, he, naturally, chased after him. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about Yu Wuing and the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Oracle Man and Xiezong left one after another. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. At this moment, only Duan Rufeng, Yu Wuing, and the Watcher were left at the scene. Mansion Master Duan, what's going on? Why did Lord Xiezong come to the Azure Cloud Mansion to kill people? The Watcher looked at Duan Rufeng with a puzzled expression on his face. The reason he could make it in time was because someone had warned him that a powerhouse from the upper province had violated the rules in the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the end, he was still too late. Many people had already died in the hands of the powerhouse from the upper province. In the beginning, he did not know who the powerhouse from the upper province was. It was only when he arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion that he found out the powerhouse from the upper province was Xiezong, an elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. If he knew it was Xiezong, he would not have come at all. He's here for the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Rufeng said in a deep voice. The Devil Seal tablet? Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, the Watcher frowned. Didn't the Devil Seal tablet disappear a few years ago? It said that a young man named Duan Lingtian obtained it. Ever since then, that young man disappeared with the Devil Seal tablet. Elder Lu, you rarely go out, so I'm afraid you don't know that Duan Lingtian who obtained the Devil Seal tablet is my son. Today, Xiezong came to the Azure Cloud Mansion and killed Elder Ku before he snatched the Devil Seal tablet from my son. When Duan Rufeng reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly with killing intent. That Duan Lingtian is Mansion Master Duan's son? The watchman was surprised. Elder Lu, based on what Xiezong said to you, he's from one of the three great sects in the upper province, the Zhuangzi Buddhism? I see that you seem to be a little afraid of him. Duan Ruffing asked. What Xiezong said to Master Lu just now made him realize that Xiezong was a member of Xuanzа Buddhism. The Xuanzà Buddhism was one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The 3 main sects in the upper province were Zoroastrianism, Heaven Divination Sect, and Xuanzà Buddhism. He was aware of this. Lord Xiezong is an elder of Xuanzà Buddhism. He's a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Apart from that, his father is one of the 4 kings of Xuanzà Buddhism. People call him the Golden Lion King. When the watchman reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn. In terms of status, any one of the 4 kings of Xuanzà Buddhism is in no way inferior to the sect leader of Xuanzà Buddhism. If the 4 kings come to an agreement, they can even remove the current sect leader and appoint a new one. Duan Rufeng's expression was grave. He did not expect Xiezong to have such a powerful background. Not only was he an elder of Xuanzà Buddhism, but he was also the son of one of the 4 kings of Xuanzà Buddhism, the Golden Lion King. He was not surprised when the watchman said Xiezong was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He could tell that even a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage could not compare to Xiezong's strength. There was only one possibility. Xiezong's cultivation base had already surpassed the quintessential saint stage. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was another stage after the quintessential saint stage. That stage was the Saint Celestial stage. The Saint Celestial stage was divided into 9 stages known as the 9 forms of the Saint Celestial stage. Once one cultivated to the last form, the Celestial Ascension form, one would be able to trigger the Celestial Ascension Tribulation from heaven and earth. Once one passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, one would be able to ascend to the heavens and become a true Celestial. Father! Duan Lingtian, who had slightly recovered from his injuries, flew over with the help of Xiaolan and Bai Yao. Currently, he had already put away his dragon skin and no longer looked like a dragon warrior. Father, how many people from the Azure Cloud Mansion did that guy kill? After arriving next to Duan Ruffing, Duan Lingtian asked with a grave expression on his face. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. 10 people died. Duan Ruffing sighed. 10 people? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He found it hard to believe. Only 10 people? Father, did something happen? Duan Lingtian asked again. He did not believe the middle-aged man was a kind person. If the middle-aged man did not see him transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and was afraid of the 9-clawed divine dragon, he would have killed him and annihilated the entire Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian figured something must have happened that caused the middle-aged man to stop killing the Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples. Earlier, another powerhouse from the upper province came. When he saw him, he mocked him. After that powerhouse from the upper province turned around and left. He also chased after that powerhouse from the upper province. Although Duan Lingtian recognized the Oracle Man, he did not say anything and pretended not to know him. Before he obtained permission from the Oracle Man, he would not reveal that he knew the Oracle Man. Another powerhouse from the upper province came. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was, naturally, shocked. He immediately looked around. After a few glances, he discovered that apart from his father, there was only one old man left. Yu Wuing had already left without him noticing. However, when Duan Lingtian heard that the middle-aged man who snatched the Devil Seal tablet from him had left, he sighed in relief. Put everything else aside, the fact that the middle-aged man had left meant that the other people in the Azure Cloud Mansion had escaped death. As for seeking revenge, he did not have the strength to do so at this moment. At this moment, even if he was filled with anger, he could only bury it in the depths of his heart. This was because he knew he did not have the strength to deal with that person, let alone kill him. Mansion Master Duan, is this your son? At some point, the watcher's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he asked Duan Ruffing. Duan Ruffing nodded. Then he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, Tian, this is our Wuxia subterranean's watcher, Elder Lu. Watcher? Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, shocked. He did not expect the Debussy subterranean's watcher would appear here. Elder Lu. Out of courtesy, Duan Lingtian still greeted the watcher. Little fellow, you're quite lucky to be able to obtain a super saint weapon like the Devil Seal Tablet. However, the Devil Seal Tablet is a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking after all. It might not be a good thing for you to obtain it. Now that the Devil Seal Tablet is no longer in your hands, there's no need for you to hide like before. It's a win-win situation. The watcher's words were still fine in the beginning. However, as he spoke, a complicated expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Indeed, it might not be a bad thing for him that the Devil Seal Tablet was no longer in his hands. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's thoughts did not mean he no longer hated the middle-aged man from before. Not only did the middle-aged man humiliated him, but he had even killed 10 disciples from the Azure Cloud Mansion and Elder Ku. He would definitely avenge himself sooner or later. As for now, he knew his limits. Mansion Master Duan, since there's nothing else here, I'll take my leave as well. After the watcher bade farewell to Duan Ruffing, he left. At this moment, only Duan Ruffing, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Lan, and Bai Yao were left on the scene. As for Rong Yuan, he was busy comforting the Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples who were affected by the commotion. That person's name is Xie Zong. He's an elder from the Xuanzi Buddhism, one of the 3 great sects in the Upper Province. His cultivation base has already surpassed the quintessential saint stage. He's a powerhouse who has entered the saint celestial stage. Duan Ruffing was the first to break the silence. When he mentioned Xie Zong again, killing intent rose in Duan Ruffing's eyes as though he was about to devour someone. The anger in his heart was no less than Duan Lingtian. Someone from one of the 3 great sects? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He did not expect that before he could rescue his wife, Kerr, from the evil clutches of Zoroastrianism, he would be involved with another sect, the Xuanzi Buddhism. Naturally, it was not a good relationship. As for the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to it. Previously, when he was still in the Mystical Sky Mansion, a quasi-third-rate force, he had gone to the library in the main mansion of the Mystical Sky Mansion and read many books. Among them, there were books that introduced the cultivation base in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Among them was the Saint Celestial stage. The Saint Celestial stage was the cultivation base after the quintessential saint stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was also the last cultivation base in the Dao Martial Saint Land. As long as one cultivated to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form, one would be able to undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Once one passed the heavenly tribulation, one would be able to ascend to the heavens. His master, whom he had never met, the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, had once cultivated to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the heavenly tribulation before ascending to the Devata realm. Saint Celestial stage. I wonder which form of the Saint Celestial stage Xie Zong has cultivated to? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he felt a certain amount of pressure. As it turned out, Xie Zong, who killed Elder Ku and more than 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples, was actually a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He was someone he had to look up to now. However, Duan Lingtian was not discouraged by this. So what if Xie Zong was at the Saint Celestial stage? One day, he would kill his way to the Xuanzi Buddhism and avenge Elder Ku and the 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples. It was all because of the Devil Seal Tablet that Xie Zong had appeared in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, the Devil Seal Tablet belonged to him. For this reason, whether it was Elder Ku's death or the other Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples' deaths, Duan Lingtian would take all the blame on himself. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian would only be able to let go of the burden on his shoulders when he killed Xie Zong and avenged himself. Since the Azure Cloud Mansion had caused such a huge commotion, it was, naturally, impossible for the news to be kept a secret. In fact, the Azure Cloud Mansion did not intentionally conceal the news. Instead, they openly spread the news. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, is the lucky person who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. After his identity was exposed, he was coveted by a powerhouse from the upper province. The Devil Seal tablet was also taken away by the powerhouse from the upper province. The powerhouse from the upper province who took the Devil Seal tablet away is an elder from the Xuanzhi Buddhism, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province. Chapter 1879. The people in the Wuxia subterranean did not expect this at all. 1. Reading? Not long after they found out that Duan Lingtian, who possessed the Devil Seal tablet, was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hands was snatched away by a powerhouse from the upper province. If the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion didn't expose his identity, he wouldn't have been targeted by the powerhouses from the upper province. The Devil Seal tablet in his hands wouldn't have been snatched away by them as well. Many people sighed emotionally. If he wants to fulfill the 5-year pact with the dragons, he's bound to expose his identity. However, compared to the Devil Seal tablet, obtaining the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool in the Saint Land of the Dragons doesn't seem to be worth the loss. That's right. If it were me, I'd rather not participate in the 5-year pact than lose the Devil Seal tablet. Perhaps the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is regretting it now. More than half of the Wuxia subterranean became lively. The topic of discussion was all about Duan Lingtian. When the news spread out, even the Mountain Shade Black Market and the dragons received the news. It's been snatched away so quickly? When leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market heard the news, he was surprised as well. However, he was not surprised that the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hands was snatched away. Instead, he was surprised that it was snatched away in such a short time. Previously, when Duan Lingtian fulfilled the 5-year pact with the dragons and exposed his identity, he knew Duan Lingtian would not be able to keep the Devil Seal tablet in his hands. It was precisely because of this that even he didn't covet the Devil Seal tablet at that time. He knew very well that even he would not be able to keep the Devil Seal tablet. In front of some powerhouses from the upper province, he, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market who was widely acknowledged as one of the 2 strongest powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land, was not worth mentioning at all. Serves him right. Other than clan leader Dishan, who did not say anything, all the other 5-clawed divine dragons, including Shuechan, the enforcement elder, were gloating over Dishan's misfortune. They did not have a good impression of the young man who had killed the future patriarch of the Dragon Clan and snatched the opportunity to enter the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. They could not wait for the young man to be killed after the Devil Seal tablet was snatched away. You want to see it? Books? It seems that Duan Lingtian has encountered a good-tempered expert from the upper province. That's right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. Perhaps he'll obediently kneel and beg for mercy when he sees the powerhouses from the upper province and offer the Devil Seal tablet with both hands? The group of 5-clawed divine dragon elders discussed animatedly, their words filled with mockery. The news spread far and wide, and it did not take long for it to spread to almost the entire Wuxia subterranean. In the faraway 6th-rate Saint Nation, Windfall Nation. It had been quite some time since the news of Duan Lingtian, who had obtained the Devil Seal tablet, being the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion spread. However, the Situ clan's mansion was still crowded. Even the people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family came to visit. Naturally, the people they visited were not the clan leader of Situ clan or any of the high-ranking officials in Situ clan. The people they visited were Duan Lingtian's family and friends. For example, Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others. After a whole day of socializing, Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others finally had some free time in the evening. However, all of them were exhausted. They had been going through such socializing for a few days now. Duan Lingtian is really something. He always gives us different surprises. This time, not only has his cultivation base entered the Divine Saint stage, but the news of him killing Diju, who was at the early exemplary saint stage, has also spread out. Even the news of him becoming the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion has spread out. Nangong Yi stretched his arms and legs. After a long while, he could not help but ridicule. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base has entered the Divine Saint stage, and he has even become the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. We should be happy for him, Nangong Chen said as he glanced at Nangong Yi indifferently. The current Nangong Chen was different from his cold and distant self in the past. He had changed a lot. At the very least, he would not have said such a thing in the past. Nangong Chen is right. We should be happy for Duan Lingtian. Nangong Yi, if you're tired, you don't have to deal with those guests from tomorrow onward. Chen Xiao Shuai said to Nangong Yi. I'm just saying, Nangong Yi glared at Chen Xiao Shuai before sighing. Until now, I'm still in a daze. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is still alright since he's already a freak. Although I'm surprised that he has entered the Divine Saint stage, I don't find it strange at all. However, the problem is, how did his identity change so suddenly? The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? What kind of force is the Azure Cloud Mansion? It's one of the two strongest forces in the Wuxia subterranean, and he's actually the young mansion master. When Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, his voice began to tremble slightly. Until now, he still felt as though he was dreaming. In his opinion, the matter regarding Duan Lingtian was just too ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that he found it hard to believe. I've never heard him mention that his father is the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before this. Chen Xiao Shuai smiled wryly. Perhaps he didn't even know his father is the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before this. Haven't you heard him mention it before? One of the reasons he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land is to look for his parents. Nangong Yi continued to say, I'm really curious what kind of expression he'll have when he finds out his father is the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion is not an ordinary force. As one of the two strongest forces in the Wuxia subterranean, it's one of the most outstanding quasi-third-rate forces. Since Little Tian has killed Diju, it can be considered as avenging the people who died in Ling Tian sect. They can rest in peace now. Feng Wudao sighed. The moment Feng Wudao's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. Diju, whom Duan Lingtian had killed to fulfill the 5-year pact, was none other than Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, who had annihilated Ling Tian sect on Half Moon Island. At that time, even they had almost died in Diju's hands. Perhaps, Diju would never have imagined that after 5 years, the young man whom he regarded as an ant would already possess the strength to kill him. Xiong Quan's eyes gleamed as he said. The moment his words left his mouth, an expression of admiration appeared on his face. He admired his young master, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's innate talent isn't something that can be predicted with common sense. However, it's true that he did a great job killing Diju. Nangong smiled. But aren't you tired of the social activities Duan Lingtian has brought you? Chen Xiao Shuai asked with a teasing smile. Nangong rolled his eyes at him. Will junior brother be in danger? Unlike Chen Xiao Shuai and the others, Bai Li Hong had thought about many things. After all, when he fulfilled the 5-year pact, he revealed his identity as well. Right now, I'm afraid most of the people in the Wuxia subterranean already know that he's the one who obtained the Devil Seal tablet back then. The Devil Seal tablet is a famous super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Even powerhouses from the upper province would be tempted by it. If a powerhouse from the upper province is really tempted by it, I'm afraid even the Azure Cloud Mansion won't be able to keep the Devil Seal tablet in his hands. The moment Bai Li Hong thought of this, his expression turned grave immediately. When Feng Wudao and the others saw Bai Li Hong's expression, they found it strange as well. However, when Bai Li Hong revealed his thoughts, they gasped one after another. I didn't think about this before. Now that I hear Elder Bai Li's words, it seems like Duan Lingtian is really in danger. If a powerhouse from the upper province comes, it'll be fine if he can be saved by handing over the Devil Seal tablet. However, I'm worried that with Duan Lingtian's character, he won't be too cooperative. I'm afraid he'll anger the powerhouse from the upper province and be killed by them. With Duan Lingtian's intelligence, I'm sure he'll be able to think of this as well. I can only hope that he'll be able to escape in time before the powerhouse from the upper province comes. For a time, everyone, including Bai Li Hong, began to worry about Duan Lingtian. When they thought about Duan Lingtian's situation, they began to feel anxious. In the next 2 days, they continued to entertain the guests from the outside world. On the third day, another piece of news came that caused their expressions to change drastically. A powerhouse from the upper province came to the Azure Cloud Mansion and forcefully snatched the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian. Is Duan Lingtian all right? When Bai Li Hong and the others heard this news, their expressions changed drastically. The thing they were most worried about had happened. He's all right? It's good that he's all right. It's good that he's all right. When they heard that Duan Lingtian was only robbed of the Devil Seal tablet and that he was all right, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Compared to the Devil Seal tablet, they were more worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. What are all of you talking about? Just as Bai Li Hong and the others were heaving a sigh of relief, a voice resonated in the air. It seemed to come from all directions, causing them to lose their sense of direction. However, just by listening to the voice, they found it familiar. Before they could even react, 3 people suddenly appeared in their field of vision. 2 people stood side by side with a little boy next to them. The 2 people standing side by side were very familiar to them. Junior brother. Little Tian. Duan Lingtian. Young master. Master. When Bai Li Hong and the others saw the face of the young man standing side by side, their eyes lit up immediately. All of them had a pleasantly surprised expression on their faces. It did not cross their minds that while they were still worried about the person in front of them, he would appear in front of them in just a short while. They could not help but heave a sigh of relief again. Hearing that Duan Lingtian was all right and seeing that Duan Lingtian was all right were 2 completely different concepts. Is everyone all right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. At the same time, Li Fei, who was standing side by side with Duan Lingtian while holding the hand of a little boy who was about 6 or 7 years old, nodded at Bai Li Hong and the others as a form of greeting. Apart from Bai Li Hong, he knew everyone in the group. Lingtian, how did you find Miss Fei? Chapter 1880. She first went to the Greenwave Han Mansion to look for Xuan Ai before she was brought to the Azure Cloud Mansion by the person my father sent. What? Reading? Duan Lingtian answered Nangong Yi's question. However, his expression turned grave when he reached the end of his sentence. He could not help but clench his fists as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. At that time, the person his father had sent to pick up Li Fei was precisely Elder Ku. The moment he thought about Elder Ku, the scene of him dying in front of him was still vivid in his mind. Although he was not directly involved in Elder Ku's death, he was indirectly involved in it. After all, it was because he possessed the Devil Seal tablet that he attracted Xie Zong, the powerhouse from the upper province's Zhuangzi Buddhism. If it were not for that, Xie Zong would not have appeared in the Azure Cloud Mansion, and Elder Ku would not have died. Not only that, but the 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples would not have died as well. For this reason, Duan Lingtian felt extremely guilty and blamed himself for killing Elder Ku and the 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples. At the same time, he swore to himself that he would never forget about killing Elder Ku and the 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples. In the future, whether it was to wash away the humiliation Xie Zong had brought to him or to avenge Elder Ku and the 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples, he would never let Xie Zong go. Even if Xie Zong was an elder from the Zhuangzi Buddhism and had the support of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Duan Lingtian would never forgive him. The person Duan Lingtian wanted to kill must die. In terms of pride, Duan Lingtian was not inferior to Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of Heaven Palace in the mystical Sky Mansion. However, unlike Zhu Luqi, he would not cultivate a Devil Dao cultivation method like the Devouring Dark Devil technique in order to seek revenge. However, This didn't mean that he would watch his enemy live a good life. Duan Lingtun had his own way of seeking revenge. Compared to Zhu Luqi, his biggest advantage was his young age. As long as he was given time, he was confident he would be able to catch up to and even surpass Elder Xiezong from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. At that time, it would be Xiezong's death. What? Did I say something wrong? Seeing that something was wrong with Duan Lingtun, Nangong Yi asked nervously. It's none of your business. Hearing Nangong Yi's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and shook his head. Then, he looked at Bai Li Hong and began to introduce Li Fei. Senior brother, this is my wife, Li Fei. I've told you about her before. Hello, sister-in-law. Bai Li Hong smiled and greeted Li Fei. He thought to himself, Junior martial brother really has good taste. Senior brother. Li Fei quickly responded. She knew the position of this senior brother Bailey in her man's heart, so she didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. Then, Bai Li Hong's gaze landed on the little boy that Li Fei was holding. Is this your child? What's his name? Niantian, Duan Niantian. Li Fei replied with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I'm getting more and more envious of you now. Nangong Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and said, not only is your innate talent heaven-defying, but your background is also terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, not only do you have a beautiful wife, but you even have a child now. You're really a winner in life. We're all humans, but why do I feel like God favors you more? When Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with jealousy. Naturally, he was only joking when he said this. Nangong Yi's words instantly amused everyone present on the scene, causing the atmosphere to become much more relaxed. Senior brother, Uncle Fo, I'm sure both of you have heard about me by now. As the leader of a seventh-rate force, the clan leader of Situ clan had always treated a powerful force like the Azure Cloud Mansion with reverence. Naturally, he treated Duan Lingtian with reverence as well. Junior brother, you're leaving the lower province? After leaving Windfall Nation on the way back to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian told Bai Li Hong that he would be going to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land soon. Bai Li Hong frowned immediately. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked into the distance with a determined gaze. Someone's waiting for me there. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than his other wife, Ker. As for who Duan Lingtian was referring to, Bai Li Hong and the others could roughly guess who it was. For a time, even Bai Li Hong did not comment on Duan Lingtian's decision to go to the upper province. While Duan Lingtian was leading Bai Li Hong and the others back to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, who had just passed through the passage leading to the upper province from the Debussyi subterranean to the upper province, discovered the Oracle Man had completely disappeared from under his nose. Damn it. Naturally, Xiezong knew very well what it meant for the Oracle Man to disappear from under his nose. This meant it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtun. I can't believe the Oracle Man's speed is not inferior to mine at all. Moreover, he's only the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's second absolute, the Prophet progeny, that's the weakest in combat. If he's the successor of the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, who would be able to stop him? The moment Xiezong thought of this, his expression turned solemn. Although the three great sects, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism, were unwilling to talk about that period of history, it was true. Back then, the three great sects had joined forces and managed to survive under the watchful eyes of the Seven Absolutes sect. The reason the Seven Absolutes sect was so powerful at that time was all because the first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, had a heaven-defying successor. That heaven-defying successor was someone who stunned an entire era. His name was Feng Qingyang, and he was also known as the Sword Saint. At that time, even if the strongest powerhouses in the three great sects joined forces, they were not a match for him at all. Fortunately, the Seven Absolutes sect's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, has very strict requirements for its successor. Ever since that time, I've never heard of a successor from the Fog Rain progeny. When Xiezong thought of this, he sighed in relief. At this moment, Xiezong would never have imagined that the Devil Seal tablet he had obtained not long ago was taken from the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Apart from the Fog Rain progeny, the Seven Absolutes sect has 3 other absolutes that are good at combat: Tremendous Strength, Blazing Fire, and Gemini. Although the last absolute is not good at fighting in the open, he's the absolute king in the dark. Xiezong muttered to himself. Based on his fluent speech, it was obvious he had a certain understanding of the Seven Absolutes sect. The Seven Absolutes sect was divided into 7 absolutes. The first absolute, Fog Rain. The second absolute, Prophet Progeny. The third absolute, Tremendous Strength. The fourth absolute, Dark Shadow. The fifth absolute, Blazing Fire. The sixth absolute, Gemini. The seventh absolute, Red Dust. Among them, the first absolute, the Fog Rain, had always been the spiritual leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. The second absolute, the Prophet, was a wise man and a military advisor. At the same time, he was skilled in the art of divination. The sixth absolute, Red Dust, was in charge of gathering information. He was the core of the Seven Absolute sect. The third absolute, Tremendous Strength, the fifth absolute, Blazing Fire, and the sixth absolute, Gemini, were the 3 absolutes that were best at combat in the Seven Absolutes sect apart from the Fog Rain progeny. As for the fourth absolute, Dark Shadow, as its name implied, it was hidden in the dark like the shadow of the Grim Reaper. It could kill without leaving a trace. It was the king of assassins. It was precisely this kind of sect that was able to shake the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism, whenever they discovered something. Since I've returned to the upper province, I'll refine the Devil Seal tablet and make it acknowledge me as its master. Once the Devil Seal tablet acknowledges me as its master, there won't be more than 100 devil cultivators in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land that I can't suppress with my strength. Xiezong muttered to himself as he returned to the Zhuangzi Buddhism. As for the Azure Cloud Mansion and Duan Lingtian, they had long been forgotten by him. Chapter 1881. Although Xiezong was wary of the 9-clawed divine dragon behind Duan Lingtian due to his ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, however, this did not mean that Xiezong was wary of Duan Lingtian. In fact, in Xiezong's eyes, whether Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior or not, he was just like an ant. In the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were many 7-clawed dragon warriors and 8-clawed dragon warriors who had achieved nothing. This was because humans who obtained the ability to transform into a dragon warrior would not have their innate talent improved. The ability to transform into a dragon warrior would only grant them a higher combat strength. For example, although Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a divine saint stage powerhouse, he was still no match for a quintessential saint stage powerhouse even if he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and unleash all his techniques. It was even more impossible for him to be a match for Xiezong, who had already entered the Saint Celestial stage. In Xiezong's opinion, although the innate talent Duan Lingtian had displayed in the Debussy Subterranean was not bad, it was nothing. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, although there were not many young powerhouses with innate talent like Duan Lingtian, there were still many of them. Moreover, when he was Duan Lingtian's age, he was already at the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Due to this reason, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to catch up to him. Since Duan Lingtian could not catch up to him, there was nothing to worry about. Xiezong had already thought about this when he dismissed the idea of killing Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian had the potential to catch up to him, he would not show mercy to Duan Lingtian even if he had to risk angering the 9-clawed divine dragon. In other words, it was because Xiezong had underestimated Duan Lingtian's innate talent that Duan Lingtian was able to survive. The Crouching Dragon Lake is right in front of us. The Azure Cloud Mansion's estate is located there. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian's family of 3, Duan Lingtian, Bai Li Hong, and the others finally arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The Crouching Dragon Lake was faintly discernible. Azure Cloud Mansion. When they learned that they were about to arrive at the Azure Cloud Mansion, whether it was Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, Nangong, his brothers, Xianxia Shuai, or the others, all of them could not help but look at the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion was one of the 2 quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy subterranean, and from today onwards, they would enter through their relationship with Duan Lingtian and become one of them. For a moment, they were all excited. With Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, leading the way, it was naturally easy for Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others to enter the Crouching Dragon Lake. Little Fei, take Nian'er back first. Before they made their way to the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei, who was next to him. Li Fei nodded obediently. After bidding farewell to Bai Li Hong and the others, she left with Duan Yentian. In the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, this was also the first time Bai Li Hong and the others met Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Ruffing. In the face of the famous mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing, apart from Xiong Quan who had been following Duan Lingtian since the beginning, the others seemed a little awkward. However, Duan Ruffing did not put on a haughty attitude in front of Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others. Instead, he was friendly and amiable. Bai Li Hong and the others gradually relaxed. In the end, they were chatting and laughing as though they were old friends who had reunited for many years. Master Bai Li, Brother Feng, and the rest of you. From now on, all of you can treat this place as your own home. As long as all of you stay in the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Azure Cloud Mansion will protect all of you. Not only that, but will also provide all of you with the best cultivation environment and resources. Duan Ruffing said to Bai Li Hong and the others. All of them were his son's family and friends. As his father, he naturally could not neglect them. Thank you, Mansion Master Duan. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Hong and the others quickly expressed their gratitude. Come back and look for me after you've settled your senior brother, Uncle Feng, and the others. When Duan Lingtian was about to send Bai Li Hong and the others to rest, his father, Duan Rufing's voice resonated in his ears as soon as he walked out of the central main hall's door. He could tell his father's voice was a little heavy. At once, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Although Duan Lingtian was puzzled about the reason his father asked him to come back, he still returned after settling Bai Li Hong and the others down. Father, why did you ask me to come back? Duan Lingtian asked anxiously as he looked at Duan Ruffing as soon as he entered the central main hall again. At this moment, only the father and son were left in the central main hall. There's news about Kerr and my granddaughter. Duan Ruffing said solemnly. Kerr? Upon hearing Duan Rufing's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed immediately. His breathing quickened as well. Father, how's Kerr now? Also, how's my daughter and I? Based on his father's words, it seemed like the child Kerr had given birth to was a girl. However, this was not the main point. What he wanted to know the most was how Kerr and his daughter were doing. Kerr and the child are fine for the time being. Duan Ruffing said again. They're fine for the time being? Duan Lingtian frowned. Father, what do you mean by that? Duan Ruffing sighed. According to the information I've gotten from someone, both Kerr and my granddaughter are now imprisoned by the Zoroastrianism Law Enforcement Hall. They're just waiting for the leader of Zoroastrianism to come out of his closed-door cultivation. Then, the Zoroastrianism Law Enforcement Hall will decide the fate of Kerr and her mother. Based on the current situation, it's very difficult for Kerr and her mother to survive. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Kerr and his daughter were imprisoned by the Law Enforcement Hall of Zoroastrianism? Father, is the information accurate? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down slightly before he looked at Duan Ruffing and asked. It's 100% accurate. Duan Ruffing said confidently. If the Watcher had helped him to obtain this information, he did not dare to believe it completely. Duan Lingtian said with a worried and bitter expression on his face, "The mother and daughter are currently imprisoned in the Zoroastrianism enforcement hall. They're waiting for the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to come out of his closed-door cultivation so that he can decide their fate. Mother, I must save Kerr and our daughter before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism comes out of his closed-door cultivation." Kerr? Mother and daughter? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Ro was excited. Apart from her grandson, she had a granddaughter as well. Chapter 1882. Don't worry. Kerr and our daughter must be saved, but I don't want anything to happen to you. When Li Ro learned that Duan Lingtian was leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion for the sake of Kerr and their daughter, she no longer tried to dissuade him. She only reminded Duan Lingtian to be careful. Mother, I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since then, he had already greeted his parents. His next stop was, naturally, to look for his wife, Li Fei. Go, don't worry. Save little sister Kerr and our daughter as soon as possible. When Li Fei learned that Kerr and their daughter were imprisoned by the Zoroastrianism enforcement hall and their lives might be in danger, horror dawned on her immediately. She even urged Duan Lingtian to go to the upper province as soon as possible. I will. After hugging Li Fei for a while, Duan Lingtian finally let go of her before he turned around and left without looking back. He did not dare to look back because he was afraid he would miss them. After all, although he had returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion for a period of time, due to the fact that he had to fulfill the 5-year pact, he had spent most of his time cultivating and rarely spent time with his wife and son. In this respect, he was not a worthy husband, nor a worthy father. After parting ways with Li Fei, Duan Lingtian went to look for Xiao Lan and Bai Yao again. Why you're leaving so soon? Xiao Lan and Bai Yao were shocked when they learned that Duan Lingtian was leaving. A hint of reluctance could be seen in the depth of their beautiful eyes. I must go to the Zoroastrianism as soon as possible and think of a way to save Kerr and our daughter. Otherwise, I'm afraid something will happen to them. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with worry. Oh, that's right, Jingru hasn't returned yet? After bidding farewell to Xiao Lan and Bai Yao and preparing to leave, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of Jingru and asked. Jingru was the housekeeper of the mansion he had bought in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. She had followed his father to the Azure Cloud Mansion with his mother. He had been in the Azure Cloud Mansion for so long, but he had yet to see Jingru. Jingru, like Xiao Lan and Bai Yao, went out to train. However, although they all went out to train, Jingru did not go with Bai Yao, Xiao Lan, and Bai Yao. Instead, he went to train alone, and there was no news of him until now. No. Xiao Lan and Bai Yao shook their heads. If she comes back, help me say hello to her. I'm leaving. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he simply turned around and left. Xiao Lan and Bai Yao looked at Duan Lingtian's back from afar, their gazes somewhat infatuated. It was only when Duan Lingtian's back disappeared from their sight that they regained their senses one after another. They looked at each other and smiled wryly. If he treats me like how he treats Kerr, I'll die with no regrets. Xiao Lan said softly. Me too. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao nodded in agreement. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not hear the two women whispering to each other. After leaving Xiao Lan and Bai Yao's residence, Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Cloud platform to look for Gu Li. He had not forgotten the promise he made with Gu Li to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land together. The Azure Cloud platform was the place where the most outstanding disciples of the Azure Cloud Mansion gathered. If it was before, perhaps, Duan Lingtian would be interested in the Azure Cloud platform. However, his current strength had far surpassed those Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples in the Azure Cloud platform. Naturally, he was no longer interested in the Azure Cloud platform. Junior brother Ling Tian. Gu Li was, naturally, surprised by Duan Lingtian's arrival. What's going on? Since Duan Lingtian had personally come to look for him, something must have happened. However, he could not figure out what it was. Senior brother Gu Li, prepare yourself. All of a sudden, a deafening thunderous sound resonated from the place that Duan Lingtian and Gu Li had to pass. As they got closer, the thunderous sound became louder and louder. Someone's fighting? Duan Lingtian and Gu Li glanced at each other, and their faces revealed surprise. Junior brother Lington, should we take a detour or ignore them and go straight ahead? Gu Li asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Let's take a detour. They seem to be quite strong. Duan Lingtian was in a hurry to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, based on the loud commotion in front of them, it was obvious the two people fighting were very strong. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was certain the two people fighting were at the exemplary saint stage or above. Moreover, they were not just at the early exemplary saint stage. All right. Since Duan Lingtian wanted to take a detour, Gu Li, naturally, did not have any objections. Currently, he would follow Duan Lingtian's lead. However, just as Duan Lingtian and Gu Li were about to take a detour, a loud laughter resonated in front of them. Feng Bu Yi, when you humiliated me that day, did you think this day would come? Zhu Luqi, even if you kill me today, you won't be able to escape death in the future. Those who cultivate the devouring dark devil technique are destined to die. Another voice resonated in the air. However, compared to the former's voice, the latter's voice sounded a little dispirited. When Duan Lingtian and Gu Li heard the voice, they were stunned. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This was because they were familiar with the voice. It's Zhu Luqi. Gu Li sucked in a cold breath. It's indeed Palace Master Zhu. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could tell the voice belonged to Zhu Luqi, the palace master of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. Based on his words, it was obvious he was fighting with Feng Bu Yi. Moreover, based on Feng Bu Yi's words, it was obvious he was no match for Zhu Luqi. Let's go. Although Duan Lingtian knew who was fighting, he still decided to take a detour. After all, Zhu Luqi was no longer the palace master of the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. Who knew if he would make a move on him and Gu Li since he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? He was not sure how strong Zhu Luqi was currently. Due to this reason, he decided not to take the risk. Gu Li had similar thoughts as Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, he immediately took a detour with Duan Lingtian. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of loud noises resonated in the air. When it entered Duan Lingtian and Gu Li's ears, the sound grew louder and louder. In the end, it stopped abruptly. It's over, Gu Li said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on Zhu Luqi's tone and Feng Bu Yi's tone earlier, it seems like Feng Bu Yi isn't a match for Zhu Luqi now. Gu Li said again. Do you think Palace Master Zhu would show himself and fight with Feng Bu Yi if he's not confident he can defeat him? Duan Lingtian shook his head. He felt Gu Li had asked a meaningless question. When Gu Li heard this, he realized his question was a little redundant. He could not help but smile awkwardly. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian, who had sharp ears, heard the faint sound of wind whistling. Following that, the sound of wind whistling grew louder and louder. No. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At the same time, Gu Li's expression changed as well when he noticed the commotion behind him. Duan Lingtian? Gu Li? It was as though a gust of wind had blown past Duan Lingtian and Gu Li. In the next instant, a figure appeared in front of both of them. It was an old man. This old man was no stranger to Duan Lingtian and Gu Li. He was none other than Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. At this moment, Zhu Luqi stood in front of Duan Lingtian and Gu Li, looking at both of them expressionlessly. Palace Master Zhu, it's been a long time. Chapter 1883. When Zhu Luqi saw Duan Lingtian again, he no longer addressed Duan Lingtian as Lingtian. Instead, he addressed him as Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian looked different from before, he could still guess that the young man in front of him was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian, through Gu Li. He was also the former #1 genius among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, Lingtian. Ever since Duan Lingtian went to the dragons to fulfill the 5-year pact, and the fact that Gu Li was by the side of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was exposed, Duan Lingtian's fake identity surfaced as well. The #1 genius among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, Lingtian. The genius who had shocked all the quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province with his innate talent was actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. This news spread like wildfire when the 5-year pact came to an end. When other people heard this news, they might only be slightly surprised. However, when Zhu Luqi heard this news, his reaction was completely different from others. This was because he was originally the palace master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, and Duan Lingtian was in the Heaven Palace. He could be considered to have interacted with Duan Lingtian before. However, it did not cross his mind even in his dreams that the monstrous genius Duan Lingtian was actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. What? Aren't you afraid of me? Zhu Luqi asked expressionlessly as he waved the bloody head in his hand in front of the calm Duan Lingnan. Although more than half of the head in his hand was covered in blood, Duan Lingtian and Gu Li still recognized it as the head of Feng Bui, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market. Not only was Feng Bui killed by Zhu Luqi, but his head was also torn off. It was truly tragic. Why should I be afraid? Duan Lingtian asked in response to Zhu Luqi's question. Zhu Luqi and Duan Lingtian were speechless. Both of them just stared at each other. They were not in a hurry, but Gu Li, who was standing at the side, became anxious. Gu Li hurriedly transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, Zhu is no longer the past palace master of our mystical Sky Mansion. He has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. He's now a devil cultivator who has killed people like flies. You mustn't do anything rash. If you anger him, we'll be done for. At this moment, Gu Li was worried Duan Lingtian would provoke Zhu Luqi. Since Zhu Luqi was able to kill Feng Bui, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, it meant his current cultivation base was either at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage or at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage with half a foot in the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. Such a person was not someone he could deal with at all. As for Duan Lingtian, even if he used all his techniques and his movement divine ability, his speed would only be at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. His attack was far from being at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. This could be seen from how Duan Lingtian dodged Diju's attack during the 5-year pact. For this reason, he did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi was not like Diju. He was a powerhouse at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage and above. He was not like Diju, who was half-baked at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage, who had used an inherited divine ability that had a huge side effect. Palace Master Zhu pulled Feng Bui's head off to announce to everyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land that you've killed Feng Bui. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence first. That's right. Zhu Luqi nodded. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that you're really smart. However, aren't you worried I'll kill you? In the end, Zhu Luqi's eyes gleamed sharply. Will you? Duan Lingtian asked back. Zhu Luqi did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so calm. He was rendered speechless. While he was speechless, he shook his head. No. Isn't that enough? Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. How are Fei Xian and the others? Zhu Luqi asked after taking a deep breath. They're doing very well. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Gu Li had already chimed in. Previously, after you left the mystical sky mansion, they were put in a difficult position by the people from the Zhao clan. It was junior brother Ling Tian who stood up for them. He even signed a death pact with the people from the Zhao clan and killed them. Since then, although everyone knows they no longer have you as their master, they no longer made things difficult for them. Gu Li's words sounded as though he was asking for credit. That was exactly what he thought. In his opinion, as long as Zhu Luqi was grateful to Duan Lingtian for this matter, he would not make a move on them. Up until now, Zhu Luqi did not seem to have any intention of making a move on them. However, they had to guard against him. After all, one's heart could sail the ship for 10,000 years. Thank you. After listening to Gu Li's words, Zhu Luqi's expression returned to normal. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Palace Master Zhu, there's no need for this. Wang Fei Xian is my friend. Even if she's not your disciple, I won't stand by and do nothing about her. Duan Lingtian waved his hand. No matter what, I still have to thank you. I, Zhu Luqi, have always made a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Zhu Luqi said solemnly. I can see that. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly as he looked at the bloody head in Zhu Luqi's hand. If he did not make a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges, why would Zhu Luqi abandon himself and cultivate the Devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, that was despised by everyone just to kill Feng Bui? However, I really didn't expect you to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian, you've deceived everyone, including me. Zhu Luqi seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duan Lingtian and changed the topic. Although he said that, based on Zhu Luqi's expression, it was apparent he did not blame Duan Lingtian. Palace Master Zhu, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I didn't deceive all of you. Duan Lingtian shook his head. When I was still in the mystical sky mansion, although I knew my father was in the Debussy subterranean, I didn't know he was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. After I found out I was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, I left the mystical sky mansion to reunite with my family in the Azure Cloud Mansion. That's how it is. Gu Li nodded and quickly spoke up for Duan Lingtian. So that's how it is. Zhu Luqi finally understood. In that case, I've really misunderstood you. The deputy leader was killed? Not only was he killed, but his head was also chopped off. How great is the enmity! The guards were horrified. They did not expect there would be someone in the Debussy subterranean who dared to provoke the Mountain Shade black market so openly. Was that person not afraid of death? That's right. The owner of the voice seemed to call himself Zhu Luqi. When they saw Zhu Luqi again, compared to the shock on Duan Lingtian's face, horror dawned on Gu Li. He thought Zhu Luqi regretted letting him and Duan Lingtian go that day, so he came to kill them. Duan Lingtian, are all of you planning to go to the upper province? Zhu Luqi asked. Duan Lingtian nodded before he asked in surprise, Don't tell me Palace Master Zhu is planning to go to the upper province as well? Zhu Luqi nodded. Now that I've avenged myself, there's nothing left for me to worry about in the lower province. For this reason, I plan to start a new life in the upper province. If you don't mind, why don't we travel together? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian did not reply to Zhu Luqi directly. Instead, he looked at Gu Li and waited for Gu Li's opinion. He was doing this out of respect for Gu Li's decision. After all, Duan Lingtian was not alone. If he was alone, he would not mind Zhu Luqi traveling with him. After all, Zhu Luqi no longer planned to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique through shortcuts after he had avenged himself. It could be said that he had turned over a new leaf by cultivating the devouring dark devil technique normally. As the saying went, a prodigal son is more valuable than gold. Since Zhu Luqi no longer committed such atrocious acts, Duan Lingtian did not dislike Zhu Luqi. Duan Lingtian's request for Gu Li's opinion warmed Gu Li's heart. Junior brother Lingtian, you decide. However, Gu Li gave the choice to Duan Lingtian in the end. Palace Master Zhu will travel with you, Duan Lingtian said to Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi was excited. After all, if he went to the upper province alone, he would be all alone when he arrived at the upper province. He would not know anyone and would have to start from scratch. However, if he had a powerful companion from the beginning, everything would be different. At the very least, the journey would be much easier. At the same time, although Gu Li no longer said anything, a hint of wariness could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Zhu Luqi. Naturally, Zhu Luqi noticed this. However, he did not mind it at all. Naturally, he only acted nonchalant on the surface, but he still felt bitter in his heart. Compared to Duan Lingtian, it was obvious his relationship with Gu Li was much closer compared to Duan Lingtian when they were in the mystical sky mansion. Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary Heaven Palace's disciple while Duan Lingtian was technically his junior nephew in terms of seniority. The three of them traveled and soon arrived near the passage from the lower province to the upper province. What appeared before the three of them was a majestic snowy mountain. Due to its location, this area was covered in snow all year round. Even now, it was still snowing heavily. Elder Lu. At the peak of the snow mountain, Duan Lingtian saw the guardian of the Dao Martial Saint land again. It was Elder Lu whom he had met in the Azure Cloud Mansion not long ago. When Duan Lingtian took the initiative to greet him, Elder Lu also recognized Duan Lingtian. He was the son of Duan Ruffing, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Go to the upper province? Elder Lu asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Lu, although we know the passage is nearby, we still can't find it after searching for so long. Can you give us some pointers? Follow me. After glancing at Zhu Luqi and Gu Li who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, Elder Lu said to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he soared into the air and brought Duan Lingtian and the other two to the mountainside of the lofty snow mountain. The mountainside was covered in snow. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the other two, Elder Lu raised his hand and a vast energy surged and gathered in his hand. As he swept his hand across the air, the invisible energy swept out like a broom and swept away part of the snow on the mountainside, revealing the entrance of a cave. At first glance, it was completely dark inside the cave. Nothing could be seen. This is the passage from the lower province to the upper province. Chapter 1885. In fact, Gu Li was not the only one who was disappointed. Even Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi were stunned when they saw the entrance of the cave. This was the passage that led to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land? It was completely different from what they had expected. Although they did not expect it to be so exaggerated, it was not as shabby as this. Perhaps there's another world inside, Duan Lingtian comforted himself. The watcher, Elder Lu, did not notice the disappointment of Duan Lingtian and the other two. After removing the snow that was blocking the entrance of the cave, he began to make his move one after another. In just a blink of an eye, another 8 cave entrances appeared before Duan Lingtian and the other two. There was a total of 9 cave entrances that appeared on the mountainside of the lofty snowy mountain. From afar, they formed a regular circle. Elder Lu, which one is the passage that leads to the upper province? Gu Li asked as he looked at Elder Lu when he regained his senses. He could faintly sense that things did not seem to be as he had imagined. The saint stones that support the inter-province transportation formation are stored in these 9 caves. Each of them forms an independent Grade 2 formation. After the transportation formation is activated, the 9 Grade 2 formations will activate and consume the Saint Stones to form the Interprovince Transportation Formation. Once you step into the Interprovince Transportation Formation, you'll enter the passage that leads to the Upper Province. Elder Lu glanced at Gu Li indifferently as he explained. At the same time, Elder Lu made his move again. A streak of light shot out from the tip of Elder Lu's finger like an electric snake. How fast? Duan Lingtian only managed to catch a slight trace of the electric snake before it disappeared before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. When Zhu Luqi sensed the energy in the electric snake, he felt chills running up his spine. This was because the electric snake was formed by a force that made his heart palpitate. If it was not aimed at the lofty snowy mountain in front of him, he would not have been able to block it at all. Even if he had already taken half a step into the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. Quintessential Saint stage. Is this the strength of a quintessential Saint stage powerhouse? Zhu Luqi was shocked, but at the same time, his eyes were filled with fanaticism. He had heard that the guardian of the Dao Martial Saint Land was a quintessential Saint stage powerhouse. The current him could not be compared to the previous him. Even if he did not plan to continue using the devouring dark devil technique to devour young women's vital energy and blood to cultivate, he was 100% confident he would be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage in the near future and catch up to the Watcher. Unlike Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi who were shocked, Gu Li did not notice the lightning snake because his cultivation was weaker. Because of this, he was not as shocked as Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi. Boom! Under the gazes of Zhu Luqi and Duan Lingtian, one after the other, the electric snake landed at the center of the circle formed by the 9 caves. All of a sudden, the accumulated snow there exploded. Immediately after, the 9 originally pitch-black cave entrances lit up at once. 9 waves of powerful auras were emitted from the 9 caves, causing Duan Lingtian and the other 2 to feel quite pressured. What a powerful energy! The Saint Stones inside are definitely not as simple as third-grade Saint Stones. In the Debussy Subterranean, a quasi-third-rate force controlled a quasi-third-grade Saint Stone Reserve. A quasi-third-grade Saint Stone Reserve was the best reserve in the Debussy Subterranean. Even the best Saint Stones produced by this reserve were only third-grade Saint Stones. Moreover, there were very few of them. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 saw a flash in front of their eyes. 9 beams of light of different colors shot out from the 9 caves. They were like wild horses that had escaped their reins as they shot into the sky in unison. Among the 9 colors, 7 of them were the 7 colors of the rainbow. They were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. As for the remaining 2 colors, one was black and one was white. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the other 2, the 9 beams of energy collided and made an earth-shattering sound. Then, the 9 beams of energy collided and merged with each other. In the end, the black and white energies formed a pattern. It was a pattern that was familiar to Duan Lingtian. Yin-yang fish. The pattern of the yin-yang fish floated in the void. Above it, there was an obscure, translucent energy floating. From afar, with the yin-yang fish as the base, the translucent energy formed a cylindrical body. This is the Interprovince Transportation Formation. As long as you step into it, you'll be able to enter the passage from the lower province to the upper province. At the same time, Elder Lu's voice resonated in the air. The passage is neither long nor short. Not only that, but it's also dangerous. However, it's only dangerous for people below the Eminent Saint stage. Eminent Saint stage powerhouses can protect themselves inside. Not only can those who are more powerful protect themselves, but they can also protect their companions. When Elder Lu reached the end of his sentence, he finally stopped speaking. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 immediately shifted their attention to the Interprovince Transportation Formation. As for what Elder Lu said about powerhouses above the Eminent Saint stage being able to travel to the passage from the Debussy Subterranean to the upper province with their own strength, They had long heard about it, so they did not find it strange. However, they were more curious about the transportation formation in front of them. Apart from the energy of the saint inscription, there's also the energy of the Tao talisman in this transportation formation. Although they were still far apart, Duan Lingtian could still sense the saint inscription's aura coming from the transportation formation. Apart from that, after he secretly activated his strange pupil, he also saw the faintly discernible talisman in the transportation formation. It was a Tao talisman. In other words, this inter-province transportation formation was formed by the combination of the saint inscription's energy and the Tao talisman's energy. Elder Lu. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Lu and asked the question in his heart, who built this transportation formation? Also, I don't think the saint stones stored in the 9 caves are third-grade saint stones, right? They don't even contribute a single cent. The more Elder Lu spoke, the angrier he became. This was his confession as a member of a first-rate force in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. This was his anger as a member of a first-rate force in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. The exploitation by the 3 great sects had caused the people from the first-rate forces to be unable to voice out their anger. As a member of a first-rate force, the anger in Elder Lu's heart had long accumulated. Now that he had taken this opportunity to vent it out, it was uncontrollable. Upon hearing Elder Lu's words, Duan Lingtian frowned. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi frowned as well. The 3 great sects are too much. They're sitting on so many first-grade saint stones and quasi-celestial grade saint stones, but they're so stingy when it comes to the inter-realm teleportation formation's consumption. Are their saint stones going to their coffins with them? Gu Li was filled with righteous indignation. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi were much calmer. Although they also felt that the 3 great sects were a little too much, who asked them to be stronger than the first-rate forces. This was a cruel world where the strong were respected. Chapter 1886. No matter how much the Watcher, Elder Lu, defended the first-rate force behind him, he could only vent in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Although venting like this would not change anything, it did calm him down a lot. After all, he had vented out all the frustrations in his heart. Ton, be careful when you're in the upper province. The upper province is much crueler than you can imagine. If possible, it's best to find a force to rely on. The death rate of sectless cultivators has always been the highest in the upper province. Elder Lu reminded Duan Lingtian solemnly as he let him enter the inter-province transportation formation. Many years ago, the Tao Martial Saint Land was not divided into 2. Due to this reason, there was no division between the upper province and the lower province. However, at that time, the overall strength of the Tao Martial Saint Land was not as strong as it was now. This was because the upper province was an independent realm in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Even if it was just a pseudo-realm, it was still a level higher than the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. The cultivation resources and environment there were not something the original Tao Martial Saint Land could compare to. Under the circumstances where the cultivation resources were limited, the powerhouses in the Tao Martial Saint Land fought to be the first to enter the upper province. Even third-rate forces and above had entered the upper province. Due to this reason, the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land began to prosper. Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Ruffing, was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. His cultivation base was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. If he used some of his techniques, he was comparable to an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. He was also widely acknowledged as one of the 2 most powerful people in the Debussyi subterranean. However, although such a strength was not considered weak in the upper province, it was not ranked high at all. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the most direct ranking for martial, Dao, and Devil cultivators was the Supreme Saint ranking. The Supreme Saint ranking was a ranking that existed before the Dao Martial Saint land was divided into the Upper Province and the Lower Province. Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's Absolute Fog Rain, was ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking. The person who was ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking was also widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land. It was a supreme honor. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint land was divided into the Upper Province and the Lower Province, the powerhouses on the Supreme Saint ranking were all powerhouses from the Upper Province. The experts from the Lower Province, including Duan Rufeng and Dugu, who were ranked last and 1000th on the Supreme Saint ranking, would not be able to make it. He was none other than Elder Xiezong from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect who had forcefully arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion and snatched the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian. As a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse, his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was below the 500th position. Based on this, one could see how many hidden dragons and crouching tigers there were in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Xiezong was an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he couldn't even make it into the top 500 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Although there were many powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land, it was naturally more dangerous. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Lu. Duan Lingtian and the other two knew about the situation in the Dao Martial Saint land. When they heard Duan Lingtian's reminder, their expressions turned solemn. Go! Elder Lu glanced at the interprovince transportation formation and said to Duan Lingtian and the other two, "The interprovince transportation formation will only last for 15 minutes every time it's activated." Duan Lingtian and the other two nodded. Then, the three of them flew out and entered the interprovince transportation formation almost at the same time. As soon as they entered the interprovince transportation formation, Duan Lingtian felt a gentle energy enveloping him. When the energy completely enveloped him, he discovered his vision had turned dark. When light returned, he was already in a passage formed by a translucent barrier. The passage was very long. He could not see the end of it. Bush, bush, bush. At the same time, a piercing sound resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was the passage formed by the translucent barrier. There were electric serpent-like energy wreaking havoc outside. Occasionally, some electric serpent-like energy would pass through the barrier that formed the passage and enter. Naturally, the electric serpent-like energy that passed through the barrier would become extremely small and weak. Even so, it was impossible for powerhouses below the Eminent Saint stage to survive the electric serpent-like energy. Only powerhouses above the Eminent Saint stage would be able to protect themselves and face it with ease. So this is the spatial turbulence outside the passage that traverses between realms? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he easily dodged the numerous chaotic flows that entered the passageway. The reason he thought so was because Hua Lao had told him about traversing between realms. One of them was the spatial turbulence. According to Hua Lao, the spatial turbulence that one would encounter when traversing between low-level realms in the mundane realms was not strong. The powerhouses who stood at the peak of the mundane realms could completely ignore these energies. If they used some techniques, such as setting up a transportation formation or strengthening the passage, they could also weaken these energies. For example, the place where Duan Lingtian was currently at was the passage from the lower province to the upper province. The passageway that was formed by the translucent barrier blocked most of the spatial turbulence's energy. The power of the spatial turbulence that could break in had become very weak. Even the existence of the Great Saint Realm could cope with it. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, due to the existence of the Sun True Origin, the energy in his body was no weaker than a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Due to this reason, he traversed through the passage as though he was walking on flat ground. Gu Li was an early Divine Saint stage martial cultivator. He followed closely behind Duan Lingtian and was as relaxed as Duan Lingtian. As for Zhu Luqi, there was no need to mention him. No matter if this herb garden belonged to an individual or a force, it was not something they could afford to offend. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, who realized they were standing on a time bomb, did not hesitate and immediately soared up into the air to follow Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other two were about to leave the herb garden as fast as they could, a voice suddenly rang out. "Since you're already here, there's no need for you to leave." A voice suddenly resonated in the air. The voice was old, but there was an unquestionable tone to it. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian sensed an invisible energy that seemed to have transformed into a mountain before it fell on his head. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying energy that surged out of the invisible energy destroyed all of the Sun True Origin that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and directly slammed him into the herb garden in a wretched manner. Apart from that, Gu Li was also in a similar situation. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.